Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are live in Europe for day number 2 of stage 2. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Yeah, I noticed you made a little trip over towards the other side of the Atlantic last night. I won't complain that you cheated on me, but irrelevant of that. I am very, very good, thank you. And excited to get in what should be a good day 2 here. We had some really close games yesterday, hoping for very much the same thing here today.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it should be another good day of games. A lot of 5-map bangers that went on yesterday, but this is how the groups have laid down. Group A, Team Notorious and Noctum Esports, flawless so far, but they're playing later on. Then we've got P7 and Disworld, 1-1, and unfortunately at the bottom of the moment, Avenge Esports and Team Annex. Ton, tell them about Group B.
Yeah, I mean, Group B is a little bit more complicated, I want to say. Katana Gaming and Clutch Rain both sitting at 2-0. They'll be happy with that. We kind of thought there would be a top 4 teams here. We kind of had Inglorious and Rousing down in the bottom 2. BBHH have had not a great start, Brycey, to say the least, but they have went up against 2 other teams who are in that top 3. For BBHH, it's still all to play for, but they pretty much cannot afford to lose many more games at this stage. So we'll be keeping an eye on how things are going there for them, but they are a team a lot of people expected to be in the top 2 in this group.
They certainly are. Well, let's have a little look at what we'll be watching today. Here on the Alpha stream, you can see Katana Gaming versus Notorious Gaming. Should be a very good game. Those 2 teams have had a very good pedigree so far. Then, of course, we have Team Notorious facing off against Noctum Esports in our latest spot in EU. Then we're flying across the pond to Roller Spartans versus Destro Gaming and Law Gaming Omit Brooklyn, rounding up the North American schedule.
You were casting with Jay for about 5 seconds yesterday, and there you go, the accent's already in. Let's have a look at what's going to go over on Bravo whilst those games are still going on. P7 Esports with not too bad of a start, going up against Avenge. Important game for both 2 teams, and both of them will be looking at that as one they could potentially win. P7 will probably be the favourite still, but BBHH, same vein in this one, going up against Clutch Rain. Now, shortly they're going to have to start winning some games, but this is the 3rd game they've got, and every team they've played so far is 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So they are not necessarily in trouble yet, but a win here would definitely alleviate some of that pressure. But looking over to what's happening over on the North American side of things, 6F Carolina going up against Omit on Bravo with Pioneers, and then 6F Carolina again back-to-back on the NA side of things.
Certainly is. Well, COD all around, plenty of it. And if this is your 2nd day, of course, there's a lot going on here. Not only do we have Challengers Elite, but after this, obviously, the minor for the CDL. So you basically get 5 days of Call of Duty a week with 2 days off. And if that's not enough, of course, I don't know where else I can show you some more. But it's a lot of Call of Duty action packed into these streams. And we'll bring you all the scores from the Challengers Elite as they develop, of course. But our first gaming, Katana, going up. And this team has been looking pretty good so far. Aspect, Brezzy, Cobra, and Vortex Ton.
Yeah, no, they've been looking really solid. I was actually speaking to Vortex today, and he's been gassing his team up, saying how good they all are. He moved over towards the AR side of things, more so the flex when needed, but Katana looked good yesterday. Going up against BBHH was a very, very good game. Kind of a back and forth to a certain degree, but Katana looking the stronger for the majority of the series, you would say. Eventually getting the job done, but a really nice one, especially, I mean, the start they had, BBHH brought it back in the hard point, but Katana then advancing on, finding 3 maps in pretty quick succession. So yeah, for them, it's about just making sure they come through into today and go kind of with the same thing. This will be the team who are looking to finish number 1 in this group, and this game will probably decide it. Going up against Notorious, another really good team. Clutch Rain are still there to be played as well, though, so for Katana, it's about continuing, and for the side of Notorious, it's about maybe upsetting the apple cart again.
We'll see whether or not they can do it, of course. And now we jump on to Notorious Gaming, Mighty, Malco, Nadox, and Sykes. This is a team that has been pretty good so far and looking to do even more so. And the truth is, Tom, we were speaking about this a lot yesterday, just how competitive we really believe these groups are, to the point where even in this early stage of the groups, we are curious about some of these big games and which way the results go. It could very much dictate how the rest of Elite falls.
Yeah, I think, you know, when we talk about the group stage, we quite often don't like to sort of say that, you know, one game can really make a load of difference. It is a marathon, not a sprint, as you quite politely put it. I think for a lot of these teams, though, it's now into the 2nd day. If you're sitting at 0-2, then that's when things get difficult. But for Notorious Gaming, they've not had too bad of a time. They're going to be going... I mean, they had 2 tough games yesterday, BBHH and Clutch Rain going up against them both. Obviously, you would have kind of expected them to probably lose to BBHH, but winning that game, losing to Clutch Rain, not in a terrible position. But this one will be a step further. Katana look like the strongest team in the group.
Well, we're going to see. This is how this one should play out, though. Double Protocol to start us off. Hardpoint, S&D. Then double Vault, Control, and Hardpoint. We'll change things up for the Hacienda ending, if we get that far. But it will be very curious. You are right. It is being a bit of a hot one here. I mean, realistically, if we're talking about groups, BBHH, that's the team that we didn't expect to be 0-2 and at the bottom. And it's going to be curious to see how they fight their way back into it.
Well, look, I mean, if you want to put the context on it, they have played some tough teams already. Again, you need to finish in the top 4. You would expect them to have the pedigree to do so. But going into this game, both these two teams not sitting too bad. Katana sitting in 2-0, Notorious Gaming 1-1. Heading into a Protocol hardpoint. And for me, look, Notorious Gaming can have a swing at this one. No pressure for Katana. They will be expecting to win this one. But can Notorious upset again? As mentioned, they beat BBHH already. That wasn't an expected result by any stretch of the imagination. A step further, though, is what they would have to take it to find the win up against Katana, who have looked lights out so far. And as you mentioned, into Protocol hardpoint to kick things off.
Let's have a look at how exactly they are going to get this one done. A good strong start here maybe on day 2. Obviously these teams I know start practicing and warming up about 4 hours before they get onto this. So nobody should be that cold coming in, but of course competition is a little bit different than practice. And right now Katana having another good start. We saw this yesterday.
Yeah, they started really well on this map and then fell apart. They need to keep an eye on that rotation from 2 to 3 and then 3 to 4. That's really where they were losing out. So Notorious, if they've done their homework, will be causing some problems around that side of the map if they can. But right now, Cobra staying alive inside of the point. In 1-0. Nadox will find 2 in the middle of the map, though, so should be able to open something up here. There you go, Notorious. Potentially finding the break. Need to get rid of Cobra.
Still alive, though. That should die here as well, but a little bit of cover isn't going to be able to get it. Vortex will drop, but 32 seconds out of a P1 is definitely not something you want to ignore.
No, absolutely not. Really good job on the side of Katana. Notorious managed to get themselves through and pushing over towards P2. Bit of a 50-50 right now, though. Brezzy trying to pick something up if he can. Cobra will be able to find that pick. Cannot find a second. All the trades going on across the map, but a little bit of a split spawn for both two teams here, so it's a bit of a mixy one still with 40 seconds to play with.
Oh, Notorious just got it correct there in the end and managed to get that grab. And Katana Gaming really aren't pushing this very heavily, even with 33 seconds left to go. Splitting the map now with a couple of kills down. They will put the squeeze on. Reinforcement spawn so close, though, that makes this basically an even fight again.
Cobra finding 2 there. The push has actually flipped the spawn, so Katana, you need to make sure you get the rest of this time, because, well, they had those spawns for P3. Yesterday seemed like a bit of a problem for them. Choosing not necessarily to ignore that issue, but let's see how they do when they try and look for a break. Malco and Mighty find a couple of kills. They will get them off that final 10 seconds. Vortex is there to pick up the slack. Sitting in 1-6 right now, Steve-O. He's not avoid of my criticisms, Brycey, as much as you think I'm biased towards him. To step it up.
You say that like it's an opinion. Oh, that could be biased. No, you are biased towards it. It's not one of these things like, oh, maybe. It's like saying, oh,
no.
You've been saying that I've been saying the skies, but no, you have been. You're very biased.
He's 2-7. He's playing rubbish. I'll put it out there.
And in fairness, he's not having a good game right now.
That's what I'm saying. Sitting at 2-8, not necessarily stepping it up, but he was telling me today to keep an eye on Aspect, sitting at 7-6. See if he can continue things on. But right now, Notorious Gaming doing a really good job. They got a hold of that rotation. Katana pushed for P2. Didn't get a whole load of scrap. Lost the rotation over towards P3, and this is where we've seen things start to unfold just a little bit yesterday. As we got into the 3rd and 4th hill, Notorious seem to be actually very aware of that as well, as they find the break over towards P4. Some good time on offer here as well. Katana Gaming spawning towards the back. Bit of a disaster.
So it's just backing off here. And but we actually saw this yesterday, if you remember, seeing players kind of jump out and then have to retake. But right now, Notorious having a very good time at holding this, just backing off over so slowly. But Sykes finds himself pinched. The rest of the team unable to hold it. And for Katana, this is an opportunity. Vortex will take that first kill, not able to get away with it. Brezzy shoots him. A little bit of a dive, and he's going to get a second one and can't get away from the rest, but he will give that information. You can already see them trying to line this one up.
A very linear push here from Notorious. It's a tough one to get through as well when you come down the spiral staircase. You can be shot from a fairly few decent angles. How on earth has Sykes won that second gunfight? Now the push will start to come through. Bressy kills Cobra, but does manage to find Melko as well. So just about the trades going in the favor of Katana. Can he find another? Not quite. That's all off the back of Sykes finding 2. Mighty with 2 of his own, but that's for around 15 seconds. Notorious Gaming, if they're going to hold on, will hold a lead heading into a second rotation.
They're looking for this final kill for, well, essentially no scrap time as they go back to P1, but it's always better to be alive than dead, and this is almost a tied game, but I feel like after the kind of the lead that we saw Katana build up, Notorious have had more of a sway in those next few hard points, and now they're back onto it and then really soaking up that P1 time. Maddox is going to flip that spawn.
Oh, it doesn't find the kill though. Looking for the spawns for P2, as you mentioned. Big gunfight here. Vortex just trying to stay alive. Doesn't eventually win the gunfight. Felt like it might have been swaying one way, but keep an eye on where the spawns are going to go. Yeah, that is going to be a spawn out for Katana Gaming. You're thinking about the P2 rotation. You now have potentially lost it. Never mind. Split spawn's coming on through. Naddox not staying deep enough. He may be able to find 2 here though, and does so. Really good job from Naddox. Katana being pressed back here again, Bricey. It seems like P1 to P2 they seem to enjoy, but as soon as we actually get into the game, they're not necessarily having too much fun on Protocol.
Well, this slaying is really getting out of hand. It almost feels like they're just spawn bouncing them back and forth and tearing them apart. You're right, this game, the momentum, it feels like it's shifted, but that's a 3 wipe from there. It's around to P2. Just when I thought, realistically, Katana Gaming were on the back foot, they get themselves a toehold.
Just only for a second, all right. Aspect trying to stay alive. There's a little bit of backup. It is very much on the way. Spawns are pretty good for Notorious right now, though. I'd imagine they'll still be spawning over towards that side. The shots from Bressy, not quite solid enough. Mighty will get picked up. So, good hold here from Katana. 25 seconds to go. They're going to think about extending through. You can already see Aspect is on the way. And the rest of the team continues to hold this down, though. Aspect will find one on the aggression over towards P3. Bressy holding it down, so scrap time looking good. Spawn out for the side of Notorious and spawn in for the side of Katana. Aspect is there for the trade. He's on a 5 spree, and that should be spawns for what feels like the very first time ever over towards P3 for Katana.
Now they have a position. They have a chance. Well, let's look at the first. I'm going to get the second, though. That will be traded out here. You can see they're in, but realistically, Katana did have the numbers throughout that trade. And as long as they can keep staggering Notorious, you can already see they've slowed down. They want to stack it, but Sykes has managed to get in, and now gets the second one as well. Aspect should pick up the second. Doesn't. But this is the benefit of spawns. Katana are able to reinforce faster.
Get themselves there. Vortex was there to pick up the pieces, but on the back of that, Aspect goes on a 7 spree before falling. Going to be useful, especially when you think about over towards P1 or P2 on the 3rd rotation, which we are no doubt going to see. Hellstorm is going to be a valuable weapon. They continue to pick up time here. 20 seconds to play for. Naddox now just trying to do something from this backside. A little bit of a split coming in for Notorious, which might help them break it, but what's it going to be for? Around 10 seconds, if you can even find it. All the kills, though, going over towards the side of Katana. And now the push over towards P4. Melko finds 2, but that's all he can get. And it's that transition from 3 to 4. It's so strong. Katana going to find the benefit of that this time around.
Can they hold this? Because if they can, the game's within their reach. Bressy just shooting above him, but somehow manages to find the kill regardless. That is a failed break there from Notorious. An Aspect holding off him as well. They will retry this. They have to, and they're already split across the map. You can see that Sykes spawned out, but unfortunately they've just run into Aspect. There's not a pinch if you're all dead, and that's exactly what has just happened.
Yeah, it feels a little 1 by 1. You need everybody to be pushing from the front at the same time. Hopefully you get one trade and it goes in your favor. But right now, that is 43 seconds over towards Katana Gaming. Looking to break 200 points. The breaks just not looking likely for Notorious until that kill from Naddox, but he's the only one who can find anything. Sykes will get dealt with. This is so much better from Katana. Vortex had a slow start, but now on a 7 spree himself. They're going to have 2 Hellstorms probably, heading over towards P1 for the 3rd time.
Not going to be a 7, just a 6. Kirsten there. Vortex on a 7 though. We'll bring this in, and it really has felt like it's swifted straight to Katana. Vortex only finds 1 from it as they're fighting now for P1. Vortex timing, the unbelievable timing. We'll find a kill regardless though. Now another one down the stairs, and Vortex tries to continue his reign of terror and will fall. P1 still up to grabs as Aspect pulls in another missile from the sky and finds Mighty. All it's really done is just bought them time on P1 ton.
Yeah, well, at the same time, you know, they have been broken, but they're able to keep them off. That is the benefit of having this streak, right? You can disrupt everything that Notorious have worked hard to gain. A little bit of a split, a little bit of a pinstripe kill feed here between the two teams until that. Katana now starting to find a few more points over towards P1. P2 rotation looking solid as well. Fantastic shots coming in from Aspect. I think for Notorious, their start was really... The catalyst was probably Melko. Was having a really solid time, was finding plenty of these angles as an AR, doing a great job. Hasn't been able to replicate that, though, in the second half of this game. Although I say that, there's the break that they needed. Katana Gaming, 12 seconds away. Notorious need a full hold, and they need a good rotation.
Here they go, then. Alex trying to get those kills off the rip. And actually going to hit the flank at the perfect time, but they're waiting for him as well. And this should be a big hit from Katana. They can end the game right now. Melko, you're going to have to get into the fight. The rest of your teammates are dead. He knows there's going to be someone watching the cross, and it's Cobra. Down they fall, a full wipe, and that will be the game. Katana will take map number 1 over Notorious. And what a fight back.
Yeah, brilliant fight back. I think, realistically, though, for me, Bryce, they need to just make sure they are solidifying those P3 rotations. They had it on every single occasion that we were there. We ended up going there twice. They give it up once for it, 20 seconds of scrap time, and then ended up going on what, like a 80 to 20 or maybe 100 to 20 spree in the opposite direction in terms of points. When they start locking down this P3 rotation, they do well over towards P4 as well, and they get the job done. On the second rotation, much better from Katana. You've seen that from the scoreline, maybe being a bit overcritical of them, but it was the same mistake yesterday. When they correct it, they win maps. So fantastic work from Katana. Protocol is underneath their belt, and they'll be happy for that.
They certainly will. And, well, that's a good start for them. I was a little bit worried that Notorious were basically just starting to really hammer them in that middle part of the map. But
yeah,
what a fight back for them. And realistically, it actually got better from as time went on. They seemed more confident. Their trades were a little bit better. And for them, it's just one of those hot starts. You've got to remember, it's one of the teams that is actually one of the favorites. Like I said, it is a deep competition this time around. But certainly one of the favorites for Elite this stage.
Yeah, you would say so. You would say so. It's always trying to answer back to that, though, aren't they? They're a team beating BBHH yesterday. Kind of throws their name in the hat, so to speak. Their hat in the ring. There's a lot of different sayings I could go with that one, but you get the point. I think for them, going up against Katana, it's a real test of kind of where they're sitting at. And they weren't too bad there for the majority of the game, right? It just kind of came down to P3 to P4 for Katana. I think Katana picked up almost a full 60 over towards the latter stages of the second rotation of hills when they were over towards P4, and that was the real dagger. From there, I mean, you barely need anything from P1 to P2. You've got 2 Hellstorm missiles. The game is pretty much over. Good job from them, though. Let's turn it around after... Well, I want to say that Notorious were up by around 60 or so at one stage. As we headed into the second rotation, they were able to turn it around, get the job done, and head into the S&D with a lead.
Well, we'll see how they continue to do so, but Protocol is the exact same map we're going back to here, and Katana will be hoping for the exact same result as they move through this one as well. But I think one of the interesting things that we've kind of alluded to in the pre-show as well is that we actually have to keep a even closer eye than usual on how the standings and the rest of the games play out. Simply because we believe it's going to be very, very close with some of the way the results have gone already, and we know that there are tough games down the line. For myself, at least, I am trying to just kind of keep an eye that if anything weird's going on, but I haven't seen anything yet.
No, nothing particular. Nothing in particular, but let's see how Protocol is going to go between these two teams. Vault control, yesterday we seen Katana look solid on that as well, Brycey, so that's something to bear in mind for Notorious. See how that goes when we do get there, but as mentioned, we will be staying on Protocol and going towards S&D. See how this one's going to play out. Yesterday we didn't see much of Notorious on the Alpha stream. I believe they may have been on Bravo and on the community side of things as well. Interesting to see how their S&D is going to look. Always interested to see what Nadox is going to do on this squad. Feels sometimes like he is the standout player. Melko, though, has looked very, very good in this stage in particular so far. Albeit we have just played one day, but impressive at the moment. Let's see if Notorious can turn this one round.
Well, here they go. Katana, though, going for their attack. Straight down towards the bottom as well. They're here fast. Vortex even pre-firing. Nobody there, brother, but it should be an easy plant for them.
Be pretty free. They've given it up, so we're going to go for the retake here, Notorious.
Is that four going through the front?
Well, one of them's dead. The second one's already dead as well. This probably hasn't worked. That will fall as well, Mel. Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe fall through the front's not the play.
I mean, I can see it, I suppose. You know, if you overwhelm that direction, which they don't expect. I mean, you're never going to get in there without a trade. Absolutely not. There's too much kind of choke points and cover. But I also think that maybe the execution wasn't 100% on point there. They didn't seem to hit it all at the same time.
It's always one of those, isn't it, where it's fine to give it up. You need a plan to retake it, but I suppose it's just how it plays out, right? I mean, you never necessarily know exactly where everybody's set up. Are all 4 players in there? Katana didn't offer them anything, really, in exchange. Well, apart from the bullets from their guns, obviously. Here we are. Notorious Gaming now looking potentially for a push over towards B. You can see one player very, very deep in Brezzy. They've lost Vortex already. Brezzy's going to have to do something here under a lot of pressure. Should be dead to rights. Managing to find one. It was actually Cobra who was there to the rescue. So not a terrible trade for Katana. 2 versus 3 in the favor of Notorious right now, though, Brycey. Aspect and Cobra trying to clutch up if they can.
Still gotta get this bomb down, and maybe Katana can use that to find a pick, but Melko, who was so influential in the last game, is hitting the flank. He's going to find Cobra. Cobra gets away. Cobra's still going. Cobra's still out. Aspect's found 2 as well. This game has turned around. Cobra has just hit the Hermes and got out of there. What on earth has happened?
I mean, how... Aspect finding 2 as well. Disastrous 5 seconds for the side of Notorious Gaming, which is ultimately going to result in a Katana Gaming around 2-0. Sensational work. I mean, yeah, I have no idea.
The worst time. He said the worst time you could possibly have. You're like 3 versus 2. I'm hitting the flank. We're good. Finds Cobra. Can't get him. And as he's on the chase, his teammates are dead, and then Cobra escapes. Doesn't even get an opportunity for a 1v1.
That's tough. Opposite Aspect, though, finding 2 in the middle of the map. I made it possible, or you know, from him now. Katana 2 to the good, and I'd imagine they're probably going to go for the same strat as they did last time. Straight in we go. A couple of bullets have actually come through the door there, so it has given them an indication that they can try and make a push. The grenade is solid. Aspect tagged up just a little bit, and that might just deter Katana from getting this down early. Over here to watch the flank, gets the timing, finds Nadox. Sykes can find 1. All of a sudden, it is a 2 versus 1. After that exchange, Aspect knows exactly where he goes for the chow.
Oh, double chow. At least it was a double chow, but could have been dangerous.
It's one of them sometimes where you both line up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
I mean, I was a little bit curious of the child, but I didn't realize that Cobra was literally right next to him. Man, slightly weak.
Not as kind of clean as they would have liked, but a win is still a win. And Katana, 3-0 to the good. And, oh, they're having a good enough time here. Cobra hasn't died yet.
Looking sensational for Katana Gaming right now. 3 to the good. Every situation seems to be playing out for them. Oh, they went down low as well. That stun's going to be deep. It's going to slow them down. Now here comes the grenade. There are 4 players in there. That's going to find something, surely. There'll be a lot of weak players. You know when you hit multiple as well. For the tags, not enough. The shots, more than good enough, though. Cobra will find another. Melko's the only one who can answer back. Now in a 1 versus 3.
Cobra is wearing his bulletproof pants today because nothing is taking him down. 4-0 now for Katana. And I was expecting this to be a bit of a battle, but when you can't kill a player on the map, and he keeps picking up kills round on round, not a lot you can do about it.
I mean, this is just very one-sided, right? Every single situation seems to be playing out in Katana's favor. Cobra having an absolute storm at... It was yesterday as well. He went on a 10 spree at one stage. I think that might have been a respawn, but irrelevant to the point. Enjoying himself in this Katana Gaming roster, which, I mean, was kind of a roster at the beginning of the game as well. Mighty up will find the first blood on the Vortex. Sykes will find another. This is looking like Notorious Gaming's first round. Cobra's left alive, though, so, well, Anything is possible at this stage.
Still going to be a difficult 1v4, but hey, maybe we'll get it. Timing here is going to be not great, and Melko will pick him up. Oh, Notorious get a clean one as well. What they needed to bounce back into this game.
It's kind of rounds you need sometimes, isn't it? An absolute whitewash. Stop Cobra getting any sort of streak going as well. Never a bad thing. That's a win now for Notorious. They are eventually on the board. Katana, though, still only 2 rounds away. And we'll be ending the game for some reason. So hopefully we'll be jumping back in pretty quickly, but seems to be an issue. We'll find out exactly what's going on.
Cobra died. They're like, well, it's got to be a remake. Oh, it looks like Cobra actually disconnected. I think that's probably maybe what happened, but we'll get the official word from the admins. It's not for us to make up our own narrative on this one. It's for them to wait and work it out. While we're doing that, there have been some match scores that I have found in our lovely little match score list. I'm going to have a look at that. Inglorious versus BBHH has gone the way. It's gone the way of BBHH. Just double check that one because they're wrong around. Yep, so they've won the first hard point.
I would hope so.
Razwin versus Clutch Rain, and that is the worst screenshot I've ever seen. To the fact I can't actually see the names on it.
Where are you reading these, Pressy?
If you go into post-match scores, you will find them.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking through. I thought you were finding them on socials, but I mean, look, heads back into this game for just a second. Katana solid throughout the first map. They managed to get the job done there. A little bit of shaky rotation. I'll probably still keep going on about that every single time I see them play Protocol. But now on this Search and Destroy, they still look really, really solid, and we may well already be back in. Just a quick disconnect for Cobra. Hopefully everything's all right there, and we're back into the game.
We certainly are. Well, let's jump back in. And yeah, I can confirm, I think it's Clutch Rain won their first half point. 251.75 against Rauzan. They've had a very good time there as well. And, well, Vortex just got that one locked in and thrown me off a bit because they've changed colours.
Yeah, Brezzy finding the wall bang to kick things off as well is never a good thing for Notorious when they're on the attack. Now we're 2 versus 4 in Katana's favour. We are 4-1 up in the Search and Destroy. We have had a quick reset for anybody who didn't miss it. Katana only need 2. Notorious need 5.
Just being careful here. Mighty. Can they find anything in this situation? Look, this is what they might do here if they win the gunfight. Melko finds one, but does go down. 1 versus 2 now. Oh, he's going to run foul of the timing again. They've seen him. Just check the wrong corner. Unfortunate, but that will be another one here for Katana. Ignore that. It's now 5-1 Katana.
Nice and easy in the end aspect. That first blood just makes such a big difference. Just completely deters Notorious from even contemplating and getting that bomb down low. You're already at a number disadvantage before you get there. It's been all Katana, really, hasn't it? 5-1 to the good now. It's another first blood. There's been few and far between for the side of Notorious, but 2 for 2 trade. Trying to stay alive here. Can he manage to find the kill? He's now being chased down from the other side of things as well. He does have a little bit of a backup in the form of a teammate. They managed to find one. Brezzy can get out. 1 versus 2.
Brezzy and Cobra taking on Melko, and this is for the game. Katana have 5 rounds already. Melko checks the first bomb site. No bomb going down yet, which has probably confused him because he's thinking they haven't planted quite yet. They might not be in A. Whereas Katana are just waiting for him. See them here as well, and needs that first kill. Double shot coming through, cannot get him. Tries to tap the toes.
1v1.
Unfortunately, not able to get it, and that does mean that this time Katana will win the S&D, I believe, if I'm correct there. I really hope I am.
You are. Yeah. That's...
I always got to have a little bit of self-doubt just in case, but yeah, managed to get that one locked in. And Malkoff, he just got that first kill. It was like a bullet. He tried to even use the pistol to just see if he could just chip the damage away. Not able to do it, but a very dominant S&D from Katana.
Yeah, extremely. That's a really, really comfortable win in map number 2. Protocol looking nice for them across both modes by the looks of things. And heading into a vault control as well. Katana in full control of this series. I mean, it was the Cobra show throughout the first half, right before we have the little reset. Then after that, Aspect and Co just took over the game. That is looking like a comfortable scoreline for the side of Katana, who are looking to really establish themselves as the #1 team in the group. So far, so good. Ball control coming up next, as mentioned. If we need to see it, we'll see Vault Hardpoint and Hacienda Search and Destroy. Bricey, I don't think we're going to see it.
Yeah, I feel like this is now really Katana's to lose. They seem to be the better team, I will say, on average across these here, but it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen kind of things turn around, but they do seem very strong. That was such a dominant S&D. To doubt them at this point would be folly, really.
Yeah, it would be surprising, wouldn't it? I think, especially with how good they looked specifically on this map yesterday, find themselves 2 attacking rounds and then the defensive round to walk away with the vault control. They will be feeling super confident heading into map number 3. But we do actually have another game going on over on Bravo, so let's check in on how things are going down between P7 Esports and Avenge. Now, Avenge were a team who, for me, I think last season they kind of had a bit of promise. I don't want to say they necessarily didn't fulfill it, but still building themselves. They're here for another season, though. Let's see what they can do. But P7 Esports have been solid, kind of a new roster that's been put together in a certain kind of way. Right now, 1-0 up in this series, and only 1 round down here in the Search and Destroy.
Just trying to get this one done, and if I'm not mistaken, there's been a disconnect, so this one is probably going to pause after this round. They'll play out the rest of it.
Unfortunate for P7. They did actually have the numbers. 3 versus 3.
Connor.
Oh, that's good timing.
It's it back, though. 2 versus 2.
I'm going down again. Oh, Lampy's going to be there. Is he going to get the timing? No, he isn't, but he's going to win the gunfight 1 versus 1.
Oh, Julian just a little bit weak now. It's right on the bomb. Neither has a perfect opportunity here, but that's going to be a nade dropped as well, and Julian gets it locked in. Unfortunately, that lobby is going to stop. It will be 5-3 to Avenge, but they're going to have to restart it.
Looking good for Avenge, though, to potentially tie up the series. I think, you know, for that game in particular, for Avenge, it's a super important one. They're going to be going up against another team who are looking very, very solid in Group A, but Avenge need to find some wins. They need to try and break into that top 4. That's going to be their objective. We'll be jumping back over towards Bravo shortly, if we can. We may well actually have the alpha game ready to go, Brycey, to be honest.
Who knows? Who knows? But I can tell you something, it could be an interesting game between P7 and Avenge. I mean, it's almost guaranteed to be a lockup now, right? It's 5-3. Yeah. They need 1. The other team need 3. Obviously, when that player reconnects, we'll give you the score from that one as well. But P7 are ahead from the hard point to begin with. So that will tie that series up, and it's a little bit more competitive than the game we are currently watching, as Katana are set and poised to lock it down. Looking forward to the control.
Yeah, curious to see if Notorious have anything else for them from what we've seen yesterday. You know, Katana looked really, really good in the control, but we'll jump into that one shortly.
We certainly will. We're going to go to a quick break while we get everybody into the lobbies. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are getting these lobbies running at the moment. And of course, we have Katana Gaming facing off against Notorious Gaming. 2-0 so far. Katana looking pretty dominant, Tom.
Yeah, it's been pretty comfortable, hasn't it? What was today? 75-point win on map number 1, 6-1 win in the Search and Destroy. Hey, look, I mean, that was perfect then. Look at that. Full Control coming up next. You've got to feel like this one is going to be short-lived for Notorious Gaming. Which, I don't want to say I'm disappointed at. Like, I think, for me, I was maybe expecting a little bit more. We didn't get a chance to see Notorious yesterday. That's why I actually picked this game. I was interested to see how this one was going to go down. But Notorious, I thought would maybe bring a little bit more to the table. Haven't been able to get it going, but is it showing that Notorious maybe not playing today? Or are Katana just the best team in the group? Not solidified that just yet, but they will be sitting at 3-0 if they finish this one off, Brycey. And a 3-0 fashion is what they want to do it in. Vault Control now going to be coming up, and yesterday, as mentioned, they looked very, very impressive on this map. Let's see how things are going to go down here against Notorious, though. I can't imagine they're going to allow these defensive rounds to fall by the wayside. Attacking seems to be coming, well, I don't want to say easy by any stretch of the imagination. We're seeing more of it. Let's see if Katana can, well, continue the streak here on Vault Control.
Well, let's see. All to play for. Well, it's going straight underground and just gets caught sprinting. Break not worked off perfectly for them, but they found a few kills now. Cobra can find that one. He will jump it away, but they're already going for B. The bold strategy off the rip, but they've got an opportunity here. Look at that mini-map. Brezzy is already through. The rest of the teammates reinforcing. Got to be careful of that van that will explode. This might be a fast B, but it is going to be heavily based on Brezzy.
Yeah, Brezzy staying alive is paramount to this. The Notorious Gaming, Brezzy being unalived is paramount to try and retake this one. Maddox Melko will work well. Oh, he doesn't find anything on the flank, though. Vortex is there to find one. Left on his own 1v1. Nelly for the point. Mighty will find it. Oh, you would have thought Brezzy was able to find something there. They want to kind of keep this pressure on, but Relevant of Katana are a little bit peeved by that. The damage is potentially done.
And I did say, based on Brezzy, but got a little bit unlucky. Wasn't able to cut down what he wanted to. Cobra going around the back here again, but we've spoken about this in the past. This strategy works if your teammates can find some kills, because right now they're being punched back into spawn. Fortunately, what it is doing, pulling a couple of players away from that line, so maybe open up an opportunity for them. Now, 2 players hunting Cobra. They know he's here.
You make a fair point. A lot of resources being put in. Cobra just wasting time. If he can find a second, it would be absurd. Almighty, just over the balcony. Is Cobra able to get away? Oh, my. Oh, I thought he'd give it the switcheroo there, Brycey. Yeah. Mighty finds himself on the way and actually finds the kill. Had Melko in hand as well. If Aspect can find this, they are a slither away from picking B up. They haven't been able to get this done. Katana Gaming, it feels like they've been in control of this attack. Haven't solidified it yet. 20 seconds to go. They could do with extending that time.
That's twice. They've done everything right. Only to fall over at the last second. Speaking of the last seconds, they've got to be careful. Sykes is now going to try and farm them off the point. They get 2, but they're going to have to get back on a B to stop the clock again.
Yeah, they're on
Melko's on a 5. Sykes will fly at this one. Melko will go down. Sykes trying to keep them off as well. They've got 10 seconds. They have to recommit.
I think it depends if Aspect finds a kill here. Oh my god, how has he won that gunfight? You can find one, but that is opened up A, and they're now trying to capture this as quickly as they possibly can. But pushing over towards B, attacking on 2 fronts with 9 seconds to go is bold.
At the moment, it's sort of working. Unfortunately, to find his kills. Nanox versus Brezzy. Nanox playing peekaboo over and over again. And they get A. They get the time.
They should have it.
And now they've just got to get the transition in time. I think you're right.
It's 1 tick. Oh, they're counting on Nadox being behind them like this. He can find 1. Cobra spins. Will find it. Continues to survive as well, but will eventually be dealt with. Vortex now left alone at the point. Finds 2. Is he going to be able to lock it in? Can they get there in time? Just about contested. 6v4.
Somehow everybody's still flying in the sight. This has got to be done. Oh my goodness. Everybody throwing bullets towards it, but Katana Gaming will win the attack. But it was a lot closer than I felt it was going to be.
I think it was because it was such a good start from the side of Katana, right? They put themselves in such a good position and pretty much from the rip. You get 2 ticks over towards B that quickly. I mean, you're not chalking the round if you're Notorious by any stretch. As we've seen, it was still difficult for Katana to get the job done. They were, like, so close. Like, I'm talking a kill here or there away from securing it, like, 3 different times. They eventually get it done. Capture A with 9 seconds to go. That made a difference as well. Gives them the time to push over towards B, which they eventually, I think was third or fourth time lucky, managed to find. Saurus has turned now on the attacking side. Can they be as fluid, if you like, as Katana? I love the way they'll be going in between the vault. And that necessarily won't help either. Sanks taking down Melkor. That's 2 dead momentarily. You're going to allow Katana to get some map control.
Notorious find what they need here. But remember, after losing that defense, they really are under the gun a little bit. But Mighty still looking quite happy. Has backup here as well. But one the kill with the help of Melko. They're having a good time with this. They are looking pretty confident on it.
And Bressy dealt with on the flank as well. That should be it. Big kill for Aspect Divine, to be honest with you. Melko gets that kill and pushes up. All of a sudden, it's a dangerous spot to be in. One's about to come in here for the rest of Katana. They're pushing over towards A for one last swing at it.
Nanox. Oh, somebody's going to wreck this. Or tries to go for the long range Jackal, but still back and forth here. They have so much time to play with. Katana really want to push them back into that spawn and hold them there, but not accomplishing that at all at the moment.
Katana kind of running into the fire here a little. Trying to reposition to try and cover across the map so they can't get flanked. Cobra up top there is going to cause a lot of issue. Vortex winning that gunfight against Nadox was big as well. Can't give up that spawn building. Bressy finding another. They're picking them apart a little bit now. Sykes will find a kill though to keep that pressure on. That's brilliant from Cobra, right? I mean, he could have continued to take that gunfight on. He knows staying alive up there is as useful as anything else. They know they have to be wary of him. That takes some attention away from other players, allowing them to do their work as well. Good shots from Vortex. Aspect finding 2. Mighty's the only one who can answer back. This is so good so far from Katana. Bit of a slow start, but they've spread across the map and just made it awkward. Cobra is eventually dealt with.
Ooh, Mighty, there's the peak. Katana are holding on to it now. Aspect. For one. He's going to get the second. Oh, he should have done. Just missed the last few bullets, but Cobra's there to try and get it as well. But Cobra is so weak. Sykes not actually challenging him. Cobra should be able to get his life back. Unfortunately, goes down. Everything I say is going wrong for them right now.
Oh, close spawns. Working out for them. Somebody around the palm trees are going to be there for the trade. Not quite. Aspect surviving. 11 versus 6. Notorious has just been bled slowly here, Bryce.
Still just a chance, but it's not big. They find a kill. No respawns, but I'm not sure that's going to matter at this point. If they don't make this push, it'll be game over. They are onto the point. This is where it gets dangerous. Cobra on the back. Bangs out one, finds 2, and that'll be the game, unfortunately. They thought they had locked it down just enough. Aspect will find one more. And that'll be the defense locked in for Katana.
Cobra even putting his pad down there, I think, knowing that that one was done. And I think for him, like, a lot of credit has to go to him. Here's the best play where he solidifies it over towards the end. Just a tough one. They kind of want to try and stack it, don't they? So they don't necessarily have to worry about any other angle. Just get it stacked, see what we can do. But he deserves a lot of credit for the back building on your right-hand side. 2-story building towards the attacking spawn. Cobra stayed alive for a very long time. So long that he is actually disconnected.
Well, had a few of those today. I suspect that we're going to have a few more as well. But, that's how it works sometimes. But it has been pretty strong from Katana. I will say that. Most of this time, they've really just looked like the better team. Notorious shown signs of brilliance, but I think this is less about, you know, one team looking great and the other team looking bad. I think it's just a little bit of difference in what we're expected to see from these teams. And Katana just, maybe not a level above, but maybe just like a few little bits, a few percentile as a better team overall in these maps. But we're going to go look at Bravo while we get that one up and running again. Of course, right now it should be 1-1 between these two as we hit the same map.
There you go, Brycey. A true Call of Duty Nostradamus that you managed to figure that one out. That was unnecessary, I do apologize. Here we are. P7 now on the attack. Already locking A in. Afterlife advantage. We're feeling good about their chances here. Avenge, though, look, last season S&D was pretty strong for them, if I remember rightly again. So, looking like one of those teams who are going to cause issue in those S&D matches. What's the old saying? S&Ds win championships? I think that was actually disproven that it doesn't. It's actually Hardpoint. Irrelevant of that. We'll try and coin it for Avenge's sake, at least.
Right now, P7, that player did not turn. Nappy's going to come under an awful lot of pressure. He needs to recognize that this is what is about to happen because he's being hunted. We'll go down to the first kill, but a player going to be on here. But there's not a lot of reinforcements for P7. They're not really in a position to help him, but Disarray trying to stay alive for as long as possible.
Shots coming in from Overlay. Good opportunity here for P7 Esports on this attack. It feels like they've had a lot of presence towards this attack and spawn quite a bit. Lampy actually just going to flank through the building as well. Smart play. Now they're all turned around and thinking, yeah, we really do need to deal with them. As the point over towards B starting to tick. Lampy just caused an issue, but everybody finding the gunfight. So Avenge doing a good job of getting this one back. That was looking bad.
Oh, just trying to lock them down. Still got a lot of time, though, but this looks like it's coming down to live ton. I wonder if the teams are going to just adjust their play style for that, because really all they need to do is play a bit of TDM, and Avenge Esports are currently winning that game.
Six versus 8. Heptic's finding another, looking more and more likely like a defensive hold here. Connor in disarray though. Found a couple of kills. Really trying to stay alive. Ooh. All of a sudden they're on to B, and that's a few dead, Bryce.
This is all on Connor. Kill them off the respawn, and this is locked.
Together.
I'm not sure they can either. They do have a player on the flank, but there we go. Connor should clean this up. Doesn't get Callum. The 4 versus 1 though, and I think that means it's going to be over. They win that attack. P7. I said TDM was going to be the beneficial point, and Connor got through and made the kills, and they get their attack.
Positional work. It wasn't looking likely, was it? They were in a good position a couple of times, but found a couple of kills in their spawn. All of a sudden, we're able to walk up the map completely freely, set themselves up well. From there, it's just nice and easy, right? 10 and 4 from Lampy. Close out that round. 1-0 to P7 here in the control.
Here we go. For Avenge Esports, maybe not the greatest time they could have had on defense, but if they can win this attack, all back to square.
See if they can get anything going. It's always, I feel like it's having a good start on Vault Control. It's just so crucial to these attacking rounds. You get pressed in your spawn, all of a sudden you're fighting an uphill battle. Red, fortunately, is still alive. We'll find Overlay as well, so that'll stop any sort of spawn trap shenanigans from beginning. And we'll find a couple of kills. So A now with a little bit of license for Avenge to push up as well. If you can find this gunfighter for Red, that would be massive. Can't get it. It's still capturing over towards A, so looking to try and extend that timer as quickly as they can. Good shots.
And now here comes the push. Disarray knows that he's run away for it. Now on to B. Keep stopping the clock, keep pulling them around here, and they're winning the gunfights. Disarray trying to stay alive, not able to get away with it. Omni movement not going to be enough in that scenario. And that should be an A lock. They've got to get into B though, because that was a full wipe ton.
Yeah, they could have maybe tried to push themselves up, but just want to make sure they secure A, which they have now done. So B now in their sight, but this is obviously the more difficult site to try and get a hold of. P7 is just about trying to play awkward. It's about who can try and find themselves behind enemy lines and try to do something from there. But if you want to continue watching Bravo Stream, you can do it at youtube.com/COD-Challenges. If you want to keep up with this P7 Esports Avenge Esports game. We're going to go back over towards Alpha. Katana Gaming need one final round to solidify this control. Cobra's back into the game. A couple of disconnects today, hasn't he? 2-0 up here, though. They need this attacking round if they want to close it out 3-0, but they have plenty more opportunity if they don't.
Already starting well.
There's the first tick. Doesn't go down though, and they're going to have a lot of pressure from different angles. This is where it gets a little bit dicey. As you can see, Cobra couldn't win that gunfight. Brezzy still staying alive and out though. Still a good amount of time. Very early days for this control yet.
Vortex waiting for somebody to run through the middle here. And just find a pick. Did they even see that it was being captured? Nope, they didn't. Now you got free kill coming in for Vortex. Rest of the team going to try and get up there with him. Mighty was towards the back, causing all sorts of issue, but that's momentarily a 4 dead. So that should be a gone now. Katana looking good in the stacking round now.
And that will be the lock. And they have a good amount of time. Now, I always kind of think this when I think about going from the A to B transition. When you have a lot of time, a lot of lives, they're just like, yeah, they should be able to get this done. But the truth is, it can just be a grind for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If you don't get that lock onto a hit. Now, Cobra's going to get onto this point and save it, but realistically, he has absolutely no support, and he's going to run straight into trouble. You basically need to have a couple of good wipes or get somebody into that backfield. Vortex already finds 2 on the outside and should push that straight up. Sight to the back off here is already weak. 16 health is going to go down. An opportunity for Katana.
Yeah, Notorious didn't reach the close spawns. He spawned B side. Vortex is there to pick up what looked like 2 free kills. He's found a third under the point as well. Brezzy is there to pick up a trade. Yep, there you go. This might be a lock now unless Melko can find a couple. He's going to be able to find one. He's done really well, actually, just to disrupt that. Brezzy momentarily on his own, but not for long. Notorious. Need to get the trainers on pretty quickly and get sprinting.
They've already done enough. They've taken 1 player down. Someone will contest this as that second tick comes towards it. Brady staying alive. Knows where the next player's going to be, but just not winning the trades. Cobra will get 1, but will need to back away.
10v10.
He's done enough. 2 ticks.
Trying to find an inroad over the left-hand side. I don't think they'll expect as many players as this. Still, Aspect on the way over as well will get across. They have time to try and play this, though. They can take their time and just try and pick them apart. Brilliant shots on Anadox. Melko was the next in the fire on line, but Aspect surviving. Just keeping that pressure on over towards this backside. Yep, he's dipped out of there. They'll go searching for him. He ain't even there anymore. Rest of the team, though, dropping.
Aspect. They are waiting for him.
They're trying to hunt him, aren't they? Yep, they get rid of him. There you go.
Katana. This is what I said about it being a grind. 25 seconds left, but the big score is going to be no respawns. Vortex fighting for his life in his own spawn. Brezzy still looking for these kills as well. Cobra has jumped onto the point. It has a little bit of an overwatch. Brezzy's going to try and hit this flank at the right time. Finds 1. It's a 3 versus 6, but at the moment they do have numbers. I don't think he saw him though.
Uh-oh.
3 versus 5. Brezzy's not going to find the kill, and Vortex alone finds 1. Trying to kill Nadox, smashing every window, and will get it. Oh my goodness! Last alive, 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. Notorious stay alive, ton.
Just about. Just about. That was scary for a second. I think that's the thing. Even if you're down, what, 3 or 4 lives at that scenario, it's 1 or 2 kill difference, really, in that situation because of how much they'd actually made inroads at B previously in the round. Managed to find 2 ticks early, those didn't they? And then all of a sudden, it's just that scary thought of 1-4 dead and B is gone. But ultimately, Notorious will manage to find the round. Now an opportunity for Katana to try and close out this game on the defense.
Here we go. Katana do have the lead, but I would have liked to have ended it there and taken this one entirely 3-0. Notorious stay alive, however. Slow roll from this is all about this first bit of positioning.
Vortex now coming around from behind. Oh, that's a big gunfight to win on the Vortex. Brezzy's the only one left. And he will get taken down as well. Good start from Notorious here. This is an early A capture if they can get it.
They're getting a good stack. Look how fast it goes up. You don't see many of those nowadays. But it is blitzing forward. They'll get a full 2 minutes to do this, and they've only died twice. Lost a little bit of map control here. Might see Brezzy push up to try to find a kill. Aspect's going to come under the gun because they've actually spawned his side of the map. Sykes, though, doing the exact same on the other side. They will now have to commit resources to this.
And look at Notorious there, actually, making a bit of an adaptation. New Brezzy was going to try and make the push-up. They kind of waited for a player to get aggressive down the B side of the map to try and get some sort of control for Katana, because they don't really have it. They find the gunfight, they slow them down. So far, so good. I might have jinxed them. Malco now left all alone. They're going to go hunting as well. Brezzy will find them. Brezzy has spawned them back into the middle, so trying to survive now. He can just be awkward here. Yeah, finds one. I imagine he's going to get dealt with. Or not.
I think he saw that guy down there as well. They're still waiting
so
for him.
close. Look at all this attention. Look at all the attention that he's diverting towards him here. They have to get rid of him.
Well, they haven't managed it yet. He's on a 6th streak. Oh, should do now. Bad timing, unfortunately. Will make him go down, but damage might have been enough because Cobra's here as well. Like Cockroach is just coming out from the woodwork to continue to be an issue. Now they've cleared it out, trying to take back map control. Sprinting forward very, very fast. Trying to take advantage of the numbers.
Just such a pain, isn't it? I think Cobra and Brezzy probably wasted about 30 seconds there. Look, as another player. Aspect found a route, but right now Notorious are onto the point. Cobra can find one, not the second. Aspect was on the flank, but was dealt with by Brezzy through the front door now. Mighty dealt with it as well, and now all of a sudden you can push up with your Katana. One last roll of the dice for Notorious Gaming.
I think this should be it. I mean, they will have to just flood this and commit, and that's exactly what they're doing. Already onto it. Cobra waiting the strike. Everybody on the flank here. Vortex is going to be on it, and he gets one kill and backs off. Mighty finds Brezzy. Aspect, everybody. Pinstripe, kill feed, everybody going down, and Cobra has just thrown every bullet into his gun at nothing but trees and vans, and somehow they hold on for another second. Vortex, though, finding a kill. He's on a 5 streak, just trying to beat them back again as everybody piles into this point. The team kill might have been a team kill too far, and Katana, they get the cleanup, they get the round, they get the map, and they get the series.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cobra, we did see that. They get the round anyway. Katana will close this one out 3-0 and a comfortable win against Notorious. Big win for them as well. But this was really the play of the round. Brezzy just staying alive. And back to Story, it just makes it so difficult for the attacking team to really try and find a push here. But back over towards Bravo. Good Avenge. The 2-1 lead here. They obviously have won their defense. Now on the attack and not looking bad, Brezzy.
Certainly aren't.
I mean, they're looking fantastic if you ask me. Actually, they're about to take a 2-1 lead, and there you go. Wow.
Oh, there we go.
That's a big map win, by the way. P7 Esports are currently not doing too bad in this group. Avenge finding themselves now in the lead in this series. Looking solid here, Bryce.
This is what we said. Competitive all the way through. These teams continue to rock. Obviously, Katana 3-0'd their game and looked pretty confident, but Avenge and P7 is still going. They've got a map 4 to come up as well, but who knows how that one is going to end.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a really interesting game. Avenge now finding their respawn. They're at least going to get to see a search and destroy if they don't manage to close out on map number 4. So that's a big game. Avenge, if they can find a win here, that's absolutely massive in the... I mean, how things are going to work out in the playoffs in Group A. I mean, that's a big win if they can find it now. In a good position to try and do so.
Well, these are the highlights from the Katana game we just watched. And like I said, I don't think there's a massive difference between these two teams, but there was a bit of a clear difference, is the best way to put it, between them as they went through the maps. The hard point, it could have gone either way. Realistically, Katana did open up that lead pretty nicely. The S&D was all Katana, if we're being honest. And this control... also, I'm going to say, felt pretty Katana heavy. Even with the one that Notorious ended up getting that round from, it didn't feel very easy for them to do so.
Yeah, I think it was always looking like Katana, right? I mean, if you look at that, that is a very comfortable scoreline. That's a scoreline to be really happy with. You're going against a very decent team. You're now sitting at 3-0. Pretty dominant throughout your group. It's looking good so far for the side of Katana Gaming. You've dealt with a lot of close competition. Be looking to try and solidify that first place as well, Bryce. If they can get that done, they'll be more than happy.
I certainly will. And I mean, it's one of those ones when we talk about some of these teams that when we had the I say roster mania, the challengers roster mania that happens all the time.
Yeah.
It was kind of curious where these players were going to go. You know, Vortex was one of those players that was, I was going to say, I felt like he was left out in the cold a little bit. So for him to kind of bounce back and have the success with Katana that he's currently having is great to see. But how far can they take you? You've got to remember as well, this is not the easiest thing to do. But at the moment, all good. We'll be right back, though, here on Challenge Elite with more games after this and the conclusion of some of our series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenge Elite. We're jumping into our Bravo stream. This is P7 Esports versus Avenge. Going to the hard point. Currently 2-1 to Avenge as they took the control.
Yep, looking good for Avenge. Solid in the search and destroy. Get the job done there. Get yourself an attacking round on the side of Vault Control and you can win that game. I'll find themselves in an okay spot here as we rotate now towards P4. here on Skyline. Callum doing well to survive as long as he did. Eventually does get taken down. P7 Esports be disappointed to be down in this series. Now having to find their way back with a map 4 and 5 win if they want to take it. Long road for them at the moment, Brycey, but not doing too bad here on Skyline.
See that is a big wipe for them as well, and P7 looking to lock in the last little bit of time here. Can they get a good transition? Well, this race team like that, they're certainly going to have a good transition. And on to P1 we go. You can see Avenge not really committing anyone to the point yet. They know they haven't really locked down. Lampy continuing to overextend, and we'll find that kill as well. That causes problems for Avenge.
A lot of problems because P7 Esports are picking up some good time over towards P1. Got spawns for P2 and a healthy lead at that. 16 to 9 for Lampy. Ellie makes a 17 with a great snap on a Julian. They can't quite find it. Disarray trying to stay alive inside of the point. Has some Overwatch as well. 35 seconds to play for here, Brycey. And they've soaked up some good time. And try and keep a hold of the spawns if they can, though. Overlay. Well, fully streaked out. In a good position to help his team out. Potentially, when you think about it, over towards P4 is probably where you're going to see it. Maybe P3 for a break. We'll see.
Oh, big kill for him. Right, just lining them up, and he's only 13 and 12. Every time I see him, that is a laser in his hands. Now he's doing some serious work right now. Heptic's trying to get through and find one there. Oh, so going to get the second. Going straight into it as well.
No way.
Got the third. Lampy gets away with a breath of health. Nova continuing this. What could have been a break for Avenge has just gone to bits.
No, that's unfortunate for Heptix. He did a lot of good work. Couldn't quite get the job finished, but he's now found another 2, and is that the break now coming? Lampy does have somebody spawning behind him, so he is going to have a little bit of help. 35 seconds to play for here. Avenge soaking up the time, but it could be a potential split push that's going to come through for P7. And yeah, you know what? Honestly, I want to really give some good credit to the guys at the back of the spawn. It was Lampy and Disarray who just kept themselves alive, kept being a nuisance, and everybody else who spawned on the other side of the map sweeps on through. And there's the hold. 15 seconds to play with here. P7 Esports going to have a chunky lead by the time we head over towards Kitchen.
Not even close at the moment. P3 coming up, and Avenge have really put all their eggs in this basket now. Got an awful lot of time towards P2. Gave up all of that control, and well, they've already lost a couple of big gunfights. Worried about the pinch, and they should be, because there are players everywhere, and that is about as clean as a transition from P2 to P3 as you will find.
Smashing work. Now in a really good position here, P7 Esports, to take this map away. 40 seconds to go. Really, if you're an Avenge fan, you need to see them find themselves a break here, and they're going to. 35 seconds remaining. Spawns for P4, not in their favor. P7 Esports as well, remember, they do have a hold of a Hellstorm as well. Connor reads that well. Let's trade for his teammate. Julian's the only one who can answer to break back into P3. P7 now in a phenomenal spot to send us to map number 5.
Here comes more pressure towards the back. Alan finds one and actually out of there and finds a second, not able to get the third and out. It just feels like P7 Esports, just when they could lose momentum, when they could maybe find themselves under a bit of pressure, just find the kills. And all of a sudden can breathe. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't seem to be a big push as Disarray just continues to hammer everybody looking at him.
Not backing down. Just holding down these angles. They're doing so well here. P7 Esports being very dominant here on the Skyline. Julian finding 2 though. Break gonna come through, but is the damage done? 70 seconds is about the difference. But if you can hold down this 25, Avenge Esports will not be in too bad of a position. Really does feel like that break could be a bit of a swing. Heptix will find a kill over towards his backside. P7 to let this go, they would have been down nearly 100 points. They've now managed to get a hold of the final bit of scrap time, and it's only going to be about a 40-point difference. 1 point can swing very quickly, and this might be a good example of it. Yes, okay, they will still be behind, but it could have been a lot worse than this.
The question is now, though, whenever a team crosses 200 points, they can win in just one hill, and it means that, yeah, basically if you're behind, you have to fight scrap time, you have to fight the rotation, you have to do everything correctly. P7 though, dropping the missile and not... Oh, actually does manage to curve it in. P7, all they really have to do is just play this out reasonably well.
I mean, it's 30 seconds now up for grabs. They've really got to just not lose the spawns for P2. They already have a bit of a split, which actually is going to help them try and retake P1. Yep, here we go. On a disarray overlay. Yeah, it's a 4 dead. Clean one at that as well. Spawns, how are they going to sit? Callum with a big kill over towards P2. P7 Esports going to start picking up time. Callum finds another, but the rest of his team are not getting across the map. Callum is doing everything he possibly can. And there's the P2 spawns. There's the scrap time. And all of a sudden, this is doable. Avenge have the spawns they want. Can they hold them down?
Callum's still alive. This is a 4 streak.
He's done so well.
There's an opportunity. They can't win it here. P7 will if they break.
Oh, there's panic from P7 a little bit. They've got to just take their time. Dot your I's, cross your T's. Make sure you're going with this push in the right kind of way. Avenger just soaking up time. Why is Lampy just pushing in there all on his own? Like, this is what I mean. Teams are starting to panic. P7 are starting to panic.
They can't get into it. And now P7 cannot win on this hill either. Push coming through. Lampy, that's big. A little bit of a distraction.
There you go.
Lampy will find another one. They've broken P2. They cannot win it on it. However, Callum tries to come to the rescue. And for revenge, this happened last time. They got the P3 rotation and P7 came off of P2, but they broke it almost instantaneously. This time, Avenge have to do more.
Trying to put pressure on over towards P2 and have failed in doing so. Have you allowed maybe a gap to be created? The push over towards P3. Overlay, oh, he's just dropped down and gets taken down. Lampy, though, is going to find another. 60 seconds to play with here. Both teams can obviously win it. P7 Esports 12 away. Avenge 25 themselves. Good shots coming in. Every single kill that comes in for P7 is so influential. Overlay, oh my goodness. He may well have just secured the game. Spawning too far away if you're Avenge Esports. 5 seconds to go. You've got to get running through the middle of the map. 3 seconds. Can they get a touch? It does not matter. They are all dead. Things got scary for P7, but they get the job done. Map number 5 we go.
Again, P2 to P3. You have control of it. You make a few kills and then just lose it. Now, it was 10-second break again. And realistically, that's when they had to hold up. I mean, they lost the P2. And you kind of expected after kind of being attacked over and over again. We've seen big P3 holds. It's not easy to hold P3. I'm not sitting here saying that at all, but you had to. That's the difference. You had to hold it that time, and you weren't able to.
Yeah, really tough. Because honestly, I want to give them a lot of credit with the transition from 4 to 1 to 2 was really good, and they really did bring it back. It was what I want to say, it was potentially like an 80-second difference at one stage during that game. The fact that they were able to bring it back to force it to really come down to a final hill, and whoever's going to win that break was a good job from the side of Avenge, who seemed to be improving for me. Not too bad of a map for them. Skyline, clearly. Heptic's doing a sensational job. And it did feel as if P7, okay, they'd be happy with the win, but it did seem as if they were flapping a little bit towards the end there, Pricey. Eventually do get the job done, though, and do force that map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give credit to both teams. I mean, like you said, P7 had control most of the time. Avenge Esports, great fight back, but also P7 to clutch up. But there are so many highlights you can really take from that game. I mean, Callum being one of them here. This is what kind of gave them the catalyst to even have an opportunity. But you thought that maybe they would take the lead. Unfortunately, getting broken after, I think it was about 18 seconds after that first clip. And then this all fell down here. How on earth Overlay snapped onto that second player without being traded against? I don't know. But I think the slaying tells the story. Julian really the only one on there, maybe with Callum as well. But Heptic's not having a great game, even though we saw him have a big 2-piece earlier on in the game. I thought, yeah, he's frying. Yeah. Not really, even though with a lot of damage. It's kind of weird. Keep an eye on that one. Look at Callum's kills to damage, and then look at Heptic's.
Does make a difference, doesn't it? Maybe just not finishing. He's done it, Bricey. Helping out on the assist side.
37 deaths apiece for him and Red. Like that's a lot of hitting the respawn. That is full sprint, full time.
That is engagement, to say the least, right? I mean, they've been outslayed pretty heavily by the looks of things in the end, and still really did force it. But I suppose that kind of shows, right? I mean, you've seen that 2-piece that Heptic's picked up pretty much got them going for that breakover towards P2, which they got the majority of the time for, which forced it to go all the way to the kitchen spawn. So it's not necessarily about how many kills you make. If you make a couple of really important ones, that can win you the game. But irrelevant of that, it didn't. I'm gonna stay on Skyline for a Search and Destroy. Last Search and Destroy was won by Avenge on Hacienda, a 6-3 victory there. They pulled it out the bag in the control, Very close maps here, though, between these two teams. And, I mean, for Revenge, this could be a massive, massive win. We think P7 will probably be fine. I mean, they've got another tough game, though, Brycey. They're going to be going up against Disworld after this and play Noctem in their final game in group stage next week. This is one of those games for both two teams that you could do with winning.
Well, they've gone the distance and already thrown down some blows here, and look like it's going to be Connor alive for a potential 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. Avenge, take first blood.
Yep, no trophies. Aggressive? I was saying aggression and aggressive at the same time there. Looking up words. Whatever word. Yeah, well. What is? Aggression.
Well, you just put, if you put aggression and
I
aggressive
went,
together, you have to
think
take
instead of
both
aggressive, I think I
words.
went aggressive. I think that's kind of where I was at. I know how words work typically, but I mean, in this occasion, I seem to be struggling. Who wasn't struggling? Bill Pricey was Avenge Esports, just very aggressive, pushing over towards A. No trophies available makes it very easy if you can find that first gunfight.
Well, let's see how they play this second round. Avenge, Callum will find that kill. Oh, a little bit of cow coming down there, but that nade will help him out. It backs the player off. With the bomb down, they have a good amount of map control.
Yeah, Avenge look comfy here, don't they? It's the best word I could use to describe it. Because they know exactly what they want to do, know exactly what they have covered. It's been pretty flawless so far. Connor can find himself a kill. And maybe give them some hope, but that bomb is down from Avenge. Hopefully is dealt with. Connor now left in 1 versus 3. This is clean from Avenge so far through 2 rounds.
Just confidence flowing off Callum, I think. You can see when he goes to those gunfights, he knows exactly where he wants to be, and picks up 3 that round. Just played that position perfectly, and once they got that first blood, it was basically over, really. Like, they never looked like they were in any danger.
They haven't looked like they've missed a beat so far, have they? See if Avenge can keep things going here. Callum on a 4 spree, as he said, he just looks arguably delusional confident. There you go, though. There's a first blood for the side of P7. Heptix is dealt with on the left-hand side. Connor from bedroom, by the looks of things. Not going to be able to find anything there with the RCXD. What you may well have just found is a little bit of map control for it. For the most part, Avenge not getting much out of it.
Still a bit of a time burn. P7, even with this advantage, haven't made a move. Disarray will now clear sight. And with sight being cleared, they'll put this one down, and Avenge will know this, but can they commit at the right time? Disarray going around again. It's a huge kill for them. They may have just secured the round, as Disarray does what Callum did last time. Plays the pocket, gets the kills. Callum will try and kill Disarray from a long distance. Will get it. But it would be an incredible 1v4 to pull off.
Just want to try and work on Strix if you can. I think him staying alive here is going to kind of be paramount. If you can find another kill, I'd imagine he'll try and push for it. He's going to give it a go. He's not bothered about the streak at all, is he? He's just through P7, get their first round. A lot better. We're getting ran through for 2 rounds against Avenge here, but find themselves the win. Steady the ship in round number 3. It's nothing worse than when you get bodied over 2 rounds and just sort of think, right, okay, we just get ourselves around. Settle everything down. That's exactly what they've done now. 7 Esports well and truly into this game number 5.
Here comes the push, though. Will Avenge go for another aggressive push towards A? With that break coming down, 2 are committing to this very quickly. Trophy going to be out as well. P7 have called this, though. They do have body stacked here. Callum in position once again. Now, obviously, benefit of the COD vision is that we know that it's open. We also know that players are pushing across catwalk and have already got there.
Julian trying to find an angle, but the info was there. Oh, Callum might be the guy here. Look at everybody pushing. They're getting really aggressive. Julian needs to be dealt with here. P7 Esports give up a lot of map control, but then gain it by finding Julian. It was a 1-for-1 trade. Connor will find another one, though. He gets Callum, who's still over this side of the map. Oh, Overlay reloading. Does he get a little bit of time? He didn't even see him. The shots are fantastic. Looking for another. Doesn't manage to find it if you're Heptix. And that is a little bit of a breakdown. Venge did well throughout the first half of the round, but It's got a little bit shaky, if anything.
And I think just the lack of information was probably an issue there for Avenge. You got to think Callum was far ahead. Player's got to cross catwalk, and then Callum actually committed. So what I don't know if you saw on the minimap, Callum committed as soon as he knew that player had crossed over. Unfortunately, once they made that first kill, Connor turned and would have seen him coming up the stairs when he peeked his head up, and Connor with an AR just ripped him to bits. And then they basically had an uneven trade and lost the numbers.
Aggressive here from Avenge. Look at the stacking over towards A, and you just kind of let Callum go. He does get traded. As far as the defensive team goes, that's not so bad. Another 5 spray. 6 holding here. He's going to have some work to do in his second. Holds these shots, can find one. The second would have been brilliant. Doesn't quite get that. Julian tries to jump in immediately. Now Red left in a 1 versus 2, all on his own. They send it. That's crazy behavior.
Could have worked. A little bit of timing. You're not going to work though. P7 will get that one onto the board. And these rounds really are going back and forth. No idea who's coming up here. And this is what he was hoping for. This raid he was hoping would be turned, but was facing the right way.
That was a send if I ever did see one from Red. I like Avenge in a good position there. I like they were in a great position in this search and destroy. After 2 rounds, it was like, oh, this one might be over quickly. All of a sudden, they're 3-2 down. It's Call of Duty things, right? Dick's trying to get something going over towards this A side. What did ever Avenge have been trying to do over the last 3 rounds? It ain't working. RC dealt with. I don't know, back up a little bit. Avenge getting aggressive. As you know, when that RC comes through, there's somebody without their gun in their hands. Can't find him though. All you can find is Disarray, who very much did have his SMG. Aimed down sights. Avenge now left in here, 3 versus 4 on the attacking side. He will get this bomb down over towards A. Can it be a hard hold?
Look at this pressure coming through. P7 have made a call.
Gotta find something, Red.
They have the numbers, but this is a bit of a chaotic map split everywhere. Red's gone for a run.
Himself a good spot, but Callum's actually planted the other side, so this is not ideal. Heptix needs to find something. Red now left all on his own, and it's just so hard to check this bomb from where he is. Can find the first, not the second. That might have given him a chance, but there goes Connor. He'll pick it up. It's 4 rounds in a row from P7.
And was just a crazy round. I mean, P7 basically just were everywhere. They were all over the map, and what it really did was Avenge just didn't know what to expect. They're like, I don't know where they are. They can come from every single direction. Got taken down in the end, and that long run by Red, it could have worked out great. Unfortunately, P7 were not playing the same game.
Disarray now with the RC as well. So expect them to cause a little bit of havoc with that. Avenge just came out the gates, absolutely flying in map number 5, and they've faltered ever since. Callum is definitely having a good game. I know the leaderboards are still broken. Can't really check, but Connor sitting in 9 and 3. Callum will be up there as well. I'd imagine with a couple more, actually, considering... Oh, okay, no, talking absolute rubbish. He's 6 and 4. I swear it said he was on a 5 spray at one stage. Or am I being trolled again by Codecaster?
Who knows? Who really knows? There's been a few bugs this season, but Disarray is on a 4, and that'll be a 5. Right. Hey, down. So you have the numbers. Oh, just that player's hold. We'll go down. Slightly more durable now. Disarray's going to choke it and just get him. I was going to say chase, but come out a bit wrong. But he's got it, and Julian left in a 1 versus 3.
Was that your version of aggressive there, was it?
I think it was. I think it was. I'm not entirely sure what's happening to us this evening, but it's all going slightly wrong for us. But it's not going wrong for P7. 5-2 now in the S&D.
A bit of brain decay settling in maybe after all these years, Brycey. Here we are though. What seems to be decaying is, well, Avengers' chances of winning this game. P7 looking solid now. I think that actually may well be 5 rounds in a row. It is. Avenge came out the gates absolutely swinging from the hip. Looked great over the first 2 rounds. P7 Esports have, well, quite quickly put them to bed here by the looks of things. Unless Avenge can turn this one around pretty sharpish. It'll be a really big win for P7. Love this hit though. When you're 5-2 down, you've lost 5 rounds in a row, just send it towards it.
It's not worked. It's
not
not worked at all.
Not worked at all, no.
Red is the last one alive. A 1v4 to stay in the game and just tickles overlay. Lampy's not going to take a bullet either. And Disro's had a wonderful time. 7 streak Lampy. He won't die.
Right, our bullets at this rate.
Actually, yeah, he's going to run out of ammo before he gets a kill. Oh, Lampy is just playing with... look at this. P7, this is discipline, by the way. The last potential round, a 1 versus 4, and the rest of the team aren't engaging.
I don't know if it's discipline or being boring. I'm going to go for the latter.
Just have a commit. Just have to get out his pistol. He's run out of bullets. He gets the kill and does eventually go down. And that will be P7 Esports with the S&D. They take the series. And yeah, maybe also cruel, really. I mean, I know there's like obviously not making mistakes, but you're 5-2 up. It's 1 versus 4, and you just let the player sit back and spawn and waste his ammo.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts there, quite literally. That was an interesting round to finish things up, but really, really impressive from P7 to bring that one back. Considering Avenge, as mentioned multiple times, they came out and looked really, really good. Those first 2 rounds, kind of without those trophies being available, they it felt like they could throw caution to the wind to a certain degree. Push forward, get aggressive, find the kills, make the round happen. After that, they lose 6 in a row. So you tell me, Brycey, how on earth S&D was kind of being planned out. Irrelevant of that, they'll probably be disappointed. I think if it were Avenge, that was a really good opportunity to get a win against a team who are considered in the top 4. And that would have put you in a good position to try and push for playoffs yourselves. Now you're really going to have to fight it the hard way. For Avenge, that is a disappointment. For P7, well, I want to say it's a slight relief finding that win. You suddenly lose that against Avenge. You then go into the mix with everybody else, and you're fighting for that potential 3rd, 4th spot. Whereas now, they're in a much more comfortable position. They find the win in a 3-2 victory. 2 hard points and an S&D to close things out. Work on vault control, maybe. Work on Hacienda search and destroy, definitely. Hard point looking solid, though.
Well, we'll see how that pans out for them, though. Of course, into the groups, and big win for P7 as they go through. But it was a bit of a grueler, really. At one point, you were wondering whether or not they were going to be able to pull it off, but got there in the end. And I believe that wraps up our first set of games for the evening, as everyone should be done, as that game has gone the distance. But it's going to be interesting to see the way the standings update, because it's about halfway through. But we'll be all back with that and more in just a little while. Don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty action coming up on Challengers Elite.
Welcome back to Challengers Elite. This is time for our second set of games of the day, Ton, and already we are shaping up to have a good time.
Yeah, we've already had two really good games over on Alpha and Bravo. For our very first game, we obviously seen Katana take a win against Notorious. Well, I might as well talk through Group B after I've said that. Katana finding the win and keeping themselves a 3-0. Clutch Rain also 3-0. Also, keep an eye on that game when that comes up. Katana against Clutch Rain. That should be super interesting. BBHH getting their first win on the board, but Notorious Gaming falling to Katana on our Alpha stream. But over in Group A, Notorious and Noctem both sitting at 3-0. P7 eventually getting the win up against Avenge, who are now sitting at 0-3. 1 and 2 would have looked a lot better. But the game we're going to concentrate on here, Brycey, over on Alpha, Team Notorious taking on Noctem. One of those two teams is going to have a 0 deleted from their record. Somebody's got to lose.
Somebody does, as you can see the rest of the schedule here. Obviously, this is our Alpha Stream second game slot. And then after this, it's North American time as we go to Royal Spartans and Destro Gaming. Law Gaming and Omit Brooklyn will throw down. But of course, that is across the pond, 3,000 miles away and in a few hours. Right now, though, Bravo Stream is going. We're going to have BBHH against Clutch Rain. Another pretty big game for that group happening on our Bravo Stream, which we will check into whenever we get an opportunity.
Yeah, two very, very big games actually here. For BBHH, they're going up against an undefeated Clutch Rain. I think you've got to be in a bit of a difficult spot there, but they found themselves a win. They are not necessarily in the worst position ever, but a win against Clutch Rain will be absolutely massive for them, just to try and get some confidence going again. As said, we will keep an eye on that over on Bravo.
We certainly will, of course, though. But let's talk a little bit about the teams we're about to see. Team Notorious, the first team we kind of take a little look at here, and you should know most of these names. F. Eric Boom, Rafi, and Afro have been one of the favorites for the Elite Series, and a lot of people pointing out just how good Afro has been in Challengers. Although I have heard a few rumblings, Ton, that they are still obviously right up there with the Elite, but maybe not as untouchable as they were.
Yeah, they've been dropping a lot more maps, to be honest with you, especially against some, with all due respect, some lesser opposition. Okay, they found the 3-0 win against Avenge Esports, but then dropping a map over towards P7 in the hardpoint, also dropping a map to Disworld, so they are very far away from untouchable this season, and they're going to be going up against a team who have looked fairly untouchable themselves, going up against Noctem. Now, Noctem taking the win against Disworld 3-2. That was a really close series, but since then, they have been running through teams. They've looked sensational since that point, beating Avenge 3-0, then going up against Annex. Okay, those are the two teams at the bottom of the leaderboard when it does come down to Group A, but they have been able to find these wins quite comfortably. But this one should really, based on the fact that they're both 3-0, decide who's going to finish first in this group. For Noctem, for them, going up against Disworld and only doing that in the 3-2 manner will probably disappoint them. I think there was a couple of maps that they could have done better on in that one, but Disworld really pushing them the distance. Noctem will be looking to be maybe just to be a little bit cleaner today. Yes, okay, they're sitting at 3-0, but will need to improve if they want to go really far in the playoff side of things.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do it, because and I feel like I've said this a lot here, but maybe it's just we keep seeing so many talented players, and the way that some of these rosters have kind of shaken out, there are exceptional players all the way through most of these groups, right? And you combine that with the fact that some of the new teams and players that are coming in, also very good. There really isn't that big of a gap, I don't believe, in this. Normally you have a couple of teams that just get absolutely beaten. But now it seems like everybody's taking maps off everybody, more or less, as they go through. But this is how this will go. You can see a triple vault to kick things off. Hardpoint, search, and control. The trifecta of vault. Then a skyline hardpoint and a red card if we make it there, Ton.
Yeah, triple vault. I mean, teams are going to have to get used to this one pretty quickly. Yeah, look, we haven't seen anything from Team Notorious whatsoever. Of course, we have already seen Noctem go up against Disworld in our very first game. That went all the way on long man distance. So for us here, I think on Alpha, at least anyway, on the mainstream, it's about trying to figure out how good Team Notorious are. Noctem are going to come into this with confidence because they're 3-0. Team Notorious will be the favorites in this series. But as mentioned, it has seemed as if they are starting to drop a couple of maps here and there. Are the competition catching up? Are they falling off? Let's find out. Up against two undefeated teams here in this second game of the day and the last game of the week here on European Challengers. Excited to see how this one unfolds. I'm leaning Team Notorious, but let's see, Brycey. I'm open for a surprise as well.
Well, let's find out. Only time will tell us the truth. Nocturne Esports, certainly not a team to be sniffed at, but Team Notorious are the big bad of this group. Afro going to be the first player in, and so much has been said about him last Challenger Elite stage, and that is a terrible, terrible break for Notorious. Knock him down.
Where you want to start. Interested to see how Pack can continue. Noctem, he had a really decent game yesterday. Denza, of course, will have went up against a load of these Team Notorious members over and over and over again. So yeah, things are going to transpire between these two. Pack already starting nicely, 2-0 on the AR side of things. But P2 rotation is going to be coming in 20 seconds. Rafi trying to hold it down will be dealt with. But not looking too bad for Noctem so far. A little bit of a wipe coming on through, apart from Eric Boom, but they have held a hold of the spawns that you want to keep. And that's going to be a decent lead for them as well on top of it. Nice job.
Is staying alive, just dancing about here, and pretty much the best possible start they could have here with the rotation hitting. Should be able to jump in. You can already see that's another big wipe for them as well. Just trying to make sure they've got the spawn correctly, and they have. You can see the push out going through as well as Detain continues to pile on the pressure. There's another 2 for him, alive and out with 5 health. Notorious running around a little bit lost.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough right now. Struggling here in the hard point. This feels a little bit disjointed, doesn't it? They have the star quality to just randomly find a break, which is what seems to be the plan right now, because other than that, it's actually been very disjointed. Noctem schooling them at this moment in time. Detain momentarily left all on his own though. Potential break could come here for Notorious. Detain does well to find one. We'll just stave off this push momentarily. Kez can only find one as well, but it's keeping the Team Notorious out of it. Noctem soaking up time. Notorious need to find a rotation and find some good time very, very quickly, else this game will run away from them.
P3 has to be a change in the momentum. Must happen. There we go. More points already on P3 than they got from P1 and P2.
Wouldn't be hard.
Very uncommon just to see that Notorious don't get anything really from those first 2 hills, but somehow making it go on what is typically not a money hill and just bleeding it for time.
I suppose if you're going to have a bad couple of hills, the start is kind of the place you want to do it. Just don't do it in the late game. Managed to get 27 seconds there. They're really going to try and concentrate on rotation over towards P4. They've already lost that rotation. Noctem looking good for this as well, but some scrap time over towards P3 will be soften the blow of this rotation, which is going to be painful. They're going to get some scrap, about 17 seconds. They should be able to pick all of that up. Rogue's one out there for the side of Noctem, though. Could benefit them in stopping some scrap time. Isn't going to benefit them as we rotate over towards the next hill. Keep an eye on the spawn still coming through. They do get the scrap time. They're able to push up, so not a total disaster here for Team Notorious, and spawning Noctem out.
Back and making a move. Look at this. 4 players jumping towards it. That's a great transition. Locked it down. That's exactly what Team Notorious need. Knocked them out. Bringing it back in as well, and that's a huge 3 kills. Just when you thought Notorious might have the upper hand, they find themselves in a horrible position. Bodies swarming all over. Eric Boom just trying to hold on against everybody. And somehow, Notorious, after being squeezed, refused to give up the juice.
I mean, there's a 3v3 on the site. They spawn 1 player out. If you knocked him, and Notorious just hold on tight. As soon as Eric Boom finds 2 there, it is a disaster for Noctem to try and bring themselves back. And this game has changed very, very quickly. 20 seconds to go here. Over towards P4, Rafi towards the back, and they're so sticky, these spawns. Literally got to be in the building, in the point. Spawn Team Notorious out. You haven't been able to do that. Denza will find 2, though. That's a nice break to try and find, but it's for what? 7, 8 seconds? Denza's done brilliantly to find 3, but 3 for absolutely nothing. And after the terrible start, well, Team Notorious have the ever so slenderest of leads heading into the second rotation.
Has been what a game of 2 halves. See who though comes out on top here. Last time around, Noctem just had such a great time on P1 and P2. They'll be looking to repeat it. Notorious had to fight back like lions, ready to get it back to a tie game. Pack is having another great time. Also played so well yesterday after the team change from Twisted that he's certainly going to be a player that a lot of people are keeping an eye on, and that's the reason why. 4 streak.
Better here from Team Notorious, though. They do have the spawns that they want. 18 seconds to go. Noctem again, though. Having a lot of success over towards P1 in the middle of the vault. Good shots from the day. That might be a reason why he doesn't find the second. The Notorious now, though, this is a lot more stable, right? They have that rotation over towards P2. And it's got to maybe start to cook a little bit. And it's go on this hill. Noctem 10 points in the lead. That P2 rotation is in, though. The kills will follow. And there's some big time on offer now, Bricey, for Team Notorious, and a hefty lead with it if they can hold it down.
F-Dot going to be one of those key players for them, and
Oh, big shots.
My goodness. Notorious, and they are really pushing this one out as well. F-Dot goes for the reach. Unfortunately, not able to continue that 5 streak. Rafi sitting out towards Paul, knows there's going to be players here. Gets one, tries to turn and burn for the second. Not able to get it. Gets cut down by the trade. Afro looking for it as well, but he's going to be seen. Doesn't wind up, wins the gunfight, but gets traded as well. This trade's actually benefiting Notorious here as they're still in the point.
We're trying to survive. Eventually the break will come through, but for on the sake of 10 seconds or so, but Noctem will stop the bleeding a little. Good shots from Afro, who's now starting to warm up into this game. 21-50. Just so hard to deal with, isn't it? Now inside the point, plenty of cover. I think for Noctem here, it's about just trying to flip this map if you can, as well as stopping Team Notorious picking up some good time here over towards P3.
Oh, Rafik just going to go down. Was hoping to find somebody spreading. Eric Boom covering the middle of the map. Gets caught. Really wasn't ready for that engagement.
Afro and Rafi. I'm trying to find a couple of kills, but it's a momentary spawn out for Team Notorious on the rotation over towards P4. 24 seconds to play for here. That spawn is going to benefit them as far as this hill goes. Where they're going to spawn again now. Let's keep an eye on those gold ones. Yep, we're spawning them down to the bottom right. So momentarily they are going to be at a disadvantage, although they find all the kills, so that's always going to help. Eric Boom there for the rotation. We'll start to find a little bit of scrap time and a little bit more. There's 3 for Eric. Gets some time under his belt. His team absolutely locked it in over towards P4. This is the first time the Team Notorious are going to have an opportunity to really extend their lead.
Eric Boom still going. Throwing up those layers of defense. They already got through, though. Afro's going to try and cut down any reinforcements. Finds the Tane. Already moving along for the rest here as Rafi almost takes 2 down the backfield. Chow comes up from F-Dot. Make sure that's cleaned up before players can get behind. Denza towards the back against Eric Boom. Finds it. Will be traded, though, by Afro. Notorious just doing a really good job of not allowing them to get too many numbers forward. But they win this slaying battle over and over again.
I really just like that kind of play from F-Dot. Jumps out the hill, so you really don't have any information where the players are, where they're sitting. As you try and make the push. And yeah, I said that this is going to be a bit of a tough one for Noctem now. Notorious really did everything correct as we headed into this 4th hill. Well, the game was pretty much tied before we headed into a second rotation. I think Noctem might have got themselves 35 points in that rotation of hills. Pricey was Team Notorious locking down 110, 120 points. It is a big, big difference now.
Here comes the pressure, though. Noctem still trying to fight for this, and a good P1 and P2 could rescue them. I just feel like it's been a different gear for Notorious since we kind of got back into this point. All down, though, apart from one left into the point. That goes down as well. Rafi gets taken out. Afro trying to make the hero play. Almost takes down Denza, but gets out of there with his life. And for Noctem, it's not been too bad. They haven't got an awful lot of time onto this, but they haven't given it up either and still have that P2 spawn.
Oh. Eric seems to have come alive in the second half of this game, though, hasn't he? Yeah, just reading it all absolutely perfectly. There you go. P2 rotation should be locked in now for the side of Team Notorious, and it's all down to Eric. Down a couple of kills, locks down those side. But Kez has done really well here. Maybe a little bit of a misstep. Isn't able to find the 3rd. F-Dot can trade that, but there you go. The break should be coming in. Still spawns towards the back for Team Notorious, though. The big gunfights upcoming now. Afro finds one. F-Dot another. Denza is able to answer back with not 1 but 2. Rafi now all of his own. Is he going to read this from Denza? Yes, he does see him, but needs some reinforcements. Pretty sharpish.
Rafi trying to stay alive. Pull it through. Somehow got it as well.
No
My
way.
goodness! Rafi didn't get those kills on the kill feed, but somehow made it work. And the rest of the team swooped with him, and there's no way he should have been alive with that many bodies and just a pistol as Afro goes berserk as well. 35 kills to 26. They're going to lose that hill, but maybe just a moral victory.
Yeah, they did well, all things considered. Noctem looked like they did a great job to try and find the break, but Team Notorious just bat them away. They will manage to get the scrap time, though. They have closed the gap. The gap for Team Notorious to the win is a lot smaller than the gap between these two teams right now. Detain doing a really good job here, though. Going to try and push over towards this back spawn building. Pack will find F-Dot as well. All of a sudden, you're in a really good spot for P4, but you need to concentrate on P3. You cannot let Team Notorious get a hold of this.
Notorious already fined 2. Pack gets taken down without seeing the player he was waiting for, and you are right. Notorious will just bleed this time now. That's all they've got to do. Getting the point, stay down, and Noctem are not close. Detain has to go for the flank, finds the player, knows where he's going to be, and unfortunately gets seen before he can do too much damage. Almost like Notorious are taking their foot off the gas here. They're just playing for position rather than points. And that's why.
And that is exactly why. 9 seconds to go here. They don't have the tick. It's all about this rotation over towards next. Pack is here. Trying to hold it down. He's going to have to do something for his team. Team Notorious only 10 seconds away. Needs to stay alive. Reinforcements are not far away. A bit of a split here for Team Notorious. You need to stay alive towards the backside. Eric Boom is dealt with. Denzel will find another. This is an opportunity for Noctem to get some good time.
They have it locked in. Going to start spreading out in just a second to take all of these as Notorious do the same thing. Trying to hit from different angles. Pack's already going to find out where Afro's going to be. Doesn't manage to take him down, though. It's Rafi. Denzel knows he's about to come under some fire here as 2 players hit towards the back. Eric Boom and Afro trying to combine. Eric Boom's already down. Afro will win the first gunfight and the second against Detain, and now he's going to push forward. Has a reinforcing teammate with him as well. Afro, can he do any more? He cannot. That is rebuffed.
Yes, he's done really well to find that second one, but still the pressure continues. Noctem have done a really good job in this rotation. Gone pretty even. Den's on a 5 spree. Pack on a 5 spree. Damn you, Codecaster. Make it a 6. Not going to be there. Afro for the 2. And after all that good work over towards P3 and over towards P4, you're going to lose it on P1. Yeah, you are. Team Notorious. Get the job done. It was a bit of a shaky start, Brycey, but they locked in a piece and got the job done. Very well played.
Well, there you go, Notorious. I mean, you are right. I've got to say, but Noctem, very good fight back. And I don't know, I felt like maybe Notorious, I was to say take the foot off the gas, but it was more like they were just hedging their bets. There was a lot of playing for position, a lot of playing for kills. Yeah. Whereas I feel like they could have probably ended it 2 or 3 hills ago.
Yeah, I think especially over towards P3 when they put the aggression in, but they were really just thinking, as said, about their position. Didn't get anything from that over towards P4, of course, but irrelevant of that, you know, you go over towards P1, you need a few seconds. I mean, we seen it yesterday. I can't remember exactly what the map was, but there was a moment in the game where they were so close to winning. You can really take your time. You don't need to necessarily make any rash decisions, make any maybe not the bad percentage players or low percentage players, I should say, as far as making pushes or trying to find a break on a certain hill. You don't need to do that when you're 5 or so seconds away. You just disrupt them towards the backside as best as they can at P4, and the rotation over towards P1 is just that little bit easier. Eric Boom for me was really the standout. I know Afro did a lot, but Eric just felt like he was finding such influential kills time and time again. Afro would have been close to the 40 by the time the game was over. We will get to see it. He may well have got it as well. I think he did. A good job from Afro putting up those big numbers. Really does help them along the way. Team Notorious, sensational work. Big damage coming out of F-Dot as well. Fantastic game from him. 27 non-traded kills alongside Afro's 25.
Yeah, that's some slaying, that is.
It is. Poor game for Denzel, though. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that. I don't think would have made too much of a difference, though. I think that's a pretty solid win for Team Notorious and a deserved one of that.
Yeah, and they've got it done, and I feel like that's a lot of the times we see with Notorious is Afro just putting up huge numbers, and it really helps them kind of push it over the edge, but they'll be the first one down, and we will go back to Vault for the S&D to kind of make sure that it's, is this going to be a Notorious game? The thing is, you got to kind of remember that, was it last season it was Notorious who went flawless in the groups?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they've lost some now, but...
Yeah, they went completely... Well, no, sorry, they didn't. I think they... I think it was outside. They played Katana first game, didn't they? I think they reverse swept them, if I remember rightly. somebody else went flawless to the groups. I think it was on the other side of things, wasn't there? But Team Notorious, it was a very, very close game against Katana, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, I think you're right, actually. Might have been one of those.
It happens more often than you think, you know.
Well, I think it's, you know, when these... we've spoken about this, right? These teams know each other so well. And considering the vetoes that come through every single time, you know roughly how a series should go before. And when you've got that map pick, you know whether or not you're going to be favoured in it. So I think, for me, when we talk about the depth of Challenge Elite in Europe right now, it is close. And the reason I said we've seen, even with the rosters changing, right? If anything, it's actually got closer from stage 1 to stage 2. I would not say for certain which team I think is winning this. Notorious will probably be one of the teams up there, but I don't think they're unbeatable.
No, they're absolutely not unbeatable. It definitely feels like there is less of a gap at the moment between the very top teams and the ones who are kind of just about behind. I think I was looking forward to seeing what happened with map number 1 to try and make an assumption, because we haven't seen Noctem obviously against Team Notorious or a top team yet. Seeing that map number 1 makes me feel like they are part of the chasing pack to a certain degree. I'm going to be really interested to see how Katana finish up their group as well. BBHH in Group B as well, looking sensational. Clutch Rain still 3-0 as well. I mean, Team Notorious, though, I think a lot of people were looking over towards Group A and thinking to themselves, yeah, okay, they should probably clean it up pretty handily. You would expect them to probably go undefeated. Not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but for Noctem and P7, yeah, okay, they're absolutely chasing Disworld, looking like they probably will be that 4th place team with Avenge and Annex, not able to find a win through their first 3 games. For Notorious, it's about trying to secure that first seed. For Noctem, if you can somehow turn this one around, which is very, very plausible that they do so, you can try and lock it in yourself. But yeah, this one definitely feels like the game for the first place in this group. But Notorious with a really good start in this one. Over on Group B side of things, Katana, Clutch Rain, I believe that's next week. I'll double check. I mean, I presume so. We haven't seen them going against each other.
Flagged it by now.
Yeah. Katana, Clutch Rain, yeah, is next week. So that will be in our second game. And that is absolutely a game we will be watching. Unless there's some big qualifying games going to be going down that we expect to go a certain way. But speaking of relatively big qualifying games, BBHH going up against Clutch Rain. This one just started nice and late because the players love to take their time. Let's see what's going to go down here, though. Clutch Rain currently undefeated over in Group B. Haven't played up against Katana yet, so that's going to be a big game. Of course, as mentioned, that will be next week. Let's see how they do against BBH.
Well, I mean, BBH have definitely had some struggles, considering that we expect them to be, well, no, one of the tippy top teams, but still a long way back into this one. I wonder whether or not they can certainly lock it through. Right now, you're seeing just these two teams' posture ready for P2.
Getting towards that stage for BBHH, though, in the grand scheme of things in their group. Okay, they managed to find that win. They just need to beat the bottom 2 teams at this stage, but win against a team like Clutch Rain would go a long way to helping their chances as far as things go in the playoff side of things. I still expect BBHH to be able to qualify for that. It would be a disaster if they don't.
Yeah.
But if they manage to find a win here, definitely help their confidence. I mean, you look at that roster, right? And this is with respect to Clutch Rain, but you look at the pedigree on BBHH. I mean, Mythics, that kid has been winning challenges online for the past 3 years. Ridiculous, at a ridiculous rate. I mean, you've got Vance, obviously it's Vance. You got Lucifer and Henry in there as well. I mean, Harry has had his moment in the sun as well, right? It's a very, very stacked roster. You'd expect them to be doing better in this group, and well, you'd expect them to be doing better in this hard point as well. Currently 65-4 down.
Well, we'll catch up with how that game is going at the moment, because Clutch Rain are playing very, very well. But right now we're going back to our alpha game, Nocturne versus Notorious. And for these two, obviously, Notorious having a very good time onto this one. But with it being Vault S&D, it's all about countering this A plant.
See what they can do. Oh my god, Denza managed to find 2, but so did Team Notorious. 2 versus 2 now. Kez trying to hold down the outside of Pool. We were swiftly into this one, weren't we? As is round 1 on Vault S&D.
You certainly ran at them. Let's go get that bomb back here. They have just let this go a little bit here, as it will be knocked him to jump back into this point.
tough situation for F Dot there. It's always the attacking round that you would expect to be able to do something there, and Noctem Esports will prove that. Themselves didn't just no way find a way back in. For F Dot there on his own. Tough scenes. Get the job done, and there you go. Nice start. Side of Noctem. Did have a good start last time around here on Vault, didn't they?
They really did. I wonder just how this is going to go down. Obviously, with that first round and the grenades here, it can change some of the runs, but I expect we'll see a pretty standard push out of Notorious here as well. Should go straight into 8. Here goes Afro. Hit the left, out the window. Oh, he's going for the forward. Rafi already finds the first blood. For now, getting near the back of his teammate.
Is down. Tough position for Noctem to be in. It's a really hard retake at the best of times, never mind the 3 versus 4, but just you can see them scouting towards the back. They know there will be somebody watching. There are 3 players trying to deal with F. If he finds 1 here, he's done brilliantly. He isn't going to find anything. Now Rafi maybe the next on the chopping block. He's going to get cut off here as well. Actually, Pac doesn't turn around. Expects his teammates to be able to deal with it, and Rafi's found it and got out somehow as well.
Afro playing very, very patient. They didn't know he was there. Detain. Just try and get a kill on this out. Exit. No, I actually go for the reach out as well. Everybody wants that kill at the end. Nobody gets anything.
Not able to find anything there. Solid job from Team Notorious in that one. Just getting that bomb down nice and quick. Honestly, Rafi does a sensational job towards the Pac. I think, you know, the comms maybe not there from Noctem. You seen Pac kind of was aiming up on it. They had a decent idea he was back there. Probably should have just isolated Rafi, get him killed, and then you can try and make that move, which would have been a 3 versus 2.
Here comes the push again. Pretty standard. Bit of a stack, though, for Notorious. They have a lot of players ready to maybe execute on this if they can clean out the pool area. And Afro finds Pac already. That's the first domino down. That's what they're waiting for.
Kez backing down. Surviving is kind of paramount here. And Noctem now. Kez Denza doing just a little bit better than that by finding these kills. Afro and Eric Boom answer back door now. 2 versus 1. All of a sudden, out of nothing.
That's a huge kill if you can find it, but just wait it out. Beautiful waiting out, and may have just put enough time, but a double chow comes straight back through for Afro. And they get a defuse. I love that double chow.
Lovely work. Was looking like a Noctem win. It spun on its head very, very quickly. I mean, I think from the scenario, I think they've kind of cleared it out, and they've just had a decent idea that he must be outside a pool. Or did they hear him? Did they get an audio cue? Did somebody see him? I'm not too sure. Relevant of that, they will challenge him, and they will deal with him. Team Notorious 2-1 to the good now. It felt like Noctem have kind of been setting the pace here, but Notorious just executed there in that previous round, and that has given them a lead, and I wonder if it will give them some momentum heading into round number 4.
So trying to get the nade check going through, and they're double checking. They're actually going to be here. This is a bait. Now this transition is not easy because you have to get that bomb down, and it's really easily contested. Tane throwing a shoulder. He will confirm that they're here. Is this going to be a double back? Oh, they can't. They've made the bet, and now they have to line it.
Yeah, they're forced over towards B here. Detain's going to be a real big play. You can already see actually Pac as well trying to get an angle. Not going to be able to see him. Oh, he can't pick up Afro either. Eric Boom's going to put the pressure on here. He'll have an SMG. He will challenge it. He will kill him. Detain found 1. Can't find Eric, who manages to escape towards the backside now. Very split for Notorious, but they're in good positions.
Detain.
Yeah.
Not going to win that gunfight. Does end up falling. And Notorious get another round onto the board. They are looking pretty slick with it.
I think it's all on Eric, really. Gets the bomb down. Pack on the push on the... well, not on the flank, coming in from the defensive side spawn. And Eric Boom with a Jackal in that position is just able to give him a shoulder slide out. And is always going to be favourite for that gunfight at those close quarters, and will get the round pretty much for them. Survives, puts himself up in the 2-story over there, looking over towards B. That's job done. Team Notorious now over towards the defensive side. Noctem more than likely going to force themselves over towards A. Notorious feeling confident now. RCXD available for Eric Boom. That is going to be influential as well. F-Dot has been deleted by Kez though. That might be an opening for Noctem to try and find the round.
Throw backing down. And this does feel very much like a Noctem round unless Eric Boom can perform some magic, and that is an unbelievable drilling, but will be taken down as Detain gets the trade, and it makes it a little bit worse here for Notorious. Less bodies to do anything with, and never mind. Wonderful positions held. They were wide on the map.
Very well played. It's that opening kill that comes in from Kez, and it just kind of sets panic stations away for Notorious. They're then going to try and go for a retake, try and find Kez. They eventually do, but the trade was there. You were able to set yourselves up very, very nicely to knock him. That's a nice one to not necessarily stop the bleeding, but stop Team Notorious really getting some momentum. I feel like I say it a lot, but what, 4-1's very different to 3-2, right?
It really is. The 4-1, you feel like you've done nothing in the S&D. 3-2, you're like, well, just another round.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Haven't planted yet. Rafi's going to come under a bit of pressure. There are a lot of guns against him here. You can see Denzel wants to square up as well, but Afro's going to be there! Not able to get the second. Could have been a mastery play. Now F-Dot on the flank here, but everyone's a bit chaotic. They're all over the place on this map. All going to be about a bit of timing. F-Dot finds one. Waiting for the trade. Not going to happen as he called it perfectly under Detain, and that'll be the round.
He must have got a call out. There was somebody down that side. He spins and snaps immediately. Brilliant work from F-Dot. Eric Boom, though, will find his 6th kill of this Search and Destroy to wrap up the rounds. It's good comms. See, everybody seems to be on a swivel. The Notorious. Really, really good job. Now 4-2 up. Good job Noctem got that previous round, as they would have been staring down the barrel of 1 round away from going 2-0 down.
Here comes the attack here for Noctem, and looks pretty standard. You can already see them hitting towards A again. Pack tries to get a cheeky first blood, isn't going to get it. Quick bomb down for Noctem. The Notorious are going wide. This flank is going to be very, very important. Pack is going deep as well. Ready to defend. Has he got the timing right on this? No! The timing is not good. The numbers now swing towards Notorious, and Denza has to back off into sight.
Has to survive. Oh, Kez could do a find this kill. Oh, Eric Boom will get him. Oh, it's not a good position for Denza now to be in. He will be dealt with. Notorious. Another round. It's just a couple of gunfights. I think the one towards the back, I think it was for Pack. It's just unfortunate timing when he goes to push around the corner. He just needed to sit tight, but when we know that, we can see it. Notorious, though, put the pressure on. 5-2 up now.
And is this going to be over? It feels like it's getting closer. Notorious just looking so good. And you got to say, Eric Boom winning those gunfights towards the back. It's kind of been happening all the time for Notorious. One kill could go against them and really spoil their day, but they find it.
Afro getting a first blood. That's just going to open things up. And the fact that he finds it in that position and then just drops back so deep as well, they've got no clue where he is. Kez is going to catch him unawares, though, in the middle of the map. Maybe just overheated ever so slightly. You never want to really put Afro on a leash, do you?
We do not, and Rafi's trying to get these numbers back here. Backed up by F-Dot. Oh, tries to slide. The door is actually causing him an issue. Finds one and runs and gets out of there. It's plausible in a 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1. F-Dot's going to almost get that last kill. He was shooting every direction, but Noctem get it, and that could have been an incredible clutch.
Nelly found it, didn't he? That would have been some way. to secure this search and destroy. Oh, he's a good job. He used the weak. That's a scary, scary moment. 5-3 though. Noctem Esports bringing back this search and destroy into the realms of possibility. Notorious seem to be running away with it. And we'll just slow them down. Felt like a bit of a child round though, didn't it? I mean, you've seen Afro just skating around the map. Maybe need to slow it down a little bit for this one. Now the attack inside for Noctem. Into the site, this bomb may well go down pretty early. There's your utility gone. No information gained. Information though that an RCXD is on its way in. It cause a little bit of havoc one way. Notorious don't necessarily use it the best way. They may have found some information, but has it opened something up? But no, it has not. Pack will find the first kill. 3 versus 4 in favor of Noctem.
Eric Boom gets it. 3. Kez in a great position, and Afro the jump shot now able to get anything doing. Eric Boom tries to go for a trade. What he's really done there is slow down Kez's health regeneration, but Efton will get one. They're squeezing them here. Denza though finds it. It's all going to be round here. Noctem will get it. The final trade.
Just about gets that. Number advantage works in the favor for Noctem. Ster and Eric does eventually get taken down by Detain in it. Technical 1 versus 1.
Well, here's the time to see if Notorious have the ice, because they really don't want this to go 5-5. Yes, let's throw out an RCXD. Oh, a little bit of a driving lesson needed there. This is going to be moving pretty quickly towards A, I imagine.
He drives like you.
Camera angle's not great. Let's see if he's just... This is all information gathering. That's going to be destroyed. But a player has slipped because of it. Denza has found his way into the back. Oh,
didn't see him.
Goodness. Timing could have been bad. Advantage Noctem.
If you're after, you need to get here pretty quickly. Denza's in. Eric will find one. Eric will find a second. That's massive. Now Kez left. Inside the site. Efta will find Detain. Kez is going to stick it. He's going to stick it. Is Efta going to get here in time? I don't know if he is. Goes for the child. Did he get it? He got it.
He didn't. I was saying, no, he didn't get the defuse. He did get the kill, though. Oh, my goodness. That must have been the tiniest of margins. I will give credit, though. They didn't win the round, but Eric Boom did such a good job inside.
Well, here we are. Round 11. It's 3 rounds in a row for Noctem. Team Notorious let this slip. Be absolutely furious with themselves. Maybe got, I want to say a little bit cocky at times. You seen in the round where it was to put them, they were 5-2 up. Afro just flying around the map. All of a sudden they're on defensive side. On vault. The bomb is going down. It's going to have to be a 4v4 retake this. To try and win the map.
Torres, what looked like a pretty dominant S&D has completely shattered.
First blood's going to be big. Yeah, look, they're looking for the player towards the back. Pack's in a lot of trouble. They find him. Oh, they find another towards the back as well. 4v2.
Tame
gets out.
Gets away. Absolutely no health as they keep hunting him down, and he's going to fall. And then that'll be it. What a retake. They've managed to get it completely. I didn't think they would. But Pack just was not able to get the kills in the position he was in. They tried to pull that one out of it, but Team Notorious walk away with the S&D. And everybody was a little bit tense at that moment.
Yeah, that was just about trying to isolate those players towards the back, which they've done so well throughout the search and destroy. Team Notorious. Unfortunately for Pack, he was getting hunted time and time again, and well, Notorious was succeeding. Really good job at trying to isolate those players towards the back. Find 2 in quick succession there. Immediately, the players inside the point are having to put themselves on a swivel. They have to panic, and they move so fast as well, Team Notorious, to get themselves in that position. They find the map. They will find themselves 2-0 up. Sensational work. Got scary, though. They were 5-2 up. Noctem brought it back, but to no avail. And the win, 6-5 Team Notorious, and probably deserved it, but effed up for me. Towards the backside of that game, finding those kills towards the spawn of Noctum Esports, who were trying to hold the flank down. I think he honestly tortured Pack a little bit throughout that game.
Yeah. I mean, this, by the way, this was one of my favorites. To use the RTXD to get Denza into a position like this was kind of crazy. And then Denza almost managed to find Eric Boom. Eric Boom did so well. Neptune obviously didn't want to worry about it. He didn't think he'd go straight for the defuse and hold it. And this would have almost been a perfect check time when he went for that gunfight. But this is the kill that really just ended up losing it. Mac was trying to hold the back and just couldn't find the one kill he wanted to just disrupt Notorious on that retake. And it's now 2-0 to Team Notorious time.
In a commanding position, right? Map number 1 was relatively comfortable. Map number 2, what was for the majority of it, things started to get scary towards the latter stages, but they will find it anyway now over towards a vault control. Which, I mean, look, we are seeing teams win more attacking rounds now, so it feels like less of a coin flip of who's going to get round number 5. You always see this as the year goes on. Teams start to figure out exactly what you need to do. So is it an opportunity for Noctum to maybe find something in this series? Not looking too hot at the minute, though, Brycey.
No, not having the greatest of times for it, of course, but realistically, for Notorious is what we were expecting. But we'll find out how the rest of this series goes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It is, of course, time for another map here between these two, Noctum and Notorious. So far, going all Notorious's way. A little bit of a close one on the S&D, though, Ton.
Yeah, relatively close, wasn't it? It went all the way to round 11. It's a weird one because it felt like Notorious just in complete control, and all of a sudden they just nearly fumbled a 5-2 lead, but did take it away in that round 11. It was a 4v4 retake over towards that A side, as we so often do see on Vault Search and Destroy. They get the job done. They find those kills over towards the back side, isolate the players watching the flank, and deal with them. The Vault for the third time. Is it the charm for Noctum Esports, though? The Vault's been a bit of a struggle for them so far. Over the control, though, and as I kind of mentioned before we headed into the break, attacks have been easier to find for teams so far in this Challengers Elite season. That really has translated. Now, are they going to be able to find an attack to maybe try and force some rounds? Maybe force a map number 4, or Team Notorious just going to have their way again?
Well, Afro finds a huge 2 to kick things off, and that's dangerous now. Pack will find it back onto F-Dot and keeps his team out of the spawn here, but already you can see a bit of pressure coming through. Rafi trying to lock them through. But they are spreading this map quite deep. Afro has moved deep into the spawn, and this is what they're trying to get. Just get the kills. Keep them on that back foot. Well, that's a massive wipe.
Thank God, Detain found a couple. That will ease some of the pressure. F-Dot will, well, continue to want to put it on anyway. Omni movement, helping them survive. They have a really good start here from Team Notorious, forcing them back, but only just about leading in the lives department. A couple of kills go their way. Afro's done so well to win that gunfight. He's just going to be one of the most difficult gunfights in the whole of Europe, if not the most.
I always thought with Afro, like,
on his own.
And I think this goes all the way back to the Vanguard season. I remember thinking his movement, his slide cancelling in particular, was probably like the cleanest slide cancelling in the game. He'd do it into every gunfight. And with Omni movement now being so kind of prevalent with everybody, he moves mad. And truth be told, Afro, thank you for justifying what I was saying, because oh my God.
He's still going on a 7 spree. Afro has single-handedly just dealt with Noctum Esports this round.
Get him in the league.
Absurdity from Afro.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that is ridiculous. A ridiculous round of control. SMG players, if you're sitting there watching this, just rewatch that over and over again. What you want to do on Control and Vault is pretty much just that.
There's not even really much to say about it. He's got 11-1. Everybody who fought him failed.
I'm glad we're on that POV. Whoever the observer is. Good job. Good job. Denzel's 0-8. Afro's 11-1.
Slight difference in scores.
Ever so slight.
Really, both ends of the spectrum on that one. And Afro's on a 9 streak of kills. Denzel's on an 8 streak of deaths. And it ends right there.
Of course, the duality of Call of Duty. Managed to find a couple of kills, force them back. So Team Notorious in a little bit of a difficult spot, but they have plenty of time to try and force themselves out of it. Good fight win from Kez. He has impressed me in this roster, to be honest with you. Taking 7-5, very, very solid AR player. Afro dealt with it, will eventually get taken down though. Eric Boom will find that. Team Notorious just looking for a route out here.
And they're finding nothing. Noctum are doing exactly what just happened to them.
That may be a door out though. You get a bit of a spawn up over towards that side as well. As could do with finding something here. Find nothing. Back can find one and the second. Good job. Let's just get that trade back in the favor of Noctum Esports. But it has opened the door for Team Notorious to get something going here.
Just make sure they don't get any kind of stopping the clock on P1. As they've done a really good job here, Noctum. Bully Notorious right back, not allow them to kind of ride that momentum wave that come off that first attack defense for them. And whoa, Pack just shooting everybody you can possibly find, and they have barely even been able to stop this clock.
It's just been so relentless. Noctum have had the bodies in there time and time again. Team Notorious have got one more roll of the dice here. They're already dead. That is 2 extremely clean defensive rounds. Be damned, my reasoning of attack rounds seem to be coming a little bit easier for teams at the moment, because that is clearly not the case yet. 2 entirely clean defensive rounds, not a single touch really.
Yeah, it's not even a lot to say, really. They lost that initial break and then just got bullied. Same thing Notorious did to Noctum. Noctum just did to Notorious. This might be a very fast control, even though it's tied up.
Incredible start to this control. Let's see how things break down now as we head into another. Surely we can't have no ticks from either team. Feels like day one Vault control this. That's more like it.
A little bit better. And for the running around again. Okay, boom finds 2 and well, there's a faint whirring in the background here, Tom, because that blender might be starting up again.
Yep. Dangerous position for both two teams. This feels like it is going to go down to around 5, and whoever gets defense should be in a good spot. But there you go. This looks like the first tick's going to start coming in. Team Notorious have been forced away and are not in a good position here. A is going to go in, and well, if you are Noctem, you'd rather just make sure, right? That's what they're doing. He's now starting to extend himself. If he could have found that, that would have been huge. Would have been 5 in a row for him as well. Eric having a little look over towards A, maybe just scouting out exactly what's going on. That will clean up what was a very, very weak Denzer, but good start from Noctem here. They've got some inroads on the map. This is very, very weak, but just staying alive. It feels like they've got a presence on this attacking round, at least in advantageous positions. Back now trying to get something going on the spawn. Gets a little bit unfortunate with the timing, but keeping that pressure on. Noctem seem to have a lot of map control here.
They're really pushing this tempo. In fact, now getting onto this B point, the only benefit for Notorious is the fact they clean the back line so they can put the pressure on, but Detain and Pack combine. This might be done. Afro's going to try and stay alive. They've got 2 footage on the first tickets B is going through, but Denzer's already going to try and flank it at the same time. Notorious need a miracle now to really get them back off of it. They do not have the position they want to be in.
Back holding it down. Will be dealt with eventually. Still the pressure though. Team Notorious only with 10 lives remaining. And if you just want to try and farm them, if you're Noctem Esports, that's not a terrible idea. Attack looking so good. Afro though, of course, wins the gunfight when it seems unlikely. The pressure's still oncoming, and it's just too much for Team Notorious to deal with yet. They've got to get to the point. They've got to defend brilliantly. There's a minute and 10 left to go. This should be a Noctem round.
The problem with Notorious is they just cannot get them away from the point. They're like, get out of it so we can try and secure our own lines, but it hasn't been working. With 3 remaining, Afro will get the kill, but gets traded. And you are right, that is the attack for Noctem. It puts them in the advantageous position now.
Massive spot to be in, considering the 2 defensive rounds before that. Stands at really 22 and 13 now, because that is a ridiculous turnaround if so.
Denzer, 22 and 13.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That is,
managed to bring it back.
That is an unbelievable turnaround. Like, it's not even real.
Double check this. Can we? I don't know
I
if
was going to say,
observers can hear me.
the numbers are messed up.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way, surely. Not a chance.
Oh, good caster, trying to make us believe something else.
No, Afro's 23 and 14, so I think it was Afro's numbers it was given to him. There's no way he was 0 and 8 and he's 23 and 14. That would be ridiculous.
That would be too big. 22 and 5.
He's obviously had a decent round. Will be dealt with there, though. This is looking like a good attack for the side of Team Notorious, and they need one. They really do need one. I think it's going to be a bit of a toss-up if they do manage to find it. Was actually the... Did they manage to get the B point locked in? I can't remember. Honestly, it was about 30 seconds ago, and I can't even remember. Here we are, though. Over towards A. They are locked in 2-6. The 3rd on its way. If they can find these kills, bit of clock timing for Rafi, though. Denzer will find 1 and 2. Eric's the only one who can answer back, so A not secured yet.
That was one of the worst clock timings I've seen.
Yeah, awful.
Afro is simply just going hunting here. Oh, that's bad from Eric Boom. Let's recover. A is now locked in. A long road to be. When Noctem did it, they basically just kept the pressure on. They had the pressure the entire time.
Oh. And that's
Rafi
going to create a lot of
finds
that as well. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
going to create so much pressure. He can just walk down this side of the map now. The rest of his team can push up into two-story. Yeah, they're ready for it. Oh, Denza just about dealt with that. The pressure's going to be on still. Weak players back there. Eric Boom's on his way, but an overextension from FDOT. If anything, yeah, they've read you far too easily. Can Eric actually even do anything here? No. Really, really good defense from Noctem.
Now, this is where, really, Afro could be a monster. They know somebody's here. They know they will have to clear the line first. When Afro is trying to make the hero play. Finds Kez, but maybe the timing's just not good enough. He tries to find a tank, goes with the pistol as well and gets it. That's huge. Now they're moving. Only Denza left alive as Afro. Well, that's a little bit of greed. He overheats, maybe.
Yeah,
Now
Kez
they're going to
finds
have
a
to look
second.
for him.
Yeah, he finds a second over the back of that. Denza on the flank. Yeah, that's that situation where you would love Afro just to sit tight, wouldn't you? A minute to go, though. Team Notorious, they're not out of this yet. Denza's just been lingering around this middle of the map. Afro will eventually get rid. Maybe just through the front door. Is that the play now, especially with Pack falling? FDOT will find that pressure. One player towards this right-hand side. Afro will put the grenade down, put the pressure on himself. Third tick on its way. Just the flank player you've really got to worry about, who seems to have just walked free completely freely. It's number 2 on the minimap there. It's going to be detained. He gets dealt with, but everybody else coming from the front just about deal with it. That third tick halfway up. Noctem Esports all respawn in all a good position until that happened.
Rafi, it's a wonderful collateral, and Eric Boom continuing as well.
Should be that.
27 seconds to go. They dive the point just to stop this clock. They have the numbers.
5 versus 8. 4 versus 7. Oh, I thought maybe just getting a little bit overzealous there. They forced him away. 15 seconds to go. You need a good break here, Team Notorious.
Afro finds one. Has to commit to the point, though, because that clock is going down, and it is going to be a 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2. He just throws the pre-fire, but it's not going to be enough.
10 left. 1 versus 2. Can't find it. Team Notorious get the round. That was so stressful.
What was that ending? Oh, my goodness. We're going to see it again, and I don't really even have words. Find everybody and just slide to get this. Detain is unhappy with it. We're going to around 5 with the tiniest of margins that you can probably see, both clock and lives.
Oh, stressful one. There you go, Team Notorious will get the attacking round. Knocked him on the defensive side. Based on the rounds that have been maybe a little simpler, you'd be happy if you knocked him on defense, especially when it comes down to basically a 1 versus 1. To close out the round, you lose what was seemingly a coin flip, but oh, Team Notorious just seem to be working this one very, very nicely. Detain can find 2. Only a little bit of respite that you're going to get if you knocked him. Back inside the point, though, we'll find 1. We'll push forward. FDOT now all on his own. What can he do?
Right, it's moving great, but eventually losing that gunfight. Wasn't a 5 streak. Afro trying to get more down as well. And all Notorious really don't want to do here is get punched back into spawn like they have been, and that is a wild tell against 2. Rafi looking for some kills as well. Moving up at the same time. FDOT will get a big kill there. They're trying to check every single angle. That is the issue with this A site.
Oh, timing.
So many places to be chowed from.
Timing. Worked out for Park and Co. Eric trying to survive. That's a momentary 4 down. Gonna be a big moment now for Noctem Esports to move up and get something going. Denza sitting at 20 and 25. I think he was 0 and 9 or 0 and 10. Done so well to turn this round.
And, easy one. Clock's locked for just a second as they get onto it, but Denza still running around in the spawn. Reinforcements are not coming. They're having to deal with players behind them. And Noctem may have already done enough.
Yeah, Team Notorious have never really had a hold of this A point. Noctem seem to be streaming through and find 1 or 2 kills apiece. And that's usually enough. FDOT though, we'll find 1. Denza's been on his flank for what seems like an eternity. Can find 1, gets taken down. The trades in the favor of Team Notorious. They're going to extend this time, Brycey. They are down by 1 life. Oh, are they? They haven't stacked it yet. Oh, Noctem are going to have a chance.
There they go. They're going up top as well. They do get the stack. Eric Boom's going to run into some problems here. Somebody's channeling this.
Good angle. Sets himself up very, very acutely. Makes it difficult to detain. Yeah, he's just going to have a shoulder check, but lives very, very close. Doesn't feel like the Team Notorious have had much map control, but it takes one moment for it to be that one with 2 kills falling their way.
Now, they want to get into this. I don't think that's where he wants the trophy to go.
Denza!
Oh, Denza! The push, the potential cut out from them. Afro takes down that first player that was going to go for the spawn. I was going to say Notorious don't have anybody who's managed to hit that flank yet. Afro staying alive.
Denza's been ratted out. For the rest of the team not finding the kills. 9 versus 5 in favor of Noctem with 20 seconds to go. If I was a betting man, I'd put my money on this being a Noctem Esports win. 3 kills is all they need. We take something quite miraculous from Notorious now. They don't have the lives. And from 0 to hero, Denza, 28 and 27, somehow managed to pull himself in a positive game. That 3-piece at the end pretty much secured it. Noctem get themselves on the board, and they have a hand in this series eventually, Brycey.
Well. When you have a game in our hand, they will not go quietly. You've got to remember how that control started as well. Afro was on a 9 streak. And yet, Noctem take the map ton.
Yeah, when you're 2-0 down and Afro's doing that to you in round number 1, to come away with the win is a testament to Noctem and how resolute they can be. Really, really good job, like especially with that first round and the way that it played out. You've just been bodied. Well, you've just lost to round 11. You've just been bodied in the first round of control, and then they have the wherewithal to be able to bring that one back and find themselves a win. They found the attacking round that was much needed. I think, you know, Team Notorious had their moments. Afro was definitely feeling. I think this was one of those moments, wasn't it? Look, he finds the 2 kills here. And I'm sure he sprinted straight out of the back door and got blooded. Like, those are the moments where I'd love him just to take a step back every now and then. Maybe I'm being overcritical, but, you know, it's those kind of moments where you want to hold that area of the map. He didn't need to push it out. I'm not saying that's, like, anything to do with them losing the map. There would have been many moments where they could have maybe done something differently or Noctem did something well. Just little things like that could have made a difference.
I think you're right. I mean, it is those tiny moments. But hey, we're going to Skyline Hardpoint. It doesn't end with just Volt between these two teams. And realistically, you know, remember how close it's been on the S&D. Who knows who's going to win this now? Skyline Hardpoint is up next. It's not guaranteed for Notorious at all.
No, not even remotely. Especially let's consider, though, who has been playing well for both these two teams. Denza really did step it up there. Finding awkward angles, just being a pain in the arse, to be honest with you, mate. And that was the difference maker. He was constantly lingering around the middle of the map, finding a route, like maybe back through the defensive spawn, through the middle doors, down below Vault. Kind of be coming from multiple different directions, but there you go. Noctem will eventually get themselves on the board. Skyline Hardpoint is going to be coming up next, but go over towards Bravo, where things are all tied up here between Cut Train and BBHH. Into the control we go.
Can't push forward with the AR and not able to get the kill, but he's 11 and 6, and unfortunately he's going to be cut down before he can do any more work. They're just working these angles here. Harry having a good time once again. And that is some pretty good drilling from Mythics, or should I say Bithix, as he's down on this. He's down on the team sheet as.
Is his name Ben? I want to see maybe Ben, to be fair.
I just found it funny how they put the little B in.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I'm pretty sure. Is his name Ben? This is bad European Challenger COD knowledge from Chris right here.
I wouldn't worry about that. There are many players I don't know the real names of because I've called them by their nickname for a long time. Like, I mean, we both use our tags rather than our actual names.
True. I don't think anybody in the industry calls me Chris. I like to call you Alan, but...
That's true. That is true. That's just because you're a terrible person. Anyway, back to the game at hand. As you can see, the fighting's still going on. It has been pretty good for BBHH as they do manage to grab that first point and they get a tick onto B.
Yeah, they've maybe struggled a little bit to get out their spawn, though. Clutterine obviously finding that attacking round number 1 is a nice position to be in. But attacking rounds are the favoured. BBHH just need to get out the spawn and they should be alright. That should be the start of it. There you go. Bance will pick it up on Denial. Mythics will push forward, find Twiz. Should be an attacking round for BBHH. Still a lot of time to go, though. Clutterine can slow this down. This will be a big kill. There you go. Then we'll find one. If Henry drops, wouldn't say it's curtains, but you're not in a great spot. And will eventually be dealt with, so no players now to worry about from behind. And BBHH jumping onto the point.
Henry getting off of it as well. Oh, he almost got the kill. Would have been big if he had. It seems like they're just working the time. 50 seconds to go. Mythics. Difficult to go for this. And that is timing again. So many players falling foul of that in the last couple of games we've watched, and Harry's going to fall as well. That is disastrous. It looked like BBHH were in such a commanding position.
Uh-oh. Now this is a disaster. You now need to be perfect to get out of the spawn, and unfortunately for you, Clutterine have had a long time to set themselves up. So you're going to have to weed them out. That was a good job on the first point, but now you don't have any lives left. Niall shooting absolute lasers out of his Ames. Niall's been around for so bloody long at this stage, but oh, here we go. 2 kills come through, 3 versus 2. And in favor of Clutterine and BBHH, we've got to get something going yet. 2 versus 2.
Going for it, straight into the point. Wants to go and get some sort of a trade, but not going to happen. And for Brown, great shots. And that is a wonderful defense from them. It really all fell down when they got wiped. And this is the problem with it. You lose map control, easy 2-piece like that.
I think it happened very quickly. I think it happened very, very quickly. And I think that's the thing with attack being so... I want to say it's easy, but obviously it's the favoured side, right? I'd love to know what the percentages are, actually, especially in the league now, comparatively to what they were. But you lose one decent break and you be spawn trapped. That's what I quite like it as a control map, and I think that's why we're seeing it played a little bit more, because attack's very winnable, but so is defense. You play it well, you can put yourself in a good position. Speaking of good positions, well, Team Notorious still are in a good spot. They're 2-1 up in this series, but losing the control in map number 3 has made this something of a competition. You can keep up with this Bravo stream, though, if you wish. Clutterine against BBHH. Looks like Clutterine will probably take map number 3, but that one will at least be going to 4, as will this one, with the Skyline Hardpoint coming up now.
Well, for Noctem, a great win on the control. And back into another respawn. Can they send us to a map 5 is just the question we are asking, because Notorious looked pretty good right up until the ending of that control. And they do get that first little glut of points on P1.
It's all about the rotation over towards P2. We'll be keeping an eye on that. 30 seconds to go here. Noctem... I mean, that's not ideal from F-Dot. Denza has done a really good job, and I tend to find when Denza's heating up and he's had himself a good map, but map number 2, he will continue to do that in the series. Wonderful, wonderful hold from Noctem, to be honest with you. 15 seconds to go here, Brycey. They've got the lion's share of this.
This is very good for a P1, especially first rotation P1 as well. Sometimes you see a little bit of a better second rotation P1 just because players are coming off the respawn of the previous hill, but to get it off the break and take 45 seconds is pretty incredible.
Now they're holding down P2 just about. Team Notorious spawning towards the back, though. That is going to give them a bit of an advantage to try and find a break here. Yeah, really nice bait and switch. And there you go. For all, Noctem Esports have done a sensational job over towards P1. This is going to be some great time for Team Notorious as well. That's a lot of people coming through Kitchen, though. Not going to be able to find that if you're after. Denza finds another one over towards the backside. And, well, I was about to say it was going to be Team Notorious continuously locking down some time here. But Noctem have just, well, shut me up entirely. Afro does find 2 before falling. That's some more good time going over towards Noctem Esports. They're going to have a nice little lead heading over towards Kitchen, Bryce.
F-Dart trying to just get them all kills down, but with Afro being backed up by a teammate here, P2 to P3 transition, it's nice and it's what they need. Where's this pressure coming from, though? Because it looks like it's going to be a front hit, but they are waiting for Pack. Pack is on the flank. I don't think he's going to hit this in time. This might be over time he gets it. And that has fallen a little bit flat, Ton.
Yeah, this has been a strange hard point, to be honest with you, Bryce. It feels like a 4 down for one team, a 4 down for the other. Who can take the most of an advantage from what you get? There you go. There's another one coming. Vasquez can find 3 kills on his own. They flipped them out as well. Much better from Team Notorious. I don't want to say it was a disastrous start, but it was far from ideal. After will be dealt with, though, and trying to play for here towards Kitchen. If you're Team Notorious, you probably want to have a little stab at it. Eric Boom will fall. Still the spawns are going to be there for Team Notorious, I believe. Yeah. Still spawn towards the backside. One spawn out, though. If they can survive, they will have somebody on a little bit of a flank for them. Should be splits for Noctem as well. Yeah, there you go. They will spawn towards the Kitchen side. So now for Notorious, that's actually a good position for Eric Boom to be in now. He can kind of watch the cross, can kind of cut people down. He will eventually get dealt with, but he slowed them down slightly.
Oh, Afro finds both! That is unbelievable. I thought he was going to lose that fight after he had kind of transitioned mid-fight.
He's challenging this.
Yeah, unfortunately going to go down. Too many bodies, too many stun grenades. F-Dot will make sure that player doesn't get across. They have a decent eye in to try and keep this pressure up.
Good job from F-Dot up top. He's holding this down really well. Mafia alongside of him now to watch us behind. Yeah, F-Dot doing brilliant work up yet. 5 in a row now. Pretty much held this down for his team. Nobody able to push in from up top. Bedroom pressure now going to come in, and then Afro off cam is going to find 3. F-Dot will eventually be dealt with as they try to keep that pressure on. They're trying to flip the spawns to go over towards P2 in this second rotation. But Noctem Esports, what? Were they sitting at 40 or 50 after the first hill? Barely breaking 80. Catch.
I don't know if anybody's catched that one yet.
Oh, he's throwing that one back as well. There you go.
Stop trying to stay alive. Eric Boom, though, takes advantage of it, gets them to the point. Stop. Life coming back. There we go. Full health. Now we can chow. And get across here and finds that kill as well, even though being a little bit off center. This is looking much better for Notorious. They are just finding the kills. F-Dot, if you'd made that kill there, that would have been unbelievable. Afro moving forward, doesn't even need to. Teammate takes the kill, finds Denzer though. And they're doing an incredible job of taking all this P1 time that Nocturne basically got in the first rotation.
Sensational work. Really putting the pain down here. You just see that time leaking. And you know, well, okay, we're setting up for P2. And, well, they found the kills at the right time as well. Oh, make sure they don't spawn. Oh, yeah, okay. They'll spawn towards the backside. They all pushed up just for a second. That could have got dangerous. They drop back in time, find the wipe. And that's going to give them a lot of time to set up a little bit further on the map than they would have necessarily needed to had they not found those gunfights. 10, yeah, well held. Does a good job there. Finds a couple. This is a really good hold from Noctem Esports so far. 45 seconds to play with, and this will put them in the lead if they can hold this down. Maybe not quite.
This is a huge break from that. It's an unbelievable break. Just clean over and over again for Notorious. It feels like they have shifted gears here a little bit. Noctem kind of really struggling to get the kills that they need.
That's been a struggle, hasn't it? They find themselves in good positions, but just the raw horsepower of Team Notorious at times is just overwhelming them. Pack having a bit of a poor game here. Eventually going to find a kill in the middle of the map. Afro now starting to put pressure on over towards P3. That's popping in a few seconds time. That's a good hold from Notorious. It was a brilliant break as well. And I kind of said if Noctem can hold this time down, they'll be pretty much level with Notorious. As it goes, they didn't hold anything and are now finding themselves 80 points behind.
Throw with 20 health. Still looks to square up a bit there, but again, just can't allow that P2 to P3 transition to be that smooth. Afro, I thought he was going to win that gunfight, to be honest, but I think teammate coming and saved him. Rafi going to go down as well. A lot of pressure here for Eric Boom. Reinforcements going to flood in and does a good job to stay alive and get a kill, allowing Notorious straight back onto the point.
Solid job. Getting this job done very, very quickly. Noctem Esports. It felt like they were coming into this game a little bit reinvigorated after finding that control. They've just been blown away here on Skylight. need to find something back into it. If they can hold down P4, there may be a glimmer, but Notorious a mere seconds away. Eric Boom calling in the artillery quite literally. Rafi will find Kez, and this could be the end of the game now. Team Notorious starting to close the net.
Afro looking to make a pinch. Teammates going to be with him as well, and take down the player behind the bathtub. One of the greatest power positions in COD, this COD at least, and Afro continuing to just be a pain for everybody as F-Dot extends out towards the hot tub but doesn't find anything else. Afro going to be up top. There's one. There's two. Teammate steals the third and the clip. Doesn't really matter. That's going to be game ton.
I think Afro got his clip in round number 1 of the control, to be honest with you. Notorious, though, will get themselves the win. Extended maybe a little further than they would have liked, but convincing in the end, especially in the hard points. That is a hefty win. And Notorious will pretty much guarantee themselves first spot in their group, barring a massive upset in their final game next week. Looking like the team to beat once again. Sensational work from them. And close this one out. And hey, look, I mean, what I will say though, they definitely do bleed. We know that. 6-5 in the Search and Destroy, losing the control. Is that maybe where teams are going to see an in the playoffs? That's where teams are going to look back on this vote and see when they've been pushed. Where are their weaknesses? They don't seem to have many. You're going to have to find them pretty quickly. Playoffs are incoming next week. Really interested to see how they're going to do. But yeah, that pretty much solidifies them through to playoffs and in that first spot.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we expected, right? Like, we came into this kind of knowing roughly, but we knew it'd be a good game. I think Nocturne, for me, there's so much potential there. And if you think, you know, about the highlights from up to, I mean, go straight to the replay. They were leading at this point, right? Very good start from them. And the other side of that coin, of course, is that they didn't get an awful lot more points after this. Really struggled from rotation to rotation, but you are right. I think you said it best during that cast. Raw horsepower of Notorious. Just finding kill after kill after kill. And those 50-50 gunfights didn't feel like it.
No, it didn't, did it? Just felt like if Noctem wanted to win that, they had to produce some real magic. And just really couldn't get things going. And yeah, look at the damage difference. I mean, Detail might have found 22 kills, but not even breaking 2k. F-Dot and Afro. Right on your forehead there, boys. 28 and 18, 26 and 15, 22 and 18. Outslayed across the board. Everybody going positive, and that is... Well, okay, it's not necessarily the be-all and end-all, but if everybody is doing those kind of numbers, it's a hard day at the office for Noctem Esports in that scenario. Really good job that Notorious will eventually get that one closed out and well, finish themselves up after the first week. Absolutely perfect, sending at 4-0.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expected as well, to be honest with you. I mean, that's what Notorious have known for. They've been the big dogs of the EU Challengers Elite so far, and I think they're going to continue to be so. It's just one of those ones where they are essentially in the elite tier. I know it's a bit of a pun, but you know, if you talk about when we put teams into categories, they are basically like always going to be 1 and 2 really for it. But we'll see how that goes. Also, we have a couple of games completing, and we'll get into those when we get back as we look towards the end of the European stage here. All right, we'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. This is the European stage as we have a little bit left to go today in our second set of games. We have BBHH against Clutch Rain, and BBHH have won the control to go up in this series, Ton.
I mean, they were 2-0 down. I literally called it Clutch Rain looking like they're going to take that one away. And they were 2-0 up and have lost it 3-2. That is not quite a full sale. You know, it happens more often in Control than the old 5-0 up, lose 6-5 in the Search and Destroy, but that's got a sting. You're now heading over towards a Protocol hardpoint. Your unbeaten records on the line. This would be a huge win for BBHH to try and put them back into the conversation, right? This would really get people to open their eyes to where this team are sitting. They lost to Notorious yesterday in, I think it was the very first game. And then since then, okay, they've been trying to claw their way back, and a win against Clutch Rain would go a long way to doing so. Protocol Hardpoint is going to be the next map. That 3-2 win on the Control could be absolutely massive. But to be honest, Pricey, wouldn't surprise me if we see Hassi under Search and Destroy here. Both these two teams will be evenly matched.
Well, we'll find out. These two are looking to go the distance all the time, and well, we're into it. Here comes the hard point. Will BBHH take what will be a very important game for them, especially after the comeback before, or will Clutch Rain shut it down?
Let's find out. Train looking to try and extend this series, but look at the rosters. I think where the AR is going to go on this one. I think, you know, Harry, Lucifer is going to be one to watch out for. Band's already kicking things off, sitting at 3-0. Harry is going to be somebody to be reckoned with. Yeah, Ben W already feeling that. For Bronin Twiz, though, doing a really good job. Managed to find a couple of kills. We'll be able to keep some pressure on. P2 rotation coming up in just a few seconds.
This is now the important bit. Henry looking to cut off the reinforcements. I don't think that stun hit him. I think that stun, he just got away with a stun check. That's horrible there for Brown. Like, he put the name in the right position, but he just never got the stun check. I didn't think anyone was there.
Good shots from Henry. Maybe to hold this one down. No, good shots coming in. Trades across the board. Ultimately, it has ended up with Clutch Rain on, well, the right side of spawns, but 40 seconds time before we're heading over towards P3. You can see already Bances starting to work. The rotation coming in. His team are doing well over towards P2 as well, holding it down if only momentarily. For Broken can try and disrupt that. The spawns have now flipped as well, so last 20 seconds you might lose it, but P3 to 4 is so strong on this map.
I think he's going to try and find a way forward. He's not had a great hard point so far, and teammates are battling all around. Eventually jumps out towards it, and still very close between these two. A little bit of a wipe there for them as they look for this rotation into it, and Harry just having a great time and somehow still winning these gunfights, even when in movement.
Feeling smart now when I called that he could be influential in this map. Sitting in 9 and 3. Doesn't happen very often, Bryce. I'm going to take it whilst I can. He's going to get taken down eventually, but on the other side of things, Mythics really struggling. We'll get his second kill on the board, though. BBHH in a really good position to pick up some good time here. Look at the flank coming in from Nile. That's going to be influential. Mythics will find that on Twiz up the zip line. Hold this one down. Nile's able to find one. Ben will get himself inside. The point should be dealt with, you would think. Where's the comms? Knowing he's in there very, very weak, and now the pressure can come in from Clutch Rain.
Finding kills everywhere, and you'd think BBHH would lock this down. Eventually they do with that two-piece, but maybe a bit more scrappy than they would have liked. BenW, I swear BenW just has managed to find his way through the map wherever he wants to. Locked down right now, though.
Yeah. And being backed up. Twiz has done wonderfully to find those two. BBHH maybe need to slow down here. They're in a really nice position. Bances has done so well with that. If he finds a second, it'll be absurd. He's taking his time, waiting for his team to put themselves in a position. Just keeping that pressure on. Yeah, you know I'm here. That's the problem. Oh my word, Bance. Round the corner. Break is perfect. So well played by the veteran.
And now they are all setting up, waiting for the push that's coming down, and Bance is going to get caught before he can do any more. Henry in trouble as well. Clutch Rain about to hit this with force as they find the kills to begin with. Henry trying to make the play, not going to be able to. And Harry will find 2, but it is not enough as nobody else really got a trade.
Train doing a good job to get back in. Now can they manage to extend it? Can they manage to try and find a little bit more on this second rotation? BBHH made it count on that P3 rotation. They worked it really, really well. Need to maybe a little bit more though with the control that they have had. Febron with 6 in a row now. That could get dangerous.
Looking to increase this, and that's an easy kill. 7 now for Bro. 8 continues being a problem as Clutch Rain really had a great time on this P1. If Bro just find another one, and he will. That's 9. Huge streak for him. Oh, good.
So
Free
well.
fire gets cut down.
He's done so well. It's really brought them back into it as well. Now, I mean, we've seen BetW yesterday really have his moments on this map, and he's starting to have one now as well. Starting to heat up with your cut train. BHH though in a good position over towards P2. Mythic starting to warm into this game a little. His team's still in the lead as well. You already see Harry was maybe on a rotation over towards New, but for Bone, thanks to all his handiwork, has managed to get himself this streak. There's one. Just hanging it in the air, taking his time with it. Isn't going to find anything in the second, but he has broken it open for his team. Clutch Rain are here, but not quite in numbers yet, Bryce.
Doesn't appear like they really have the bodies to get it working, but BBHH, they want this break, get that lead back. It's been a bit of a dicey going for them after we saw things like Fabron doing so well. And they are double stacked for this, because if you challenge, you could be in trouble.
I think considering though, like, you know, Clutch Rain have invested quite a bit yet. Hellstorm was brought in. They've now kind of lost the spawns over towards P3. And have they got a great deal for it?
Spawn
Not
out.
massively, but yeah, they spawn out now. They may be able to. Here we go. Bance is left all alone. Bance is dead. Spawn out coming through in Clutch Rain's favor. And all of a sudden, it's a hard break back for BBHH.
I'm waiting for this cut. Also waiting for the same thing. Both are going to go down. Everybody everywhere ready to take it, but not winning as many gunfights as you want if you're BBHH. Clutch Rain still feeling pretty happy about this lockdown, and Twiz is the hip fighter, just dragged that one onto the board. As the fight erupts towards the back, it's not going to be BBHH that we're in a better position, but somehow they now have the hill. Twiz is still alive, backing out on a 4 streak, and I've got to say, this feels like it's Clutch Rain.
It does, doesn't it? The tide is swung very, very quickly. Not like a really good start from BBHH, and they've just slowed down massively. It is really always coming down to these P3 rotations on Protocol Hardpoint, isn't it? That is where teams are winning this map. BW down, dropping down low. I mean, look at this. They are just running through them, Brycey. Like a knife through butter at the moment. BW not able to find that. How has Bance found that gunfight? Having a cracker of a game. 21 and 14 from him. BBHH will find a way through. This is a good opportunity for some good time.
This is where it gets important. We said before, BBHH had a terrible start on day 1. 0 and 2, and now they've really got to fight their way back into it. Already a couple of players going down, and more Chows without the numbers to back it up. Could have lost them a good chunk of time here on this.
And Mythic's keeping this pressure on, though. He is going to die, but the rest of the team not close enough. But they may well have been within touching distance. They've been dealt with. The train, 25 seconds to play for. They may well pick up every single one of them. This is them now going to be, well, flirting with the 200-point mark. And, well, if you're Mythics and Banty, you're just feeding more kills. Feels like BBHH don't necessarily have it nailed in of how to make this push over towards P4 as a team yet, did it? All times around, you've seen streaks coming through from the side of Clutch Rain. And Fabron has been at the forefront of that. He's now on a 5 spree. Over towards P1 we go. It's about a 25-point game.
BBHH have got to be better than they have been in the last couple of minutes. Well, I mean, that's an interesting one.
That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
It is.
It's gonna, yeah. I mean, I don't even know how you reset from that point at that stage. I'm not even
It's not even our
don't
choice.
know,
I,
just try and figure these out.
imagine with it being that close, it could be a full reset, but I don't know the rules, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. It is very much up to the admin. So while that's happening, we will let you know as soon as we know what's occurring. Of course, there will now be discussions happening about what goes through onto that one, of course. But while we do that, while we go to a quick break, and we will come right back with all the answers and more. See you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenge Elite in Europe. So, we have some goings on and what has happened. What essentially I'm going to do now is I'm going to read you the ruling as it has been given to me and explain what has happened while we've been off camera. Okay, so obviously we were watching the game at BBHH versus Clutch Rain, where we ended in the hard point at quite a high score. So, this is the ruling I've been given. Rule: if a player disconnects within the first 30 seconds or before first blood, they can disconnect and restart the map. In this case, one player disconnected at a high level, and then the rest of the team left, which they should not have done. This has resulted in the ruling being a forfeit against Clutch Rain, which means that BBHH will gain the map, and since they were already 2-1 up in the series, that means it is 3-1 and they have been awarded the win. So that is what we have been told and what we have been given and what will be written into the scoreline for everything else. Now, with that done and the official part out of the way, obviously we're disappointed to not see the end of the game, but sometimes these things happen. But here's how the groups look with the scores we currently have. In Group A, Team Notorious are flawless. Then it's Nocturne Esports and P7 Esports, both with 3 wins and 1 losses, looking pretty good. Then a bit of a divide down the bottom half there, 4, 5, and 6. Only Avengent Esports and Disworld have a win, and then Team Annex has 0 and 4. So a little bit of a fight for playoffs developing in Group A, Ton.
Yeah, so we're going to definitely have to keep an eye on that next week. We've got Avenge Esports taking on Disworld. I think that's going to have to be our first game, though. I'm actually, yeah, production, write this down. I've already got the games we're watching next week. We've got Disworld against Avenge Esports to kick things off. And that is pretty much going to be for that 4th place finish. So that's a really, really big game. On the other side of things, though, that's a nice win for BBHH. Okay, they were up in the series. You never know what was going to happen. It was a pretty tight hard point. But for them to get the win, which way it's happened, is put them in a nicer spot now. Clutch Rain's still in a great spot at 3-1. I mean, if they go into their game next week, they're going to be going up against Katana. So there's our second game decided as well. There you go, nice and easy. So look, all the games have been played out this week. We kind of have a good idea of who's going to go through, especially in Group B. And Glorious managed to find a win against Rousing, but both those boys are being pretty much beaten by everybody else, sadly for them. So the top 4 is pretty much decided for both these two groups, apart from the 4th place in Group A. Just about where they're going to end up, Brycey, after one more day of play.
Yeah, it really is, and we'll find out. But that is actually going to end our Week 1, Ton, here in EU Stage 1. But not the only Call of Duty of the day. Of course, North America are starting their engines and getting ready to run. They've still got a full day of games ahead of them as well. But I think it's been pretty good so far in Europe, Tons. Some very close games between these teams.
Yeah, really, really close games. I think, you know, you look at Team Notorious eventually getting over the line there in their game up against Noctim. That kind of solidified Team Notorious as their #1 spot. Katana, now the only team who are undefeated, I believe, in Group B as well. Looking very, very good. Tonight, I'm just hoping that Shift gets through it, you know? I mean, he's getting a little bit on. Maybe needs these flu jabs. He is a little bit older than us now. Actually, he's about the same age as you. He's a little bit older than me. We'll count that, if anything. I just hope he's all right, the old man, you know?
And on that wonderful note, we will say goodnight from Europe. More North American Call of Duty coming up on this channel. Don't go anywhere, and they will see you in just a bit.
everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers North America, Day 2 of Season 2, Shift with Study. Happy to say I'm not burning 101 degree fever, so we're going to be sticking with you guys all night tonight. Interesting first day of results. I think there's a lot we could discuss and will discuss as we go through our day, but Jay, kind of take me through your thoughts after day one.
Day one was funky, to say the least. Obviously, Omid Brooklyn with a brand new roster with 2 new players from the previous season. They came out and were able to take care of business going 2-0. But then when you take a look at the groups, like Group A sitting over at the bottom, the Royal Spartans, when have they ever went 0-2 on day one?
I think they did that actually last stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my God, really?
I want to say
they
they
still made
started
playoffs,
with no
yeah?
wins. Yeah, and then because remember they were like 3-2, they made it through, then they started running through the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I want to say that this is just kind of something that's plagued the Spartans, these slow starts. I think the curious point about that, though, is that they did not have, I would say, the toughest strength of schedule in their opening 2 matchups, playing one game versus Luxury Exotics and losing it. So that's going to make for a very interesting pathway forward for the Royal Spartans. On the other side of things, Pinnacle and 6F Carolina in Group B also 0-2, so they're in the danger block, whereas both Amit squads 2-0 to start. Team War also does the same over in Group B. They're looking pretty comfortable. What we often say here in Challengers Elite, if you're joining us for the first time, is if you get 3 wins, you're likely going to make it into the playoffs at least. So a day where both the Mint teams and Team War can definitely clinch. Kind of also in the mix are all those 1-1 squads. If they win both their matches today, they're likely to make it into playoffs. But here is our breakdown of our schedule. A very intriguing day, I would say, in Europe today. Getting through those first 2 matches. Royal Spartans 0-2, like we already mentioned, will be starting their day off versus Distro Gaming. And then we'll get a pretty key matchup. Lord Gaming taking on Amit Brooklyn. All the action, at least on the Alpha stream, staying here in Group AJ.
Yeah, that Lore Gaming versus Omid Brooklyn should be an absolute banger when we get there. But as you also look on the Bravo stream, where you have 6F Carolina going up against Omid, that is going to be a tough matchup. Obviously, Omid are basically sitting flawless on the other side. And then Pioneers versus 6F Carolina. So if you're a 6F, you have an opportunity to make up for yesterday. I know they have formidable players like Mock, like Neum, like Mr. Fame, who just came back after taking a little bit of time off. You got to expect them to start to turn it around. It probably wasn't their day yesterday. Today might be different.
Yeah, but let's take a look at our matchup that we have to kind of kick things off, starting with Distro Gaming. Again, a pretty solid start for them yesterday, a 1-1 overall record for them. The roster made up of Aiden, Icons, Katsy, and Sizky. Again, for this group of 4, this is the most formidable level of competition that they have faced largely throughout their young challengers' careers. So definitely a group of 4 that you can label as up-and-comers here, Jay.
Yeah, I have no idea who any one of these guys are. So I'm really looking forward to what they can bring. Obviously, you go through the elite qualifiers to put yourself in this position. You go 1-1 yesterday, taking on the likes of Lore Gaming all the way into game number 5. But then when I was looking at the numbers, I thought they were up 2-0 yesterday versus Cabal. I thought that this was going to be one of the new squad coming in and making some noise, but they ended up falling short in their second series, going 1-1 on the day. And the team that they are playing on the other side, you best believe they're going to be on point because they don't want to go 0-3.
On the other side for the Royal Spartans, pardon me, I'm still used to calling them the Houston Spartans. You got Darkside, Gunzy, Prolute, and Spart. Again, it's just so surprising to see these guys 0-2 in their first day, especially considering that they did lose a Game 4 matchup versus Luxury Exotics, a matchup that on paper you would have thought that Royal Spartans would have handled every day of the week and twice on Sunday. They also lost a Map 5 versus Lore Gaming. So not the greatest of starts here for the Royal Spartans. Their pathway obviously becomes very difficult. They have to play, obviously, this matchup here versus Distro. Their second matchup today is against Cabal Gaming, who's also 1-1, before they finish off having to play up against Lore Gaming. So that's kind of, you have to win all 3 of those matchups if you want to comfortably put yourself into the playoffs if you're the Royal Spartans. And it starts here with this best of 5 with a Protocol Skyline Protocol start. Red Card Hacienda waiting for us for map 4, map 5. And I think that this is kind of these first 2 maps and first 3 maps really in particular will really kind of show us the individual prowess that we're going to get out of this Distro Gaming roster. Just seeing how the individuals can handle their own business, especially on maps like Protocol.
Yeah, and I feel like that's all we've been seeing so far throughout this stage. Every single series has some Protocol into the mix. Most likely going to throw that as well in the Control. But for these young guys who obviously take care of business yesterday, go 1-1. You want to start off on the right foot. A map like Protocol can tend to get out of hand if you don't do the little things correctly, such as blocking certain spawns, putting yourself in certain positions, setting up those crossfires to make your job a whole lot easier. But if you are Distro, your hands are going to be full because you best believe the Spartans, they don't roll over and die. They know that today has to be a 2-0 day for them to stand their best chance of making it into playoffs.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like, again, the pathway, just based on the names on paper, should allow for them to do that. But we would have said the same thing with them playing up against a team like Luxury Exotics, for instance. So nothing is a guarantee, especially on any given day at COD. See what we get here. Royal Spartans in the red, Distro Gaming in the blue. Prolude, I would say another player to kind of keep your eye on in terms of someone who can be flexible in this particular title. Haven't really seen him pop off to his normal self, I think maybe largely until we got to Season 1 of playoffs. So see what he has to offer. It's not been a good start for him, 0-2, but the Royal Spartans still holding on to some high ground positions to allow them to stay in the hill.
Yeah, and they find 3 kills as well in the feed, so still stabilizing around that P1, allows them to soak up all this time. Gunzy trying to create space in towards 10. Freebie number 1, freebie number 2, give me the double. Trying to turn and burn for the third onto Icons. Yeah, that's a highlight play. And that's going to lead to the Spartans basically soaking up all this time here.
Yeah, really good stuff. And again, this puts a lot of pressure on Distro Gaming, not just on the hard point itself, but also on rotation. Contested time, but Darkside has stayed down and stayed safe. Help from Gunzy, that's a good double from him. A couple of tags are already out, and that will be another full wipe as we rotate over to P2, just freshly opened up.
Yeah, and if your Distro can't go 1 by 1 like that, got to make sure we set up some speed pushes to try to take that mid-map control, because now you're just funneling your way into depth. Darkside roaming through top mid. Great shots with the Jackal. Tries to line up number 6, but it's taken care of. Still not a single point on the side of Distro Gaming. 2 kills through top mid. Now they hop in the hill.
Yeah, looking solid right now for Distro, at least on their break from the front. Have to still deal with this ensuing progress from Royal Spartans trying to play off the staircase, but nice read from Sizky. Aiden around the back. Yeah, well down to Prolude. No pinch there. And this has been a really solid break here for Distro Gaming. They're looking good for the back 15.
Yeah, this is fantastic. And now how aggressive you decide to play if you are the Spartans. Every gunfight you lose will spawn you all the way across the map. But thankfully, they find the initial 3. Still going to have an opportunity to send the pressure onto Sizky. But he instantly shuts them down with that double. Almost a tie game, but rotations won by the Spartans. This is one of those hills where if you're Distro, you got to get in early. Wait, did someone just drown?
Yeah,
all right, Prolude, what are we doing?
This fell off the map. A little unfortunate. But this will open up an opportunity for Distro Gaming to move around the outside of the map. Gunzy in a little bit of trouble. Icons, Catsy, good opening too, but Prolude finds his way in, and he's got everything in front of him. May even be able to find all 4 eliminations, but loses the ammunition needed to find the 4th and final. Catsy now off the regen. Well done. Shuts down Darkside from being able to confirm the trade, and with the trophy system in place, this has been really solid for Distro Gaming on transition.
This has been perfect. Even with Prolude propping that 3-piece off of Drowning. He gets blessed with the back spawn still, but effective trades on the side of Distro allowed him to take the lead for now. But with only 15 seconds remaining here at P3, it's about the fights in towards P4. Big one-on-one. Prolude is able to win it. His teammates are still here contesting at Old, but they're going to put themselves in a position to win their rotation over towards New and run up that score.
Yeah, looking good. Top tie game over to New. Darkside able to shut things down up through the elevator shaft. Does not expect that one more player would come through, but that Semtex was enough to allow Spark the easy double, which wipes the floor and gets Royal Spartans in control of P4 early. Yeah, and still just a little bit staggered here as Distro Gaming trying to find their break, but still just kind of forcing it. The tempo is, I would say, well established, but Spart is shutting all of it down. Help from Gunzy over the top leaves just 1 player left alive.
Yeah, Distro had a lot of opportunities to find that break into there because Spartans are playing real tight through Spiral. So you slide your way, you get a couple gunfights to go your way, and it all had to start by trading onto Sparty, who is on 7 in a row, trying to play for the cruise missile. He is on point. Turns and burns onto Sizky. And this is going to be a full 60 hold here at P4 because Distro are not going to attempt another break here.
Yeah, they're all staggered as well on the spawns at the moment, so this has not been an ideal P4 for Distro Gaming. Looking over the top of P1, Spart's still working on this multiple sprees that he's been able to put together, and he may be able to come up behind one for free here. Looking over towards the hard point, Aiden is the one currently inside, found by a teammate, and this is just kind of mixy 1v1s all over the map as Distro Gaming continue to find ways to get into the hill.
Okay, and Spart's just trying to look for kill number 9, finally able to locate it. Up close in person with that Amos. Now just going to backtrack, put himself in a power position towards the top windows. Watch over his teammates as they try to cross on out. But get some bad timing there. He knows that potentially there is going to be a flank on the horizon. And the timing is going to come into play.
Yeah, 15-5 is where it will stop on 9 in a row. And the game is only about 30 points. So we're considering the spree that's been put together by Spark and the train of points that were put together on P4. This is not bad news for Distro. And they also get the Hellstorm out really quickly. So scrap time will go the way of the Royal Spartans. Gunzi, just unfortunately falls off the top. Still trying to force this 1v1 and eventually takes care of Icons, the new guy in. He's the youngest player on this team. After doing a quick bit of research, this is his first competitive title in the Challenger circuit. So definitely one of those players that kind of comes into the mix right away, immediately.
Okay, Young Bucks, so you got to start to turn up here. A 60-point difference, and this is the perfect moment for them to turn it around. A clean 4 dead. This is where they found a majority of their time in the first half of those hard points. A lot of mid-map control as well, but Siski is going to drop, so Royal Spartans have an opportunity to break through top mid.
Well, the exchange is decent, but it's starting to falter just a touch for the setup of Distro Gaming. Siski is trying to force it. Can't deal with the high-low setup right there. So the 150 to 95, 15 seconds still to fight for. And Distro Gaming are not spawning in the right spot here, so they've got a lot of work to do. Icons tries to fight through the old times. That won't work. ProLoot holding over towards the P1 side of the map is also holding solidly, and that'll be enough for Royal Spartans to turn Scrap into initial.
Yeah, and you see how far Distro are away from this P3 hardpoint. They're going to be starting to develop on some of these long routes. Darkside watching overextension. With all the info that Smart is getting through top mid, he's going to know. He's going to give the comp to his teammates. Darkside is able to set up a double. You're putting yourself in a position to win all the trade fights. The initial push instantly gets shot down from Distro. And now this score is looking very nasty.
Yeah, it really is. About a 100-point game just like that in the blink of an eye. We're talking about how Distro was fortunate to only be down 30. How quickly things can change, and this kill feed is not allowing an opportunity for Distro to find any sort of consolidation break here. So once more, just kind of playing from the worst possible positions on the map. Royal Spartans doing a really nice job of creating a buffer around these points, and now a 7 spree starts to develop for ProLoot. Yeah, so you've gone scrap to initial and full time on P3, and now you're looking at scrap to initial from 3 to 4, and this game, which was at one point just 30 seconds, is about to be over.
Yeah, and they could not find a break into the last time of P4. You could already see the kill feed lighting up red. An early 3 dead. Icons last player up. At least able to find one makes their approach a little bit easier. But the Spartans just need 1 to 2 river kills, and they close it out here.
Yeah, Arc full of opening shots, gets a read on where this hit is starting to develop from. But overwhelmed, too many players running through that spiral staircase side. Gunzi trying to follow up on the damage that had been tallied, but not going to work out. It's Katsi who finds 2. The break is good for Distro. Do they get a read on the next break attempt for the Royal Spartans? Dark opens things up for the first. Double hit coming through the front door that Katsy's supposed to be watching. He sees 1, falls off, and puts himself into a spot to maybe deal with all of this. And yeah, sure does. 1 more to grab, but it's him and Siski to combine for 4. A little 2v4 moment for the 2 of them.
Okay, a big moment right there for Distro to build some potential momentum going forward in the rest of the game, but it has to be perfect. Have to try to maintain this Grandma control. Siski is only able to take down 1. Rotation currently still being fought for through top mid. Neither team wants to be the initial team to fall, but Katsi on the repinch.
Nice.
Katsi on the repinch, able to find a double on 6 in a row.
Yeah, great timing off of the old time back over towards the key building position to get over to P1. It's still about a 100-point game, though, so, I mean, we're really kind of trying to sell the dream. Yeah. Icons over the top of P1 will find the opportunity to jump into the hill. Holding on to it nicely for now as Aiden confirms a double behind him, but the map is starting to fall just a bit awry for Distro Gaming as they spawn all the way over towards the backside of P3, and that allows the Spartans to get in.
Yeah, might need to invest this cruise missile right here and now. You gotta get him out to the hard point, and that's exactly what is going to get invested. Darkside trying to sprint away. Katsi, unfortunately, finds a team kill, and it doesn't even connect on the dock side, so he's gonna hop right back into the objective. You're still in control of the spawns. You only need about 10 seconds to close out this map number 1. Don't win it here to win the rotation over towards the new GG.
Yeah. You do get a couple of members of Distro Gaming, though, through field and up the stairs to try to contest over at this tower. Gunzi quickly trying to make his way over. Aiden on the staircase. Oh, he gets stuck. That's so unfortunate. Now it's just down to Katsi, who does turn this into a double. A couple of good lives in a row here for Katsi. But it feels like it's just a little bit too late here for the hopes of Distro Gaming. Couple seconds just required here for the Royal Spartans. Last one to try to touch, not going to be able to get there in time. And a very comfortable win for the Royal Spartans in map number 1.
Yeah, very comfortable indeed, my friend. Obviously, it all starts with that second half of the game when you're finding the remaining 20 to 25 seconds of P2. You hold down P3 for a full 60. And even though you were instantly broken in towards P4 at the next rotation, just grow the lead so much that all you needed to was a couple kills to go your way in certain scenarios. And you still win the game by more than 100. Distro, they started to warm up a little bit towards the later half of that game, man. You saw Cassie had a couple great moments. They just need to realize when they need to slow down the game or where they need to start to develop on these routes. Because when they trapped themselves towards the backside of P2, there was about 10 seconds left. One person is solo challenge towards back tower. Everyone else trying to retake through top mid. No, someone dropped down. Try to hit a route. Try to flip these spawns because as soon as that happens, and that instantly gets shut down, they all start to funnel their way through Zip, and then they couldn't find a break there. So these shows need to start thinking ahead more than behind.
Yeah, and I think there's a level of not only are Distro Gaming, like, you know, maybe behind the 8-ball touch, but some of that is because of how good the Royal Spartans were playing rotation and manipulating spawns. I mean, the mature things that we look for out of top competitors. And just to kind of speak a little bit more to that, you know, kind of pulling up each of the individual player profiles here, let's just kind of talk about this Distro Gaming roster. Icons is the newest guy in. This is his first year competing in Challengers. He started back in Cup number 1, playing with some pretty solid players. So he must have had some stock coming out of his, you know, underage years into being 18, because he was playing with players like Zuner and Klo, D-Lo, Driz, Hitman. We saw a lot of that team make it into Season 1 of Elite. His stage qualifier team did not quite make it into Season 1, finished top 24. But, you know, for the most part, it has been him kind of boosting throughout the year, because Cup number 4 was one of the Pup Cups that the Challengers players couldn't play, and he finished second. So not a bad start for him in terms of how his first competitive year has gone. Hatsy did play last year in Modern Warfare 3. Played with players like 04 at the beginning of the year, actually, surprisingly enough. And then played with Aiden throughout pretty much the rest of the year and Siski before jumping into this year, where it's mostly been Aiden, Siski, and Katsuki, who have been a group of 3. So that's where that team kind of finds its formation. Siski and Aiden have been around for quite some time. They haven't found much success in the past. Siski back in Cold War, top 64s, Vanguard, a couple of top 12s, a couple of top 8s, Modern Warfare 2, a couple top 16s, really nothing beyond top 16 until this year. And then Aiden, kind of the same situation, a couple of events in Vanguard, didn't play much in Modern Warfare 2, a couple of opens, and then really kind of got his brute force playing through Modern Warfare 3, where he was able to find players like Hatsky and Siski, where they've played throughout the lot of the last calendar year or so. So that's kind of the storyline about these guys. You know, and we see this quite often. You know, you kind of do your work, you grind through it, you find a couple of solid teammates, you kind of keep improving your placements little by little, and you get your first chance at a Challengers Elite here.
Yeah, I respect that, man, because obviously these guys have been playing since Cold War, some of these guys since Vanguard. You've been around the block once or twice, so you want to try to be the best eventually. Finally, they find themselves in an opportunity to work their way in towards the Elite, so that's good, but you want to make sure you make it for a reason, right? Now, on the opposite side for Icons, the new guy coming, you want to make sure that you're obviously leaving a staple of who you are as a competitor, who you are as a player. Obviously, the eyes are going to be on you when you're playing throughout these elites. You're playing against the best competition throughout Challengers. A tough match right here versus the Spartans, because these are guys that have been playing for basically forever. And then you obviously start slow in that map number 1 on that protocol. But now, realistically, since this has been Core 3, that's what you're saying, Alan, for such a long time, I'm expecting them to be basically well-polished and search and destroy. When you have that much chemistry with each other, you should understand what we need to do together.
Yeah, 100%. And just kind of looking at the team as it's gone through, I mean, they've played with players like Shoxy this year. They've played with players like Velux this year. So guys that, again, have been floating in that top 16, top 12, maybe a couple of top 8s here and there. But Icons, this is, you know, I think where you look to a player, you're stepping in as the new guy into a group of 3. They're looking at you to be the difference maker. So we'll see what he could bring to the table here in the Search and Destroy. Kind of mentioned, kind of a slow start for Distro in that map number 1, but definitely felt like they were starting to cook up a little bit in those last couple of hard points. So let's see how that little bit of warmth transitions into the Search and Destroy here on Skyline. It'll be round 1 where Distro gets to set the tone on the attack.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what kind of tone they're going to set. Initially, no trophies to start off here in round number 1. Nate is able to connect or some information gained through top hallway. But they realize, okay, there's no stuns, no nades at this A site. We can slowly start to work our way up for the objective after Aiden finds that first blood.
Gun He does get around the backside, playing through vent. Trade is out, although the bomb planter does drop. But we'll get a 2v3. Icon's quick to collect and move for the plant. Well done here. Spart, maybe the next one to possibly contest as he's ran through the high ground. A little bit of a retreat here, and that's enough for Icons to actually catch Spart a little bit more off guard. So now just down to Prolute. Following up nicely, he's able to find Catsy. So you know that there's Icon still playing deep, and the question is, where has Aiden gone off to?
Oh, yeah, but at least spots one towards bottom closet. Another show they're going to get invested just for the info. Prolute knows where the second player is, just not able to win the gunfight. Distro, slow and steady, wins the race. Just playing for the info early on their attacks. Find the first blood on the aggressive player through top hallway. Effective trades on the guns he threw on the ground. Then in a 1v3 for Prolute. Just so many angles that they can check the bomb site from. That they're able to just set up the crossfires and take round one.
All right. Good start. Like what I'm seeing. That'll be their first attempt on the defense. Pearl Spartans trying to get things going quickly towards A. At least Dark Side is. Stun checks over towards the backside at patio. Nothing there. That will lead to an immediate plant. Oh, I don't know if Spart saw the feet of the player right above him on top bedroom there. Siski will find first blood. Bomb does get planted, but Spart may be caught by surprise here.
Yeah, Siski and Icons were the aggressors through top plat. They find that first blood, and now you're forcing Spart on the reposition. So he's going to work his way through underground. 30 seconds still to go. Someone's got to find some action.
Spart not able to finish off on one for free. Gunzy, Spart do combine for a handful, though, so now it's just down to 2v1. Siski by himself. Nice first shots. Hops immediately on for the defuse, but Dark will not let that slip by. Immediately back to the bomb, finds the trade, will go 1-1.
Yeah, and I thought right there, once Distro found that first blood through top hallway, like they would have continued to be aggressive. It sort of seemed like they just slowed down towards plat, even though the bomb was already planted. You had the numbers, you wanted to just play your trades, but they decided to play hide and seek. When they found those players in those one-on-one gunfights, cannot walk away with the majority of those wins. Least of the Spartans in the 1v2. Clock on their side. Dark Side knows that player's one shot. Let me just slide on in and get that kill. Tie the game up.
Jay, I just looked over our Twitter for a second. 6F Carolina fell on the first hard point, 250 to 71.
Oh, hell no. Nah. What they doing,
Yeah, those
man?
guys
You
are
kidding
getting
me?
cooked, brother. They're getting cooked. But here, Distro Gaming first will go for the bomb. Catsy realizes there's another player nearby, and yeah, another tactical retreat kind of back over towards the offensive side of the map. It's met this time with a little bit more resistance by the Royal Spartans, and we're going to get a 1v1 between Siski and Prolute.
Oh, and so much time on the clock allows Prolute to make these kind of plays. Gonna go for the wrap. He knows the angle that they planted on last time. You clutch through Kabul. But he has completely flipped the map on his head. 15 seconds.
He's seen him, though. Opening shots are decent. Siski just going to run away. Does he get enough space? No, he doesn't. Oh, did he get enough time, though? Yes, he does. Well done by Siski. Just kind of playing ring around the rosy. Runs far enough away to elude Prolute, and will stay all offensive post-plant success so far through 3.
Yeah, good 1v1 play right there. I realize, okay, there's a lot of time on the clock. Let me force a reposition. Play the mind games a little bit. Check the bomb with about 15 seconds left, but just the finesse to stall out the game clock the way that he did. Prolute does not have enough time to secure the defuse Distro. Take the advantage in the search and destroy. The Spartans basically working a sort of quick A plant last time around, but this time it's Distro ready to contest it.
Yeah. Distro, though, not going to win a single one of the gunfights early. Yeah. A little bit of a mess coming through over the top of the A site. Leaves Catsy by himself. Nice shots on the Dart. Gives himself an extended chance at this, but the bomb does get planted. And this still has to be a full 1v4 plus defuse. And this first bit is going to be the most difficult part. And, well, he's out with the first cleanly, but can't slip away from the other. Spartans will keep us on this post-plant success trend that we've had.
Yeah, Spartans are just a little bit better at the trading scenario. Sun's able to connect to slow them down on their aggression through that A site. Able to set up the crossfires through Kabul and mid TVs. You go for a 3-for-1 split. Allows it to turn into a 1v4, even though it is a 1v2 so far. The way the Spartans have been playing their Search and Destroy is the buddy system. Your one shot, we're absolutely going to send it on in for that trade. As Prolute puts the finishing touches on the round. All tied up at 2 with him on 4 in a row.
Prolute or CXD at the ready if he wants it. Tagged up by the backside at Piano. And a little bit of patience here from Distro. And the defense of the Spartans are in a really solid spot at A. You've got Dark playing up close and personal on the bar. You've got Gunzy right behind him. Prolute still watching over towards the Piano side with an RC playing at the hot tub. And that will eventually be destroyed. But this is going to be a tough defense to break down, especially if Distro want to go A, but they may actually kind of follow up on Icon's position here and try to get into the B site, which is the best option they have.
Oh, without question, because they have no info at this A site. Now they're going to try to attack it through the mid-map, and Darkside lines up a free double. Now in the 2v4, Cat C information gain, 31 HP in the Dream. He's going to get taken care of. Aiden, now your turn for a 1v4. He's also going to fall.
Wow.
And that's just a perfect defensive strategy right there out of the Spartans, Alan. You take away that A site, you keep your SMGs in an aggressive approach. Prolute invests that RC car to clear out towards top mid. And just using that RC car to spot 2 players towards top hallway, if you are Distro, you're thinking, okay, they know where we are. They're most likely going to be stacking in towards the B site, so we have to wrap back towards A. And it falls right into the trap of what the Spartans had set up. As they take the advantage, secure the first defense of the map. And Darkside is able to find 3.
Yeah, it is so tough to commit to try to hit the B site from that top security door. It was their one option that really wasn't fully guarded, but again, just the commitment to that is so difficult to make. Gunzy going to find one up top. Siski has to lift position top halls. He will fall right into the waiting arms of Dark. And with Prolute finding another, this one's starting to fall apart a little bit with just Aiden left.
And it's trying to find some kind of aggressive success through top hallway. They did it the first go around where they found that first blood, but the Spartans are some veterans. They've been around the block once or twice. They're going to be able to make those adjustments. They find the first kill through hallway. They set up Darkside towards bottom gem, find the second immediately. And it turned it into another 1v4, just picking them apart one by one. Starting to chain these rounds together now.
Looking good, looking clean. Things are really falling apart for Distro. It really does feel like they're trying to just kind of like poke holes in the setup.
Yeah.
Playing for picks. Want to see something that's kind of more of a commitment here. Stun stage over the top of the A side. Cassie watching on the outside angle. Icon's already pushed off from being able to plant at A, and Dark is right back in position. Front side bar. He wants more, and he'll get more. Knows that he's got another player on the corner. Elbow just barely seen, but Cassie still falls with the trades coming through. It's a 2v2, but the pinch is good. The timing perfect, and Distro Gaming pull one back.
Yeah, way to slow down the round right there if you are Distro. You gain the info. There's a lot of players at this A site, so even though Icons doesn't find the kill, he sets up his teammate for the trade. Smart had that guy trapped behind Cabo, so he was instantly going to be able to find that one. But the trades were more effective to set up the pinch at the very end. As he's able to close it out with a double. Distro able to stop the bleeding, secure a defense. But he's securing another offense, not needing to answer on defense.
And I think, you know, just take a beat here. Let's set up something a little bit more methodical. Let's not try to force anything too crazy. Little double stack up top at B. Revealed by a stun, pushed back by a Semtex. Both players will drop and now make their way over towards front bedroom. Now, Royal Spartans aren't really going to challenge this, although Siski, I'll say maybe he gets caught, but he does go 1 for 1. The problem is Icons does get caught. And Sparks double opens up this A site completely.
Yeah, those two have been running around together this entire map so far, Icons and Siski. So when you spot one, you best prepare for that second gunfight. Prolute takes down Aiden. Now Catsy in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. Oh my god, I don't know what happened to my voice there. Well, Royal Spartans able to clutch up into 2v1. Now at point game.
Yeah. Yeah, the gap just feels a little bit too much right now, and I can just understand and respect the fact that Distro is trying to take away ground on the defense, but let's see them kind of trust their gun skill a little bit more than that, because flat out, I mean, they're shooting pretty well. They're definitely hanging. It just feels like they're getting caught in bad positions, including that last round, just kind of stuck frontside bedroom there. But here we go. Has to be 3 in a row. RC at the ready and immediately launched in. Siski quickly down through the middle. Not able to get the final shots onto the RC, but a teammate will finish it off. Dark quickly up top and around the back, knowing that the problem on this A post plant has been that position at Cobble. And with Siski found at Jim, it feels like this round's pretty much already over.
Yeah, 2v4 now. Icon's trying to make up for it, stuck in the middle of the hallway with 2 players right in front of him. Gunsy's able to take care of it. Aiden another opportunity at a 1v4, and he is going to fall. The adjustments. Too strong there for the Spartans. Every time ProLoop had that RC to work with, it was just slowing down the game. But they go up 2-0 in that series. Now we step aside and go to the Bravo stream where Omid are currently up 1-0. And up by 1 round, make it 2. There's no way he 1v3s this.
Yeah, no way. Not with the clock. Clock was already under 8 seconds as a wire. And also important to know for the Spartans, we talk about them needing to win out, but winning with 3-0s also super important when it comes to possible tiebreaker situations. So kind of keep that in the back of your minds as well as we jump on board. Like we mentioned, the map number 1 was nothing but Omit, 250-71 the score. And as we look at a 5-3 tally at the moment here, not looking much better. And this is just, it just feels like a weird, like, not to throw any shade, but this feels like a weird team. You already mentioned that Fame had kind of stepped away for a moment, is kind of regaining some balance, getting back into the competitive mix. Mach has been a solid AR for years. We saw Neum kind of really stand out with 0-4 at the beginning of last year. But Wads is a player that's kind of like, that's our first time I think we've said his name on an Elite broadcast. So this feels like a really odd team.
Hopefully they're able to figure it out. City got 0-2, currently 0-1 in this series. You go 0-3 and makes your playoff chances a whole lot more difficult, but Brack and Johnny here to try to shut down their hopes. Now turns it into a 1v2 for Mach. He already finds the first kills. Technically a 1v3. He has 45 seconds.
No way Johnny's clan tag is Here's, so it says Here's Johnny. It's crazy. Mach by himself, though. No bomb. Plenty of time. Gonna reset the map by making his way through vents. Brack and Illy. It's gonna kind of hang out together. And they may let him rewrap this all the way into A, although now he's been seen, or at least he's seen, oh, he's seen both, actually. This may lead to an opportunity, but oh, he breaks the glass. That's enough for Brack to get his head up, and Illy will find the last bullet needed after the damage tallied earlier. So Amit gonna take the search and destroy just as comfortably as they took the hard point. 6-3 here. And they're now 2-0 up in that series on our Bravo streak.
Yeah, and I don't think Omid are probably going to lose a single search and destroy. Like, with that kind of roster, you got Illy, you got Standy, you got Johnny, you got Brack. Just the way that they play, slow and steady wins the race. They have the opportunities and the players to also switch up the pace with the aggression plays out of Standy and Johnny. But they just have so many strategies. We saw it last stage with the Pioneers with Illy leading the way. You best believe on their Omid now he's probably doing the same exact thing.
Seems likely that this is going to be one of those blocks that we may get 2-3-0s. Yeah. Controls coming up on both our Alpha and our Bravo streams. Not really sure on the other results that are happening across the board, but here's a look at least on what our series is going to look like for Distro Gaming, a Protocol Control, Red Card, Hardpoint, Hacienda, Search and Destroy here in our main focus broadcast. The other games that I think are really compelling that I want to keep an eye on, at least results-wise, Team War, KC Pioneers. That's probably the one that I'm most interested in this first block.
1-0 Pioneers right now.
Versus 1-1. 1-0 Pioneers. Okay, so that's a series that I think could definitely have some implications to what's going on in Group A, which is, you know, where our focus is kind of the opposite of. We're sitting mostly in Group B here today. So that's kind of the interesting thing about, you know, what's going to happen at the top of that leaderboard. We already talked about Amit looking solid to possibly be 3-0 in their first 3 matches as they play 6F Carolina. YFP is currently playing Pinnacle. And then the other group, what's that?
2-0 there for YFP. Pinnacle have not yet won a map yet so far. And these are the new guys that we're excited to see. They have one player who we know about, a little bit about D-Lo, but they just haven't been able to put it together yet.
Yeah. The other matchup, just to kind of speak to it, is Cabal Gaming and Lore Gaming. Those are the other matches that are currently happening across Challengers Elite here in our third instance of the round robin. And we're ready to go for our protocol control, so we'll jump on in with that one, see if Distro Gaming can extend this series just touch further.
Yeah, they need to make sure they have some teamwork here. So far, we saw it in map number 1. There was a lot of individual play, especially in that Search and Destroy. It was a two-man show between Icons and Siski. But versus the Spartan, especially on a map like Protocol Control, your teamwork needs to allow you to set up these plays. As they are going to be the team early on the attack. You already have an aggressive play from Darkside. He is going to get spotted, but he is also going to give up his life. No kill feed, but Darkside drops.
Hopefully we'll get that kind of solved.
I think it's just a simple button on your keyboard and probably M or N.
You'll figure it out. Figure it out. Oops, Semtex in front of your face. Dark right over to the point, try to contest. After the B zone has already been cleared. And, oh, Dark is in a perfect spot to find the final 2 around the A zone. And that will lead to the defense now moving very aggressively forward. Dark has also got himself an AR to work with if he wants to hold a long angle. Spart over the top of his head. He is melting on this Distro spawn. And now fouls up with the SMG. Oh, this is just so much pain. Doesn't quite get the third, but not bad at all. Down to 43 seconds to fight for if you're Distro.
Dan, Darkside gets a little aggressive there. He said, wow, Sparty, you're having all the fun. I don't want to sit here and just block the spawns. Unfortunately, gives up his life for free. And now Distro have an opportunity to put the game clock at a pause. 35 seconds there. Working up the progression here at A. Icons is going to fall. Siski is going to fall. That push gets instantly shut down. Now you only got 25 seconds and not a single segment to your name.
Yeah, not looking good here. Siski will find one through the front side at 10. Gunzy behind the play, though, in a perfect position to shut down any further attempts on the A zone. And, yeah, this is not going to happen for Distro Gaming. Not a great opening offense, to say it plainly. 9-1 start for Spart on 5 in a row as well. I mean, we're talking about a collective, like, 9 kills. That's not math. 12 total kills for Distro Gaming. Not good news.
Definitely not good news, but at least you got some segments to work with. You at least secure one, but 3, 2, 1. Can somebody hop on it? No, you cannot. Roar you Spartans, just too much to handle. On the defensive side, continue to be nuisances in your base. Catching you off the respawn immediately as you come up. Just did not give Distro any breathing room to get any segments besides one at that A point. Sparty also has a phenomenal start to the game, 9-2. Did it with the AR, did it with the SMG, found a 4-piece in the best play here. Just had some good moments there to take round 1.
Yep. About as good as it gets. Aiden just 1-7, couldn't get things going. See what the offense for the Spartans has primed ready for us. Just need 2 ticks of progress to take the advantage. They're going to make a play, it looks like, over towards B here. Dark going to come up, find one for free. But the rest of the offensive hit through B field has largely been shut down, so it leaves Dark essentially by himself. And he will choose to touch the zone, and then immediately hop back up towards the ledge, sneaks away from one defender, and now he's in your spawn.
Yeah, you just want him to be annoying. He's already going to come up behind someone for free. Free kill right there on the Icons. He is on 5 in a row. Now the players that are coming off the respawn that are wrapping back to try to take care of Darkside. He's just making their life a living hell. Finesse, finesse, finesse. Stun, not able to connect. I got 100 HP. Where have you gone?
Yep, and just gets out of there. Couple more tags from Katsy, but oh no,
God.
Dark still finds a way to come back to the gunfight and get the win. He's now on 6 in a row, right back behind the spawn, and he is just farming Katsy at the moment. Oh, mercy. Clean shots out of Dark. A-zone already gone. Now, Distro is putting a little bit of pressure on the offensive spawn here, so as Dark drops, things could start to change, or maybe not. Prolutes double just reopens up the map.
Yeah, that shuts down the entire play right there for Distro. They're trying to stall out a lot of that game clock, but the Spartans on their first attempt, they're able to find 2 kills at the right time, and that Darkside already off the respawn is back in your spawn. Currently up by 3 lives is the Spartans. A lot of map control as well. Time already being paused. First segment about to be locked.
Yeah, you've got Distro trying to wrap this point. I don't know if they have the time to really do this. Here comes Icons back to the play. Read nicely by Spart. Can't quite finish the kill. Prolute in trouble. Tries to get away. Not going to be able to. Gunzy follows up. Nice tags. Pistol out. Not going to be able to get the double, but sets up Dark for an opportunity. And that will be collected upon. 16 plays 12. Defense still spawning, well, a couple of players spawned relatively close. Nade over the top does clear off the staircase. Icons, the rest of the crew on the repinch trying to get back to the point, and that'll be a nice little clear out by Catsy. 12 plays 12.
Yeah, it's a big kill right there from Catsy. You lose that one-on-one, that second segment is guaranteed. Now there, you're able to give your teammates some opportunities. Icons, your turn to try to cause mayhem in the spawn. Only able to take down one. Effective on the trades of the Spartans. Second segment locked. You got to make a play. Catsy at least flies on in. It's a 10v9.
Yep. And still a player on the staircase that can hold on to the zone. Dark clears out another, but the clock continues to tick. 8v6. Next hit attempt coming quickly, though, for the Royal Spartans. Trophy system in the way.
What?
Thought that it was, yeah, I'm not sure. Dark thought it was like deactivating because he threw shots at it. Didn't get any hit markers. Proloot reads the tip play perfectly, has the knife out ready for it, and now it's a 7v3, and Royal Spartans can just win this by TDM.
Yeah, this is the GG. Unless Catsy and Siski can do anything about it, they need something miraculous. Now a 1v6, you're going to get chopped down. And the Spartans coming out on day 2 so far in the league stage 2 with some different energy. Up 2-0 in this series and now up 2-0 in the control.
Yeah, it's just one of those, it's just a mismatch at the moment.
Yeah. You know what's curious now, Alan, is like, how did Distro beat Lore in Game 5 yesterday?
Yeah, that's
Like,
a good
if
point.
this is how they're playing their respawns, a lot of individual plays, things are getting shut down. They don't know how to hit the reset once they're getting trapped. But somehow, some way, they were able to take down Lore Gaming in a Game 5 yesterday. One of those teams that we had a lot of high hopes going into this stage. But they just haven't been showing us nothing so far today.
Yeah, that's true. And I think there is a level of, even that Lore team, I think we're kind of holding some, rapport for after their impressive, well, again, 3 of the 4. Courage not being part of the team anymore. But, I mean, they were perfect in their group stage. That says a lot. It's still a young team. I mean, Abe, Lurks, and Merc are all still very, very young. And it's also a new team with our cities in the mix. So, I mean, it definitely feels like this might be our most lopsided Challengers Elite yet. At least in the last handful of attempts that we've had at it, because you've got a lot of teams in the mix here that are essentially newer. Like, I'm looking at Team War, both amidst the Royal Spartans and KC Pioneers as, like, your clear-cut top 4. And then everyone else is just kind of fighting for the rest. Like YFP, yeah, like if Big Head has moments like he did last season, then sure, that could be a team that could absolutely surprise. Yeah. But, I think our top 4 are looking pretty set just based on the names on paper and the results we've seen so far.
It's crazy, though, because I expect these guys who have been in challenges for such a long time to always be able to fight. You know how people are playing. They used to potentially be your former teammate. Just right now, teams are just clicking at the right time when they need to. Still into this game, though, Distro. We're able to successfully find that capture over towards that B side, but a couple gunfights don't go their way. That's another clean forward. That now the Spartans already in your base.
Yeah, 17 plays 14 as well. Semtex also lands, but a lot more to deal with than just the one that it connected on. Bart will also drop, leaving Gunzy to try to play with Proloot. Good first. And we're just split here. I mean, yeah.
That's exactly what it is right there, because if you're Siske, we just found the initial 2 kills. There's no point in us challenging the indoors where we have to check every single corner on the way there. We should just play our numbers on the outskirts, but just challenging that mid side, it slows down the rest of your teammates. Now you don't have the numbers on the opposite side of the map. Gunzy lines up another freebie with the SMG, reads the pressure onto the second player. Give me number 2. Distro just keep on shooting themselves in the foot.
Sure do. Trying to wrap the map here. They've got time for it. But whatever this hit is, has to be clean. Dark has kind of left that mid-map, and you can see what Royal Spartans are doing. They're just trying to cover their lanes right now. Icon's trying to get around the back, but this is getting a little too cute, and I think this is just the Royal Spartans saying, come touch the zone. You have to. Nice shots from Icons. Gets him some ground to work with up top at the ledge. 7 plays 4. Big gunfight here. Good win from Icons, but doesn't step away and gets traded immediately. So now Aiden has to be the hero. Has to jump on and stop the clock.
Yeah, and there's no more time, no more respawns. 2v6, Aiden, you got to get a couple pieces. You want to stand a chance here. 3, 2, 1. No one's going to be able to tuck the objective. And the Spartans are able to start off day 2 with the perfect 3-0.
Good stuff. That's exactly what the doctor ordered, right? I mean, the 0-2 start, not where you want to be at. So, we look over to the other side at the Bravo stream, a Vault Control, where Omit are currently up 2-0. It's not good news for the 6F Carolina team in any regard.
Without question, man. Niam was in my chat talking about some, oh, you got our cast today? And I said, yeah, I think I cast you guys today, but realistically, my boy, you are getting beat down. You need to show some life in there. So far in this round, able to extend the time early on, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, up by 3 lives, already trying to contest in the front side of B. Teammate.
Yep. Indeed it is. No persistent keeps Mock alive, but gets caught by Brack, reclaiming the Palms position. 24 plays 22, tons of time on the clock here, and a ton of space to work with. If they want to try to hit the overextension around the backside of B, currently being watched by Johnny. And we're catching word from our observer, J-Pros, that there were no ticks of progress for 6F in their first offensive round. So they've got a lot of work to do here to try to get this control back in their favor.
Yep. Starts round by round. You just need to eliminate the players who are causing problems in your spawn. When you think you clear it out, there's already someone else for a moment filling that gap. They're dominating the pressure over towards B Street. You had Mock put himself in a position to potentially be the playmaker here. Gotta come up behind Johnny and find this freebie, but hold down this position once he gets it.
Well, opportunity starting to brew here. Mock can't quite find the defender over the top of the B zone, though. So Standy's still alive and kicking. Fame trying to chase down Illy over through the front. Stun will work out for the follow-up. And here's an opportunity really starting to amount to something. If they can get some control of this B Street, that's the problem. Like, you've got this opportunity to play around the back, and they finally do clear out the 2 players over towards gold, and now you can double stack this point.
Yeah, first segment already locked. If you're Omid, stuns and nades need to be able to connect because Mock has stayed alive the entire time in towards our second segment. Guaranteed. Illy's able to open up the nades to slow down that progression. Now the numbers in favor of Omid lead to a clean 4 dead. They shut down that push there for 6F Carolina. Got 50 seconds to work with, all tied up in lives.
Yeah, 12 and 12 that's the big thing here with lives. Only 1 tick needed, so 1 breakthrough for 6F. Could extend this map, but Brack has shut things down over through the overextension. Spawns are right here behind gold where Standy is in position. Kind of waiting, biding his time for now. Making sure nothing comes up the top of B Street. And he's got Brack essentially working with him through the middle of the map. Oh boy, it's just not brooding well for 6F. Just all of a sudden, Standy coming back to the point. He finds himself another hard point, gets cleared out. It's just Wads. Last one left. He gets dropped. 9v5. Standy caught out in the open. AR's in position though for Amit, trying to lock down this zone as here comes 6F Carolina running forward. Clock will pause. Brack has found himself 2. Standy finds another. 1 more to grab, and he will find the final kill. Amit will take a 3-0.
Clean 3-0. Even though I got into some scary moments, especially when Mock was roaming towards top part. Second segment was already locked, but I don't know where the trophy system is. The fact that Illy's able to open up the initial kill off of that car bomb, and then you send in everybody else once kills start to go down. And also at the very end of this one, just Standy making the heads-up play. You get pushed out towards gold, you're influencing the spawns for them to work that over extension. You find the preview for the first kill, but then wrapping back to B Street, knowing that this is their last push. We get these 4 kills, we are able to close out the round. He's able to find 3 in that final moment for Omid to walk away with a clean 3-0.
Starting to see a bit of a gap extending between some of our more stable and veteran teams and those that are a little bit newer to the table. Not uncommon to hear that, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. So that kind of completes through our first 2 series here in both our Alpha and Bravo streams, both of them 3-0s. I won't say I'm surprised to see that happen, but I think based off the results from yesterday, I would have expected maybe another map here or there, but all things told, pretty comfortable stuff here for both of our squads that come in as the favorites. The Royal Spartans, a much-needed win, and they find it in 3-0 form, taking down Distro Gaming, 250, 152, 6-3, and then 3-0 on the hardpoint search and control. As already kind of mentioned, they will move on and they will play their next match versus Cabal Gaming. That will also essentially be a must-win series with Lore Gaming still waiting next week for them. Whereas for Distro, they will play up against Luxury Exotics in their next matchup before they will finish their bracket, or their round robin rather, I should say, playing them at Brooklyn. So for Distro, that's also kind of a must-win coming up next here.
Oh, yeah.
Against Luxury Exotics to try to force some sort of a tiebreaker situation, because you don't assume that Distro would be able to beat them at Brooklyn. So that's kind of what's at stake for them. And then here's a look back over our Amit series that we just kind of came through. Amit will go on to play Pinnacle next. That should be pretty comfortable for them. Their big matchup is Team War next week. Whereas for 6F Carolina, they will be playing the KC Pioneers. They will actually stay on our Bravo stream for that. They finish off their run in their round robin playing Pinnacle next week. So that next matchup for 6F is essentially a must-win for them as well against KC Pioneers.
Oh, yeah, this is where we are so far in Stage 2, in those must-win matchups. And I'm pretty sure when I'm looking at the scores right now, Distro are going to be playing against Luxury, right? Luxury just ended up getting 3-0 in their previous matchup versus Omid Brooklyn. So both of those two teams sitting at 1 and 2. That's a big game for both of those squads. You don't come out today, ideally, the way that you want to. You both get swept, but you have an opportunity to right the wrongs.
Yep. It's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, but here's a look over what we're coming at next. We've got Lore Gaming at Amit Brooklyn. That should be a really fun one. Again, our first look at this Lore Gaming was my first look at this Lore Gaming team here this stage so far. See if they can hold a candle to this Amit Brooklyn team that seems to be kind of cooking things up a touch. They had a really solid day yesterday, and well, it's one of those things, man. Are these three young guns going to be worth the stock as they continue through this first year of challengers for a lot of them? Our Bravo stream will feature, as mentioned previously, 6F Carolina. They'll be taking on the KC Pioneers, so that will be what's happening there. Excited to kind of tune in and see how Super and Hixie deal with playing with Exceed and Gunless on that KC Pioneers squad. Should be a fun little hybrid EUNA team right there.
Yeah, no, we're going to have a good time, especially when we get to that match. The Pioneers, they have been able to, take care of their matches so far up to this point. And if you're the opposing team, you need to make sure you take them down. I just don't know if 6F Carolina have the firepower to match them.
Yeah, we'll find out soon. Now we're going to head off to a break, get all the vetoes squared away, and we'll come back once we have our series layout ready to go for our second slot of North American Challengers. back, everybody. We are going to get a little bonus COD here as Team War already playing up against Pioneers. I did that backwards. They are in a 1-1 count right after a round 11 search and destroy went the way of Team War, and we're going to be catching them right at the beginning of their control. And yeah, looking back, a 250 to 224 hard point. So this has been a really tight series between these two. We have the Hacienda coming up, and then at least the Skyline for Map4J.
Oh, this one should be a fun one, man. Obviously a grueler of a series, a 26-point difference in map number 1, 1-round difference in the S&D, and I'm expecting the control to go all the way to round number 5 with the way that both of these teams are playing. Obviously, we're jumping into the middle of it. We were not able to spot the action, but just based off of these scoreboards, both teams are ready to rock and roll for this map number 3. I know if you're Team Ward, you got players like Adam Assault, World Champion, MVP, Yuli, 2Real, and DC, Mr. DiamondCon. They got a lot of AR power. The only thing that scares me with this roster is sometimes their aggression out of their SMGs. Yuli has his moments where he can pop off. 2Real's more of an objective guy. And then when you're going up against the likes of Pioneers, where we know Exceed is going to be able to set that tone, same thing alongside Super and Hixie. This is just a battle of vets, realistically.
Sure is. I think the interesting thing is, you know, we talk about this quite often with these veteran squads. Like, what are the chances? Well, we don't have to worry about Super because he's a sub spot on Miami right now.
Yeah.
But for Exceed, Gunless, and Hixie, like, is their storyline one that has to be replicated, like, on the same lines of, like, what Neptune was able to do? Where, like, they just have to be freaks at a game to get another chance in the league again. Because Hixie's probably not going to get picked up again. Not this year, at least. Gunless and Exceed haven't had a chance in the last 2 years now, it feels like.
Gunless was in at the end of last year, yeah?
End of last year, yeah, good point. So, but, like, I don't know. It's just like, do they have to be freaks of nature to get us another opportunity in the league?
I don't believe so. I just think it's just about winning where you're at this level because we know what these players are all about. Gunless has been around the CDL, CWL, Call of Duty in general for such a long time. Same thing could be said for Hixie. Exceed has always found a lot of success here in challenges. It's just like the type of player that I guess that they are. It's very hard to fill that in on certain on a bunch of these teams in the CDL. You have a certain play style. There's certain things that you're only able to get away with here in challenges. But I think the biggest attraction to the eye is just being the team that wins. Like we saw it at least for the last stage. Omid Brooklyn, they win victorious. 2 players immediately get picked up because obviously people were able to see them a majority of the time. I just think for all these veteran teams who are continuously trying to get more reps in challenges, trying to work your way back up to the big leagues, you want to shine. You want to be the guy that's putting up big numbers, but you also want to make sure that the W comes before anything.
Yeah, it's odd because, you know, I think using the example of Exceed, like, he has one. Like, all of his offline placements from last year were top 3. So it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things, and that FaZe Clan Black team was ripped apart a couple of different times by pickups. You know, starting with Asim in the first place, then Joe Deceives afterwards. You know, for Brack and Exceed both, you know, they were kind of stuck in this world of they are winning, they're just not getting a chance. And I think there's a level of they need to play with the right players. Like, they're not going to get picked up by some of the top teams that are out there. I think your best bets are like the teams that they've played on in the past, which is like your Floridas, your LAGs, stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's very odd, I think, to see where they find themselves and where their stock is compared to others that have either continued to be in the league or get picked up in the past because they've put up the individual numbers, they've put up the wins, the top placements on LAN. It just feels a little bit odd, and it'll be curious, I think, to see if there's ever going to be another chance for them to have a spot in the league.
It's just going to be tough, though, Alan, because we basically got 2 teams who are guaranteed, like, not available.
Yeah,
in the Heretics and in the Vegas Falcons. And everybody else right now, all the teams that you would think should be making some roster changes, it's either they've already made them or they have found out their recipe for success. So it's going to take a little bit more. Try to work your way into the CDL nowadays.
Yeah.
But into the control we go on Hacienda. You're going to have the Pioneers early on the attack. All out pressure through well. I don't really like this because you have no top secret control. You're instantly going to get shot in the back.
Oh, but Gunless is actually watching it. Finds a kill up top. Salt able to get back into the mix. Finds himself elimination, but Hixie has stayed safe inside the zone. For a player like Hixie, I was going to say, these are the moments you need to see him improve on. He needs to be able to find his opening ones. He's been good at setting tone. He's been good at setting pace. He's a good, like, IGL as an SMG player. but he just has to start winning more gunfights. That's where he finds his stock really kind of limited in terms of his ability to stay in the league.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Like a 0.7 isn't cutting it versus the big dogs. You need to try to turn it around, and obviously we've seen a bunch of players go from the CDL back to challengers to gain their confidence back. With only 40 seconds left, Pioneers are still trying to work out of their base. Finally, Hixie wins that gunfight through Top Secret. You already have a lot of pressure here at the B point. First segment is already locked, and you have players like Exceed just holding down top office, waiting to set up a pinch.
Yeah. Salt able to clear things out through 10. Good read by 2Real. That'll clear off the second tick of progress. Super up top over towards office. May be able to create some space to get onto A. But Gunless has eyes towards B. It's a little staggered right now for KCP. And Team More are ripping them apart, but an opportunity to pause the clock and get some progress on the A zone, as really Team More are not in a position to contest with this thanks to Super Spot and Exceed playing up top. Yep, that'll work.
Yeah, he's able to catch a double. Still only one player on that A point. Still going to decide to play Dill, so you are giving opportunities to Team More to work their way back on in. They have hit the transition, though, over towards B. They know those spawns for Team More are going to be over towards that boathouse side, but this is where Hixie needs to make a play. Pressure's going to be on him right through the outskirts. Finds the first one onto Yuli. Second segment guaranteed, and they should be able to close this out.
Yeah, 2Real shut down on the pinch as well, so that's much better for Hixie. Extra 60 seconds on the board. Super just guarding the spawn. Nice shots. Yeah, even a snap, a little bit of extra damage on the Diamond Con. Can't quite finish the kill. Gunless in trouble. Yeah, no ammunition left. Exceed trying to follow up, but shut down. And we'll go to a 10v10 with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, Team More have a lot of rock control, though, so it's going to make it more difficult for Pioneers to leave their base, especially when Assault tries to take a little space over towards Lambo. We would like him to play his life a little bit better, or at least guarantee one kill, but now you're forcing your teammates to slow on down. Super is able to take care of 2Real. Yuli effective on the trade. 45 seconds, 8v8.
And ooh, good nade. Bounced off the wall right into the lap of Yuli. Diamond Con responds with the kill of his own, though. And we just have a complete stretch across the map. Whoa, 2Real. Good response onto Super, caught off guard. Seed in a corner will find one for free. 5v6. And this is actually enough pressure to where KCP may have to work onto the zone, and Team More are opening the door to let them have it, or at least jump on for now. 4v5. Every kill's a big kill from here on out.
Yeah. Now you turn it into an SMB round. 4v4. Super gonna slide his way in towards bottom one, fall into a crossfire setup there from Team More. Now in a 2v4. Exceed knows as soon as I jump to this point, I'm most likely gonna be in a gunfight. Is he gonna be able to win it? No. Gunless left in a 1v4. He is gonna fall. And Team More are able to walk away with a successful defensive round. But I thought the Pioneers, they gave themselves a lot of opportunities to win that round. It's just when you're talking about finding kills and trying to figure out the median between that and playing the objective, they were getting two pieces left and right. It's just they were only having one person on the point at times. So you're giving the opportunities for Team More to find these breaks, and you allow them to walk away with that defense, basically steal it away from you. Got some time to make up for it, though. War take the first round.
Yeah, I think 4 total ticks of progress. Did they get that second at A? I don't think they did.
No.
Okay. Not bad. Little lifeline into the Pioneers. Now it'll be Team More's attempt. Now, I'm curious, I think, to see, you know, Yuli, I always thought when he was in the league, I thought he was solid. It just never really got a chance to play with the right people. And I feel like that was everybody who played for the London Royal Ravens at one point in time.
Wow, what an organization.
2Real, Yuli shut down as Team More's opening breakoff comes up completely unsuccessful, even more so as Super snaps onto 2.
Yeah, now you're trapped in your base. You have to clear it out. Thankfully, 2Real's able to find an opening over through Rockside, so he's able to get out of spawn. But Exceed's still here trying to contest it, only able to find one. Effective on the trades is Team More, and immediately on their first attempt, they're able to work out of their spawn. Perfectly played there. Isolation gunfights, you're able to win them. And now you're already putting on pressure at B.
Stun up top.
Big win.
They should help out Assault here. Seed is still in position playing top window, but 2Real has stopped the clock on B. Super. Pixie trying to make their way over. Pixie shut down by Yuli. Shots from 2Real. Contested as Super makes his way into 10. First tick is going to be locked. Super looking to break on forward. Finds the first. Nice secondary shots. I'll tell you. Super's one of those guys, man. He's got the individual skill. I think the one thing that he's missed out on playing with teams from Europe in the past is that he could be a little bit of just a killmonger, just playing for his own eliminations. If he can find a way to be part of a system, he will be a deadly threat, I think, at the highest level.
And he's recently moved to the States, too, so he's been getting these reps on the NA side. Trying to get more consistent in his gameplay of how he is going to become a winner. With only 15 seconds left, Team War basically have one last push. They only have one segment to their name. You need Yuli to open up with an opening double, but Exceed too good on the pinch. Able to shut him down. 5 seconds. Who's going to be able to touch? I have one player, Tura, but that angle is being covered. Round is over.
Yeah, that's... I mean, we had players for Team War up top at window there, just didn't jump out.
Yeah.
Odd, to say the least. So that'll be an advantage in the first set of offenses over to KCP. And here's the other side of the story, and we know this now for a fact at the beginning of the year, which is different from last year, is the EWC is where a lot of these players that we talk about being kind of stuck in challengers,
Yep.
that's going to be their best opportunity. And we know what's at stake. Like, you do well at Major 4, you're in. So there's a level of, I think, urgency when it comes to being on a top team to finding the right 4 now and really building and working on perfecting your gameplay as a squad. Because, you know, last year we didn't know about it until the season was pretty much already over, what was going to happen with the teams out of Challengers until we got to Challengers Finals. Now we know well ahead of time how these teams are going to be able to qualify for one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is, Alan, let's stop making so many roster changes here in Challengers.
Correct. That's
Because
the
the
political way of
chemistry
saying it, yeah.
Is a big thing, especially when you're playing for the big bucks at EWC. But still in this control, Diamond Khan on the defensive side is able to line up a double. Already trying to contest in the back of their spawn, and Pioneers are
Ooh.
having a very difficult time of just leaving their base.
Yeah, I'll say. And I think, you know, just kind of looking at that fact as we're stuck in a little bit of gridlock coming out of spawn for KCP, the Team War coming back into the mix, they don't do that lightly. They don't just pick up a squad and say, we want to just pick up a squad to have a squad. They're picking up a team that they think is going to stick together, and they're going to have a real shot at being represented at EWC. It has to be the same idea for KCP as well. These are not orgs that just take the space lightly. So figure that these two groups of 4 will likely try to stick as best as they possibly can throughout the remainder of this season, as KCP have not found any success here in this second offensive attempt.
Yeah, they have not found a single ounce of it. Every single time someone is getting out, they are aware on the side of Team War, and 2 rails just still in your spawn, causing mayhem. As they do not earn a single segment there. So if your Team War, a shutout round on the defense is perfect, you're still going to be down by 3 segments. But that is a dominant defensive round. We saw it a little bit this past weekend in the CDO in that Cloud9 Boston series.
Yeah.
You get put into this hellhole trap, and no one is winning opening gunfights. You're spawning so far away from these points that you're basically getting shut down on the round. So, Team War now at game point.
See if they can find success on this second offensive attempt. Diamond Khan, 18 and 11 on 6 in a row. He's another one of those players that I feel like never had the personality to bond with players in the league, but was always solid when he was there.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking back to when he filled in. Like, he was put in a really bad spot, that Cold War year where he filled in for New York. Like, he was on the best team in Challengers. Probably would have won Challengers Champs with that squad. And instead filled in for New York for one stage and then wasn't eligible to play in Challengers Champs. Like, he didn't have a lot coming into the Vanguard season because of that decision to help out that New York squad.
Yeah, it's just some people's pathways to the big leagues have their own individual stories. They work out, sometimes they don't. DC, even after that stench, still found a little bit of success on that LAG roster. Off that past season, now he has to find that confidence again here in Challengers. Pioneers, though, in the kill feed, light it up. It's a clean 4 dead. Yuli wins a big one-on-one to try to get out towards Rock, but Gunless effective on the trade. Team War still trapped.
Super holding down over through the archway. That'll work. Exceed front door is at Secret. That one will not work. You'll be able to find a big shutdown there. Exceed just kind of floating. Gosh, 11 and 21. Just sometimes it's like I'm telling you, Charlie makes great plays on the map. He just needs to take his time sometimes. Nice double here, like right there. Like we just don't have to force that play with help nearby.
Okay, though, he knew that the teammates were here to help him, especially when he got a super with superpowers. Able to line up 3 in the feed over towards well. Team War do not earn another segment to their name, as it has been basically all shutout defenses. Besides round number 1, where the Pioneers were able to at least secure 4 segments, but they're going to be the team on defense. They know what it's like to put them in the setup. As we take a look at the last play again here from Super. I know it says Hixie, but Super just had himself a moment there to shut down that final play, tie the game up here too. Now allow his teammates to go back on the defensive side.
Yeah, great stuff. 20 and 13, 5 in a row for Super. It's good to see him do this in North America, I'll tell you that much, because, again, the storyline around him was that he largely just played for kills. I know there's a little bit of drama between him and what is currently the Heretics roster, as there's shots going between walls for both players. But he's definitely been a spark plug. And now that he recognizes that Yuli's playing over towards fences, nade gets tossed, and he'll save that for Exceed to try to follow up on. 1 kill will be there, not the second. Through the wall again. Not going to be forced, as Diamondcon will stay alive on a point.
Oh, with the pistol, not good enough to take care of him. First segment already locked here at B, but Diamondcon knows I have to retreat. There's no one here to assist me. Pioneers players are about to flood me on out. He might have played it to perfection, but there goes Hixie with the movement on the outer fence. Takes care of him. Yuli tries to play the trade. He falls. Now with a minute to work with, you are forced to work this overextension through Rock.
Nice win from Assault. 2 real up top. Has an opportunity to jump into B, and we'll take it. ACP largely playing on the offensive side of the map. May need to come back to help out Gunless, who's being trapped right now by Assault. Yeah, just stuck in the flowers. Doesn't get seen. Now Team War can make their way back over towards this B point. Assault shut down by Hixie inside of 10. Is there a follow-up? Yes, there is. Diamondcon with the win. Second tick will be locked.
Yeah, it's a big kill right there from Diamondcon to find that trade on the Hixie. Guarantees the second segment. Now you get a pinch on the horizon here from Turil. Freebie number 1, freebie number 2. Great shots with the headshot. Time now extended and already 3 dead in the feed. Yeah, Turil is starting to play for a couple spawners.
Turil. Yep, help from Assault. This is not looking good right now for KCP.
Man.
Team War are all over him. Now I'll put a little bit of pressure onto the point, as well as Yuli gets involved with the spawn trap. Be a bit over-aggressive, though, as he will drop, and that will lead to a quick defensive move out of the spawn and over at least to the top hallways, where Assault is the only one really in position.
Yeah, he lets Exceed get by him, though. Exceed was the safety net that saved him. For him, that second segment getting captured. And he's still trying to roam around the base, knowing that his teammates just need to find a couple kills, and they're able to find 2. Exceed now off the respawn, takes down 2 red. That's 3 players accounted for. Second segment does get locked, though. So Team War only down by 1 life, have an opportunity to still close this one out.
They need to get rid of this pressure in their spawn, though. Hixie will drop immediately. Exceed holding in towards Secret. Looks like Gunless is up top. He gets dropped. So Team War, I think they recognize that Exceed is missing at the moment. And yeah, they found him. Uh-oh. 10v7. Numbers amassing for Team War to make a play onto the A zone. Hixie from connector. Long-range shots are decent, but not good enough to find a kill. And oh no, Gunless is taken down the top. Third ticket progress is on the way. 1 more kill to find. Turil grabs it, and Team War will stack, capture, and win based on a round 5 offense to take a 2-1 edge in the series.
Oh, and I thought Pioneers, like, they were going to be able to steamroll them on another defense. They had all the map control in their favor. It's just those initial gunfights on the rebreak. Work out of their spawn all went the opposite way. You sniff out where Exceed is, heavy towards the bottom side of Secret. That leads to a clean 4 dead, and then you just get pushed up. You know where the pressure's going to come on in, and just trade it out towards the very end. Great job of not allowing Hixie to find a kill through bottom mid, not allowing the player who flanked through open to set up a crossfire there, because it was already someone watching that angle. But Team War, again, another grueler map between these 2 teams. Edge it out at the very end. 3-2 to go up 2-1 in the series.
Big advantage, especially considering that both these 2 teams have been real tight. We often say map 3 is that flex map that can decide an entire series. So Very intriguing stuff, especially after a round 11 win that they had in map number 2 to follow it up with a round 5 win here in the Control. Just continues to have these two teams at ends with one another. Very, very tight series to this point. Look back over the highlight package, and honestly, it just felt like, again, the defense was not faltering at all. It just kind of came down to one set play over towards B. You get the extra 60 seconds. You get that spawn trap for about 30 of it. Just putting the pressure on the lives, and KCP just could not reclaim the map in time.
Yeah, I think KCP are going to be beating themselves up, though, Alan, because that round number 1 of the attack, you turn it into a 1v4. Obviously, Gunless only able to find 1 kill in that scenario with 4 segments of the name, but they had so many opportunities to where they just needed to chain those kills, potentially to a double stack on a point, and they would have walked away with the offensive round and potentially the map. But once Hixie doesn't find that kill right there, you see how Gunless tries to pay for the trade. They both fall at the same exact time, and then the last 2 players have to flood their way through bottom line. All it is a crossfire, and Team War are able to edge them out, going into a Skyline hard point there for that map number 4, where it's most likely going to be another tight game. I don't really expect it to end in 4, though. I think this series is without question going 5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard to say, right? Like, anything could happen. We've already seen that based on the score tally at the moment. But Skyline hardpoint often comes down to small decisions. Like, honestly speaking, when it comes down to, do you rotate? Do you fight through old? Literally so many things that can make or break a rotation. So we'll have to come to find out what these two teams have in store for us. And like I mentioned, like, this is an important stage, I think, in the midst of team building for really everybody, including the Challengers players that have always been kind of formidable in Europe. Because if you think about it, like, you've got the Major 2 open, that's going to happen. You've got Major 3, and then you're going to have one more stage of Challengers Elite before you play for the rest of your year. Like, I hate to break it, but, like, qualifying teams through Major 4 for Challengers almost makes Challengers champs a bit irrelevant. Like, to a certain extent, like, your season comes down to if you qualify for EWC or not. And yeah, they're still, like, playing for Challengers Championships is still very important, but, you know, that's your chance to play up against CDL teams. That's your best opportunity to show what you could do and be looked at going into the 2026 year as an option as teams look to rebuild. You know, I think that you look at teams like your Bostons, your LAGs. You know, those are the squads that you often assume are going to be, like, rebuilding with Challengers players in mind. You know, that's what you're looking at to say, you know, okay, maybe we do give these guys another go. We build off of some players that really stuck together well this year in Challengers.
Yeah, that's a big thing, man, because we saw it last year at EWC. Players like, rosters like Boston went to that event with their Challengers roster, and then they ended up coming out, and now all of a sudden they're their main roster. You got players like Paul X as well, who was able to take the trip over to EWC. Now he's on Minnesota Rocker, potentially a top 4 team in the league. So you want to make sure that you make it to the big one. Challengers Champs is also a big one, but EWC is the biggest because, you know, all the eyes will be on you playing against those professionals. Team War in this series, still trying to close this one out. Want to make sure that they go through this bracket play stage or the pool play stage of Elites. And just make sure, like you said, building those chemistries and having a tight Grueler series the way that this one is, it sharpens iron.
Yeah. Also keep in mind that how you place at the DreamHack Open also does, if you finish top 2, you automatically qualify for Challengers Champs as well, so that's also on the line. So yeah, very pivotal moment in this Challenger season here in this stage 2 of Challengers Elite, as Team War are off to the races here. TwoReal and Yuli locking things down from the low ground. Yuli has not been pushed out of this hard point at all, as Pioneers are largely focused on the high ground battle. Finally, they get Hixie into the point, but it comes at the cost of 25 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was 4 ARs initially for Team War right there, just holding down all the long distance angles. Allows them to get 25 seconds here at that P-home, but now we got to start whipping out those SMGs. We got to get across the map. Exceed and Hixie here to combine for 2 to cut them off on the overextended position. So it was a great start from T-Wars, responding immediately with a great start from Pioneers. Basically a tie game at the end of the P1, but rotations won by KC.
Okay, see if there's going to be any influence on this extension play down the bottom side of the minimap. So far, so good. Super looking to contest against this, but also knows that he's the one responsible for blocking spawns. Catches one outside the staircase.
My.
What a gunfight win from Too Real. Exceed can only deal with one in the back. Assault able to take down his former teammate. Gunless picking up on it, though. Will keep the spawns blocked as we continue to go back and forth on the left side of the map. And Team War will get one more spawner in place than the Pioneers do. So with that extra number, they will confirm their break.
That's exactly what it is. Just having that extra number at this Money Hill at P2 allows you to maintain the spawns here. Now walk away with the remaining 20 to 25 seconds. Speed change now on the cards. Rotation on the cards here for Team War as they already have 2 players in a position. You have Adam Assault trying to locate where the hell this guy went towards bottom gym. You take care of Exceed, you keep Assault almost alive, but at least you're trading out to window rotations over towards New Yuli. Another double.
One more in the way. Yep. Good for Yuli. 10 and 4 start from him. He shows his flexibility, man. I think that, you know, you put away the conversations around Neptune and Lunars now who've been picked up. I got Yuli as one of my top prospects to still be considered for this year. 11 and 4, 5 in a row. Long-range shots were clean. Doesn't finish off the kill. Spun around.
Hello.
That will work. And now he's got the pistol left to work with as Gunless is on the corner. 6 in a row now for Yuli with the Hellstorm urn. Still working for more, but it's a stray Semtex from Assault that takes him out of the picture before Adam himself also falls.
And now this is where you cut your losses and start thinking about that rotation. Too Real tries to find an opening 2-top hallway. You still have players trying to contest here at Old, but rotation is going to be one on the side of KC Pioneers. They're just trying to maintain this map control. You have Too Real trying to develop on a route through the underground. Let's just soak up this time, set up these crossfires. Too Real opens up with the kill.
See, just trying to hold his life while the Hellstorm can get called in. Opening. Ordnance calls in. Gunless will drop. Too Real now on the break attempt. Yeah, well read. And that now he knows he's got Hixie playing somewhere up top. Yeah, this is great information off of the Hellstorm. Hixie able to find one elimination as the play is coming around the back side here. Hixie gets 2. Diamondcon now in some troubles. He gets taken down immediately. Yuli will spawn up, and he has a chance to try to help support this, and Yuli will get a double and shut down the break attempt for KCP.
Yeah, that's massive right there out of Yuli. He knows I need these kills right here to secure these back spawns, and all this 20 to 25 seconds will be ours. He's able to find it alongside his teammate in Too Real in a 2v4 scenario. Able to walk away with that remaining junk time. Now we go back over towards P1 where they initially started off the game with 4 ARs, but the SMGs already have a lot of map pressure. Yuli sitting at 17 and 6. Dance. Tries to find that kill on the Hixie. He gets taken care of. But it's just a scrap fest. Who's going to win the gunfight stop in the hard point?
Yep. So slide out from Too Real. He turns that into 2. Shut down, though, by Gunless. Everything will stay neutral over the top of P1. Gunfight ensues on the low ground now, as KCP will jump into the hard point and start to get to work on this deficit. Yuli just tried to dolphin dive his way into the point. He didn't have any support to do that. And he's immediately shut down as Exceed finds a couple, and now KCP looking comfortable inside the hot tub.
Oh, without question, because they still have the spawns for that new hard point. Making sure someone is hard blocking while Exceed is just creating an extra layer through bottom bed. But your AR now falls through top flat. This is going to allow Diamondcon to allow his SMGs to push on up, knowing that he has to cover fire. It leads to a clean 4 dead. 2 players from the Pioneers already spawned out, but Gunless makes up for it with a double. Still trying to maintain this side of the map for new. Only 1 player here to contest them is DC.
Yeah. Oh, and Diamondcon gets shut down. Okay, good stretch here for the Pioneers. Nixie lighting things up, 17 and 13. Right back out, following up on a stun. Now on 3 in a row. Still not done yet as him and Exceed teamwork things out for the high ground control. And this has looked in tatters for Team War. I mean, it's just like 1 player here, 2 players there. Finally, they turn this into a couple individual wins, and that will move the hard point around. Super exits, finds himself a kill, but the spawns will move, and he gets shut down.
God, it's the opening right there from Yuli. He works through the underground route, catches the jump up for that first kill, and at the same time, DZ finds another. So they have the numbers. They apply the pressure in towards the hard point. Leads to an easy break, but already in your face are going to be the Pioneers players. Too Real's going to have his hands full. A team kill's not going to help the situation. And Pioneers find the break for the final 10. Rotation currently 1 in favor of War, but Super just, he said, Assault, sit down, buddy.
He's got the ability to create plays like that, I'll tell you that much. Seed has the last word in kitchen. Little Salt comes back into the play, and he'll find himself too. Stun out, Super trying to fight. Keeps his life though for now. Real forces the gunfight and wins it, but again, trades go back and forth. Team War currently in the hard point, but have to battle for every second.
My!
And Yuli, good read on to Exceed, now 23 and 13. A nade off the wall will also slow down this next break attempt for KCP.
The crazy thing is, Alan, I'm pretty sure we were even talking about Yuli last season, last game, where we were just thinking this guy was the best SMG and challengers, no doubt. But no one wanted to take the risk on him, so you got to believe it adds extra fire to that young man to make sure there's no question when he gets his next opportunity, he's going to make the most of it. He is showing it here so far in this map number 4, though. Gunless on the response, able to catch a double 2-row, trying to make the heads-up play to secure the spawns. Finds that one kill, his teammates spawn on him. Would look to be Team War losing the rotation. They have just won it. Had a great play there from 2-row.
Yeah, and they've got a really solid setup on this as well, especially with Yuli finding a kill over the top at Super. Nixie also going to be held back by nades. Slides out, tag, just falls down into Jim. The break attempt has to be now from the front. Gunless, tagged by nades, slows this down again. Opening angle, good shots, but Yuli's double once again keeps KCP from ever really getting a chance to move into the hard point. Frustrated moments for KCP as Team War will get over the 200-point threshold.
Yeah, the thing that makes them so difficult is that the fact that Team War contesting to top plat the way that they are. Finally, Hixie opens up with that kill. You're able to jump down towards the back and instantly block those back spawns. That leads to 3 dead, 2-rail, last player alive. Not going to be able to find a double to at least take them off that time for a little bit. So another 15 seconds in favor of the Pioneers. But 15 seconds compared to 35. Like,
yeah,
we got to start being the team there early.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, KCP trying to run into P1. Yuli already there waiting for him. Nade lands right on top of him to take him out of the hard point. Keeps it at least somewhat staggered, but Diamondcon Assault take down 3. A last-second nade from Exceed once again puts a little bit of pressure on Team War, but this stretch of kills have allowed Team War to just come off spawn, jump right back into the hard point.
And I don't know if they're going to be prepared for the positioning right now from DC. He knows that was a clean 4 dead. I can start to take a little bit of space. Hopefully my teammates are hard blocking. But no one was watching that overextension 2 kitchen, so it gets a little bit scrappy here. Still at P1. Exceed takes him off the time for now. Yuli trying to fill it.
Yep.
He's just stalling time for his teammates to get near him.
Oh, so well played. 33 and 17, now spinning away. Oh, mercy. Yeah, nice shots from Yuli. Does some damage into Super, but can't be followed up on. Pioneers staying alive. Scrap time going to go their way. They also own the rotation for now. Salt working on it. Sees the one player down low, clean shot. Secondary over to Gunless. Enough damage to find an easy kill for Diamondcon. And now 2-real.
No way.
Just runs right up and almost wins the game right there. Moment where maybe KCP can hang on, but the spawns are good for Team War.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just 2-real flies through the front door. Guarantees that first kill, and that secures the spawns for his team. Now can they hold on to the hard point? No, they cannot, because it's a clean 4 dead on the opposite side for the Pioneers. Some much-needed time to try to force this game number 5. You know where the spawns are coming in, all the way over towards bedroom. Let's just throw our stuns in our nades to try to slow them down because we need all of this time.
First blood from Yuli. Oh, but a stray Semtex takes him out of the picture. Leaves 2-real now by himself. He's going to have to wait. KCP going to break the 200-point mark as well. Here's the next hit for Team War. No longer win on this hard point, but they could put a lot of pressure on this KCP squad. 3 for 2 the opening exchange. Back and forth we go. 2-real will have the last laugh, though. An extra 4 seconds. Go into the pocket of Team War. Now on rotation to Kitchen.
Man, that's a big win right there from Super to start it off, but still, there's too many players to account for on the side of Team War. 2-real can call game. A big one-on-one right in front of him. He's not going to win it. Pioneers another opportunity in.
Yuli, damage onto multiple players. Now it's just down to finding the last one, which they do. Team War. Clean stuff. Great action out of 2-real there at the end, but Yuli in particular lights up the scoreboard and gets another tight map win to Team War as they will take the series 3-1.
And that was such a back-and-forth hard point. Obviously, Team War walked away victorious, but they had multiple opportunities to change the game. It starts initially at that P4 where they were setting up through bottom bed. They had a cruise missile already in the back pocket. That leads to the final 30 seconds, but once we got to the second half of the game, I feel like if you're the Pioneers, our setups need to be a lot easier or a lot better because they were easily broken into on P2, which is one of those money hills where you cannot allow that to happen. You're just allowing people to either sneak their way up through kitchen or their way through underground and piano. And once those skills go down, if you're not in the trades or if you're not winning the trades, you're automatically going to spawn out. But then their attempt to try to find a break there at P4 was also a breakdown. And that was due to the fact of what Team War were doing. They had 2 players contesting on the top side of Plat, which makes it very difficult. You're forcing them to try to overextend their way on the backside of Kitchen, which is not the preferred way you want to go to. And then if that gets shut down, now you're only forced to break in through bottom bed. And that's just not going to be a recipe for success. Team War walk away victorious with a 3-1 in the series. And I'm pretty sure that leaves them still undefeated. So that's great stuff from Team War.
Yeah. And it puts a little bit of pressure on the other side to the KC Pioneers, who now find themselves at 1-2 as they move through their run in this round robin. KC Pioneers will be playing up against 6F Carolina next, though. But for us, we're going to take a look over at Lord Gaming versus Brooklyn. I caught that, Jay. That'll be on our primary broadcast here. And then, as mentioned, Bravo stream will feature KC Pioneers and 6F Carolina. So that's what we've got cooking up for us. A very entertaining final 2 maps, though, between those 2 squads that we were able to tune in with. Has me really enticed by what we have coming up next with this Lord Gaming Intimate Brooklyn matchup, which should be a battle for one of the top seeds in the group. We're going to head off to a break, get everything set up, and we'll come back very soon with our map number 1 between Intimate Brooklyn and Lord Gaming right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We're about ready to jump into what is, by organization, a rematch of last year's Grand Finals. Lore taking on Amit Brooklyn. Obviously new rosters, so the drama not really going to be refueled here in certain ways. But, hey, this is going to be one of those matches that very well may determine what's happening in the standings of this group, because Amit Brooklyn currently still find themselves up on top. But Lord Gaming are right behind them, hunting to try to take that spot away. 3-0 for Amit Brooklyn, Lord Gaming at 2-1, and the Royal Spartans into a large tiebreaker situation after their win with 4 teams at 1-2, Jay.
Yeah, that's going to be a big fest. Obviously, you want to be the team to come out on top. Royal Spartans technically still control their own destiny. You win your next 2 matches, you're basically guaranteeing your way on in. But Lord Gaming going up against Omid Brooklyn, potentially the battle for the #1 seed here in Group A. Omid Brooklyn obviously victorious in Stage 1. Different roster, though. Same thing could be said for Lord Gaming. As we take a look at them, you got Abe, you got Arcides, you got Lurk, and you got Mercs. This was 3 of the 4 players that were on the FC Stallions last stage, where they just surprised the hell out of us. Were able to finish in the top 4 placing. They decided to make one roster change to bring in a little bit more of a veteran presence. And there's no better guy to do it than a 2-time world champion in Arcides. I had the opportunity to watch their games yesterday. They were phenomenal at hard points. S&E needs some work, but just what Abe and Lurk are able to do with those SMGs, the pacing that they're able to set, Alan, is just too much sometimes.
To get that, I think, every time you see Lurk on your screen.
Yeah.
He's just got that POV that you know that he's going to have a future in the league at some point in time. He's got the tempo, he's got the pacing, he's got the individual skill. He's been unbelievable. I will say, I was surprised that not only did this team make moves, but I was surprised that Encouraged was the one that was made moves for. I thought that, you know, he had played a really solid role for this team. They must have not really believed in his slaying presence, because he was kind of the one kind of playing the macro gameplay, it felt like, a lot of the time for them in their first season of Elite. Maybe that's why you bring Arcides in the mix, try to get a little bit more into that gun skill, into this, the more firepower into this roster. They're going to need it, because they're playing up against Craze and Capsidal as the double SMG frontline. Fellow and Rex locking things down with the ARs in the backline. Although I will say, Caps and Fellow were flexing a lot yesterday when we were watching it.
Oh, yeah. Caps is doing whatever the hell he wanted yesterday. But same thing could be said for Dylan Rex. When we spawned in that Skyline Harbor, when you're expecting a double AR setup, he was sitting there matching the aggression out of Craze and Capsidal the majority of that time. But Omid Brooklyn, they know what it's like to win. So far, they're undefeated here in Stage 2. They want to be the organization to go back-to-back. They're off to a great start, but this matchup versus Lore is going to be a battle of the SMGs. Because there's certain points where, and I felt like we touched on it yesterday, Alan, when we were casting over Omid Brooklyn, where the reason why Capsidal is like in and out the league as much as he is because of his inconsistency sometimes with the plays that he decides to make, how aggressive he is in certain situations, and versus the team in Lore where they're basically going to do the same exact thing that you do with that aggression. You have to be able you're able to prepare for it. If you take a look at the massive mode, this is going to be a bang out right off the rip.
Yeah, Skyline Hacienda Pro Knicks Fest all around. And we did see, we've seen a lot of Skyline actually this stage.
Yep.
Across all of our teams, which I won't say is, you know, unique or odd, but I would say that it does kind of filter more towards like the head bash style of COD that you would think that some of these more elite teams, well, not to use the word elite, but these more veteran teams would try to utilize their game knowledge maybe a little bit more on like a Hacienda, so to speak, because that was in the mix, not picked in this particular set of hard points. So we'll see what we get. Skyline, map number 1. Again, by organization, a rematch of the Grand Finals from Challengers Champs last year. But the players that are on each roster, largely different. Arcides still representing the team that he won with. So see if he can bring some of that flair to the new squad of Abe, Merc, and Lurks with him.
Into the Skyline we go. Omid Brooklyn not spawning on the preferred side here for P1, but Capsidal's going to dive his way right into that hard point. Craze already contesting from top away. The stun is able to connect to slow down Arcides. He's able to find the double. Spawns have already flipped.
Wow. Okay, that's one way to do it. Craze trying to keep the gas pedal down. Will be successful in that. Fellow also finding Merc up top. Will control the high ground for Amit Brooklyn. This has been a very flawless start. Fellow shut down those. Arcides gets 3 in the feed. Rex has to bail from the hard point. And that will actually kind of reset this entire map here as Lord Gaming get into hard point.
Yep, and now you're forcing Omid Brooklyn to hit a route to try to get on out. Thankfully, 2 players through underground. It's going to be too much to handle. Gray should be able to locate this player on the hill for free, but he eventually does get spotted. You want to try to play your life. You know the press is going to be on you towards Piano. Arcides with the finesse. Arcides plays that to perfection on 6 in a row. Yeah, this is why you add a 2-time world champion to the lineup.
And he had a lot to say last year about how he just did not deserve to be in Challengers. I imagine he's probably feeling very similar in this title.
Oh, my.
8-2. Clean little shot there onto Craze as Lord Gaming will stabilize around P2. 40 seconds to fight for. And Amit Brooklyn are just nowhere to be found anywhere near the front doors at P2. Lorix also putting a little bit of pain on this rotation over towards the front doors as he's on 4 in a row. Finally shut down by Amit Brooklyn as they are now starting to be received over towards the outside of patio.
And this break attempt, though, is taking a very long time. You have to make it count if you are Omid Brooklyn. Thankfully, all the kills are going their way. Arcides the only one here to try to contest them. A stun is able to connect. You're able to find that kill. So Omid Brooklyn are able to walk away with at least 20 seconds of scrap time there at P2. Currently, they off the rotation towards New. Abe lets someone slip on by for his teammates to fall. But they're still in a position to be the team here first.
Yep. Pretty much a tie game. Action over the middle of the map starting to trend towards Amit Brooklyn as they have a pinch also developing on both sides. Craze, a good double from him. Lurk's able to shut things down. Staying alive up until Caps is able to best him. And he will be the last one alive for a moment, but things will stay neutral. Amit Brooklyn on the favorite side of the map looking towards the eventual P4, but action from the front continues to develop as Lord Gaming finds success, at least recontesting. Fellow in trouble, can't quit the pistol to land, and that'll be all 4 members for Lore into the hard point.
Yeah, that's a big play right there from Lore. Just bum rush their way right through the front door and make the kills count, lead to a break. Gray's on the repinch, though, only able to take down 1. They're more effective trades on the side of Lore. And they've already been able as well to flip these spawns on its head. Arcides a 15-6 start. The SMG starting to get activated. Omid Brooklyn now forced to hit some routes to try to break this new hill.
And Arcides already in position to lock down the spawns. Also finds elimination, finds Caps as well, exiting the old time. 30-point game. And, whoa, Lord Gaming are in a really good spot with Arcides beaming. 18-6. Amit Brooklyn trying to take their time to set up from the front. The fellow shows himself, and that'll be enough for Arcides to take him out of the picture. And again, just staggers this setup that much longer.
He has more kills than his entire team combined. Make it number 20 before he is going to fall. His teammates still trying to hold on, but Omid Brooklyn, at least for now, thinking that they have those back spawns secured. Mercury's too good on the route. Gets 1 kill. Lurks burns right next to him. Another easy break there for Lore.
A little too easy. If Brooklyn tried to find something around the back.
Ew.
It's been a really slow start for Dylan Rex, just 3 and 13. And finally, Amit Brooklyn gets something working. A 4-man feed, a little bit more from Caps. Secures the scrap time. Brings us back to right around a 50-point game. Shut down is Craze, trying to make a play through Piano. Caps can turn scrap into initial, though, by getting into the hot tub, but there are just so many Lord Gaming members all around the center of the map.
Yeah, his teammates aren't winning any of the gunfight to try to make it easier on their approach, and that leads to a clean 4 dead in the feed. You already have players hard blocking the spawns. Abe trying to contest it to create an extra layer, at least finds 1 kill. But you got to start moving. You got to start winning a couple gunfights if you are Omid Brooklyn. You called it. Dylan Rex 3 and 15, make it 4-15 start. Yeah, you need to start a turn up, my friend.
Just getting beat. He's not able to get set up. We know him from Amit Brooklyn is. And they're just constantly trying to break from across the map. Making life really difficult for these ARs. But Rex able to open up space through Piano. Craze shut down from being able to push through that space, though. Capsule waiting for help. And he's just not going to get it. I mean, no one else is making a play to try to break the spawns for New. So, yeah, you get the scrap time over P1. But the ARs are still playing on the wrong side of the map. And the SMGs just don't have the freedom to run into these 1v4s.
It just seems like Omid right now on a different page. Not fully in sync. You know when you're finding opening kills, especially when you got players taking aggressive angles. You need to start to push them and at least try to assist them because now it makes you more difficult of an approach here to try to find a break here and towards P2. Thankfully, Capsule through the zip is able to find 1. Dylan on the backside finds a 2nd, and Capsule is able to find a double. Now the last player here to potentially make the play is going to be Lurks, but he's instantly going to get shut down after 1. So Omid Brooklyn find a break and they need this 30 seconds.
Yeah, they need it badly. It looks like they're going to be good for at least to start. Well, Craze backs off from the high ground play. Fellow's also trying to just read something from the piano push. This is so bunkered up. Caps fortunately able to find one, but this is going to allow Lord Gaming to slip around the back. The spawns will be blocked. A little bit of a convoy line across the middle of the map, but Lurk single-handedly breaks the scrap time. So not the full 30 that Amit Brooklyn were looking for, but they do get a chance to rotate early to P3.
Yeah, they're going to be fully set up here at P3. You already have players backing up to make sure Kabul is going to be covered. A big one-on-one gunfight. Craze is able to win it. So Kabul now secured. Now do we have the numbers to hold down this hard point? Because with RC finding that opening, there's pressure from mid and from the front end.
Well, back and forth goes the kill feed. Rex trying to chase down this final kill onto Abe. Hard time locking him down initially, but still finds the kill, and it's actually going to lead to a staggered respawn now. Opportunity starting to brew here for Bit Brooklyn. Lord Gaming trying to put some focus on the hard point while also sending a couple players on a mission. Maybe flip the spawns around a touch. Fellow, big job here, and no, just overwhelmed to the middle of the map. One more player to grab. That's on Craze. He will drop in hand, and that'll be 17 seconds of time here, because if you're Bit Brooklyn, you cannot lose these spawns for new.
No, not at all. Hopefully all the gunfights go your way, and Capsule and Dylan Rex are able to spawn immediately. You already have players like Lurk ready to contest your spawn. Look at what it does to the spawns by at least one player. So, Lord, this is where you need to get aggressive. Through that right side, it's just not going to be easy attacking through Kabul unless Abe finds the opening. Now you flip it. Now you push out the back.
And again, it's just a bit Brooklyn are just receiving this. They aren't getting a look at this ahead of time. Good kills come through, but Lurk, surprise, is pulling up and over, working with Abe. Caps from inside the hard point. Locking things down. Spawns are blocked again. Good follow-up, though, from Fellow. That will stabilize things a touch here for Mid Brooklyn.
That is fantastic plays out of Old Mid Brooklyn. When they lose those gunfights initially towards the backside, you're thinking, okay, we're going to spawn all the way across the map. But the tight setup in towards the hard point still gives them opportunities here at the Money Hill of P4. You're still going to have those back spawns, at least for now. Players from Lore all contesting on the OE. Abe finds the opening. Capsule trying to at least make up for it. But more effective trades from Lore allows them to secure the back spawns. Yeah, Felony, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The break comes in.
Not bad, though. That's still exactly what you needed for Mid Brooklyn. Gets him right back into this game. And now Rex is starting to heat up just a touch. 15 and 22. Not bad from the 4 and, 15 he was on earlier. Caps inside the hard point, losing track of some of this Lord Gaming force. And, yeah, a very odd gunfight there that Lord is able to win. And that will move the spawns around again in favor of Lord Gaming.
Yeah, Craze is stuck because he knew there was still pressure coming from the kitchen. So, doesn't want to fully commit on that one-on-one. The instant reach out comes on in, and that leads to Lord securing the back spawn for that P2. Soaking up a lot of this P1 times, currently dominating the kill feed. 201 to 201. This is going to be one of those photo finish hard points here in map 1.
Yeah, it sure feels like it. Eventually handshaking the P1 time here. Very 50-50 in nature. Mercules on the other front having a tough time. The AR is just not really locking in. The only one that's really kind of stepping up is Arcides. Otherwise, it's been just an SMG battle. Caps, wow, mantles over from the piano side. That'll work out for him to catch a couple. 4 in a row, 31 and 23. Then Brooklyn also finding the scrap time thanks to Fellow staying alive in the hard point. Now they only need 25 seconds to win the map.
Yeah, that's massive. Just one wave of kills, and this map one is going to be yours. The timing good enough. I thought for Capsule to contest it, but you're at least setting up Craze for a couple freebies. He knows the pressure is from the front door. Shoulder, let me dance on your Lurks. And now that he finds that kill, you still have the numbers to reinforce. Only need 5 seconds to close out this game.
Yeah, stun onto Arcides. Abe also running from below ground, but Caps Fellow read it perfectly. 1 more second needed. The contest does not get there in time. Amit Brooklyn take a nail biter, map number 1, after what looked like they were just kind of behind the 8 ball. It's not able to rotate the same level and pace that Lord Gaming were. It just comes down to the near flawless hold on P4, and then they get that really, really good rotation back over to the final P2.
Yeah, that's the craziest one right there. It's the P4 hardpoint. The fact that initially those gunfights went in favor of Lord Gaming on the backside of Kabul. You're spawning a couple players from Omen Brooklyn all the way across the map, but just the tight setup inside the hardpoint, way too much to handle. That was perfection right there from Omen to get themselves back into the game, because you saw the scoreboard. It was a slow start from Dylan Rex. It was a slow start from Fellow. Capsule and Craves was the reason why they were keeping themselves into that game. But once they start to spawn on in towards the later half, everything started to come easier. It all starts with that P4, but then the ending game. The fact that they walk away with 15 seconds at P1 for that scrap time, and then also basically bombard the way initially before that P2 even pops, it's just chef's kiss right there to Old Mid Brooklyn. Could never count these guys out, and they show that they always got fight. They go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, really tough battle, though, and one that I imagine will continue for quite some time in this best of 5. Again, the stakes here, Myth Brooklyn undefeated. Lord Gaming have dropped 1 series, but still find themselves in second place on the group, as the other 4 teams in this group are at 1 and 2, all tied. So we're likely going to get a multiple team tiebreaker situation by the time we are done with this round robin phase. A win here would be massive for Lord Gaming to try to get themselves out of that mix. Whereas for Myth Brooklyn, a win would guarantee themselves the number 1 seed and a comfortable seeding moving into the playoff bracket next week. So kind of what's on the line here, but 33 and 24 from Capsidal. Not quite top damage on the team, pretty close considering he had 2 minutes of tilt time. It's pretty darn impressive. Other side, RCD's 34 and 26. Didn't really need to see the hill because he was doing everything else everywhere else.
Hey, he was taking over, at least in the beginning of that game. He starts off like, what, 20 and 7? 24 non-traded kills, ends the map 34 and 26. Almost 4K damage, but it just was not enough to secure that map. Number 1, a slow map there for Mercules, though. There was a bunch of times when we jumped onto his POV, and he was just losing some really crucial one-on-ones. Maybe if you turn a couple of those around, you are victorious at the end of the map, number 1. But now backs against the wall, going into a Hacienda search and destroy. We had the opportunity to watch Omid Brooklyn in their first matchup on Hacienda. They basically had the same exact strats that they had with their previous roster, which you're basically sending Capsidal and Craze to run around as a dynamic duo. You're still going to be laid a little bit off those rotations, but Lord, this is what they have to work on. Because when I was commentating yesterday with Bryce in their series versus Luxury, besides the game number 5, that game 2, they just allowed so many rounds to get away from them. 2v4s, 1v3s. You can't have that versus the Omid Brooklyn squad, who are a little bit more polished.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot in Challengers. Just, you know, what we kind of get used to and conditioned to by watching, you know, what's happening in the CDL. You don't always get that, I should say. This Myth Brooklyn team was kind of a byproduct of that, where they were getting 1v2, 2v4, things like that pretty often until we eventually started to get into the playoffs. So see if this new roster, this new iteration of it, is still as complete as the final one was when Neptune and Lunars were on it. On the other front, the 3 young guns for Lord Gaming, have they matured? Have they grown into a spot to be a more complete overall Call of Duty team here in their second chance at Elite? Protocol Control also leads us to believe that we're likely going to see a lot out of Lurks. But keep in mind that we remember that Stallions team, he had dropped like 40 kills often, but
Yep.
a couple of those times were against the Royal Spartans where he dropped 40 kills for the loss.
Yeah, so the young guns love themselves some Protocol because the SMGs can tend to get lost. But before we get to that Protocol, we got to get to this Hacienda search and destroy. I think I'm correct that Lord Gaming are 0-2 so far on that map with this new roster. They lost it in the Game 5 in their first series yesterday. They lost it in the Game 2 in their second series. And it's just like the way that they play, it's like RCDs is their island player. Like, he's going to be the guy that's trying to make plays on the opposite side. If he gets caught, then it's basically a GG on the round because the other 3, they have so much chemistry together, they're going to continuously try to run around and play trades. But when you're able to sniff out the setup from Lord, that's where they were easily getting picked apart. They need a response here in Search and Destroy. They're going to start off on the attack.
See what they have to offer. Abe, going to be the bomb carrier, sitting just on secret stairs. Looking to fuel things out over towards the top side at Fire Hall, as Myth Brooklyn have already tossed pretty much the majority of their utility that they at least designed to go up top. That doesn't connect, so a bit of a delay hit here from Lord Gaming where they're going to be a little bit more concealed.
Yeah, and they're just going to leave Grace out to dry by himself. So he's the only player here. We've watched him pop a 2-piece from this angle. He knows someone is close. Freebie number 1. Bomb is going to get planted. He gains the info. They slid out to connector. Now you just got to play your life.
Yep. Caps up and over. Yep. They lock down Abe inside the connector, and there's nowhere for RCDs to go there at the U-Haul. So easy retake for Myth Brooklyn. They don't drop a single life. A lot of it coming from Craze.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to put himself in that position, which he played yesterday, it's like, we know that he likes to do it, but obviously homework not being studied. Finds that opening kill, plays his life to perfection for the team is to fly on in and find the rest. He was the game breaker on round number 1. As a slow and steady approach on the re-act did not work out there for Lord.
Well, it got him to plant, just could not get the setup that they wanted. Now they have to try to find some sort of response on defense. Brooklyn, one of our innovators, of trying to play through the water in last seasons of Elite. See if they have any new innovations for us here. Nothing in round one, just kind of the usual. Stun check does not get to the staircase. And wow, what a challenge from Lurks. Are you kidding me? He just dives right through. Finds himself one Abe a second before being traded by Rex to go 3v2.
Oh,
Wow.
and Dylan was ready for that pressure on the second gunfight as well. He's still about to play this to perfection. He knows they're going to try to play for that trade. But has Lurks absolutely one shot before falling. Now Felony in a 1v2. I'm going to be down towards bottom secret. You spot out Lurks. Yeah, let's just get this bomb and try to make a play.
You should know there's a second one here as well. Oh, man, one more bullet is what he needed. Lurks giving a bit of a workout as they have Fellow now trapped. Yeah, he's not going to get out of here. So, tempo and pace, the name of the game for Lord's first defense. Works out pretty darn nicely for them. Just bold challenge from Lurks to kick us off, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like Omen Brooklyn were prepared for that secret aggressive angle push. But both players basically got caught with a stun in their hand. And Lurk and Abe were able to find the timings for the first two kills to go their way. Able to tie the game up at 1. Back to the offensive side they go. A couple trophies this is now to work with. Might need a pace change up here.
Well, it's going to be a full hit right up top into the middle. Rex Austin, the one trying to be responsible for watching this angle, and well, him and Fellow were working together. Unfortunately, it was a lot of ARs looking at each other. And now it has to be Craze trying to make a play. Misses maybe a little bit of timing on this re-wrap back to A, where the bomb will likely be planted for free.
Yeah, it's going to go down for free. Capsule knows there's no one at this B side, so Craze trying to make a play through the pinch. He did spotted. Great shoulders there out of Lurk. Gained info early on, but they got 40 seconds to try to retake.
Apps finds himself, kind of in between multiple players, and now he finds himself in a 1v3. There's nowhere to go. Turns trying to deal with Mercules. Help was on the way. Lord Gaming take a quick follow-up round. Nice little 2-1 edge for them after the last two go their way.
Yeah, that was a good adjustment there on the pacing. This time getting aggressive through top mid. You send 2 players through top open. And childless gunfights on the long haul, but RCD's going through closed window. Sets up the crossfire to have those players weak. You win the trade fights. You put yourself in the numbers advantage. You rotate the bomb. You get it down. Easy round there for Lord to tally 2 in a row. Omen needs to now stop the bleeding. They go back on the attack.
No bomb in hand this time. Looking for straight aggression
Aggressive
up top.
play. Yep.
Abe's seen down low. A couple of the tags are in. Stuns out. Lurks. The one who I think threw that over towards Fire Hall, and that's enough for Lord Gaming to give away the space and try to reset their defense a little bit more passively. Graze showing some force up towards top patio, but all things stay sane as we go 44. The bomb's still in spawn.
Yeah, this is what makes it so much more difficult because you see how much space that Capsule was able to take over towards that B site. He eventually is forced to give it on up and try to play these kills with Craze falling first. Turns it into a 3v3, but still the bomb all the way across the map. This is TDM.
Yeah. Well,
Agreed.
I'll say. Mercules now stuck in the back of his spawn.
Big
Still wins a
win.
big one versus Caps. That looked like it was going to be pretty much a freebie for Capsule, but Mercules, the hip fire, locks onto the head. Shuts him down, and now you're down to 28 seconds. Fellow is just getting back to spawn to grab the bomb. He's going to have to hard sprint this. Likely, he's going to go B. I thought he was going to go over to A where his teammate Rex was, but he's going to instead go over to the B side of the map. Merc is relatively in position to challenge this. On the timing is going to be everything here. Mercules is just backing up.
Oh, man.
Gets over to the bomb, but it does get planted. I don't think he's seen Rex, though. Can he confirm the trade? It just slips right by him. Now gets a look clean for the shots. Now into the 1v1. Arsenes over through Rock. Oh, shots are good for Dylan, and he wins the round.
I can't believe that Omen just whipped that out of nowhere. Like, the fact that they leave the bomb in their base 25 seconds before Felony is able to recover it. And is instantly going to put himself in this to just get that bomb down. I thought Mercules was playing the shutdown over towards that B site. Some bad timing on both ends. Least of that bomb being planted and Dillarex sneaking on by. But a 1v2 clutch there for a moment. Allows them to tie the game up. Lord now need a response. That realistically really should have been their round. I don't know how they threw that one away.
Yeah. But, hey, good clutch from Rex. Arcades, both utility over the top. Making a little bit of noise towards A while the bomb has eyes at B. No defense here. Nades over the top from the defense, though. Also not going to land, but we're going to get the idea with no noise over towards A that this is a B hit. And they're going to play a 4v4 retake.
Is there any trophies down at this site? I don't believe so. All the stuns and nades are starting to connect, so they are relying on this retake from the front side of bomb. 3 players from Omen go right on in. Mercules finds the first effective trade for Omen. They got the numbers.
Yeah, sure do. Craze, nice double from him. RCD's stuck. Not going to work. Wow. Okay. Retake works out. That will lead to now a couple of rounds in a row for Mid Brooklyn, and this has changed the patterns around quite a bit, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that retake right there realistically should not happen. When you have trophy systems down, it's obviously able to block those stuns and nades from being impactful. The fact that they 3-sent it through the front side and they're able to walk away with a 3-for-1 trade is just phenomenal teamwork on the side of Omit. Communication had to be on point. As they made that one look easy, Dylan also finds another double on the round. On 4 in a row going into round number 6. As they go back on the attack. This time, yes, someone pick up the bomb nice and early.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be 2 players up towards Fire Hall. Abe, the one trying to contest. Offense going to get the advantage here, though. Stun will land. They're going to have this top control, and that's going to lead to an immediate plant.
Immediately. As soon as you have top secret, let's not waste any time. Give them opportunities to think about a rotation or a flank, and at least Dylan Rex catching the timing onto Arcades for the first blood.
And Mercules just gets caught trying to play aggressively, trying to look for a timing over to the rock wall. Oh, Caps runs right by someone. He misses out on a little bit of timing, but has cleared out connector. And Lord Gaming are looking to re-hit through this position. Oh, good timing on the slide, but Caps actually just runs himself right into the waiting arms of Lurks. Abe has also gotten free to move a little bit further forward here. Felony in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to play the clock, which is in his favor. Yeah, and Rex up top, he can make sure no one's on for the defuse, and that will clutch the round for their 4th.
Yeah, that's all it was. Just Felony put down shots, stall time, draw the attention. I am the safety net to make sure no one is sticking to defuse. But Omen Brooklyn, perfect on their offensive play call. We take top secret. We don't waste any time. We get the bomb down. Successful again on the post plant. Right there, Lord just wasted a lot of time on that retake. Once it turned into a 3v2, it was like committing, looking like they were going to attack from backside well, but they said, all right, that's going to take too long. Let's cut back through you. They found that kill onto Capsule. With just only like 17 seconds remaining, Felony just needed to stall the game clock enough for Dylan Rex to close out the round.
Yep. 7 in a row for Rex. Hellstorm earned.
Cruise miss earned. Yep.
Yep. He's been big. The 1v2 clutch. Plus a number in that last round. Bomb's going to go down here at A. They're forcing it. Brooklyn has to play retake. RCD's caught again for first blood. Stuns over through connector. Craze will ensure that someone is playing this spot, but Nades will free it up. Rex working with him. Connector now reclaimed. Big first win from Craze onto Abe. The only question is what's up top at the secret window. Caps will give you the answer. Nothing, because he's there, and Fellow finds the kill on the other side of fences. And Mid Brooklyn have taken over the search and destroy.
Man, they're just picking them apart. They said, okay, we're going to give up some of these bomb stacks for free. You can get it down, but our retakes are basically perfect. And it's a whole lot easier before that bomb even gets planted that you find that initial kill onto RC, who's trying to be the player to watch that deep pinch. Because then you see the slow and steady approach on the retake. You had one player watching the full wrap through well, the other one watching the push through 10. And both the SMGs is getting aggressive through mid-U. The fact that they opened up with a kill. And a man disadvantage there. You had all your bases covered. No one trying to hit a re-wrap for a playmaking ability. Leads to a clean round there for Omid Brooklyn. Now at game point with a cruise missile to work with. Yeah, let's go towards B.
Yeah. You've got all the tools you need to win this search and destroy right here. break off for Lore Gaming will be down through Fountainside. Fellow, a couple of shots into Arcades, but Lurks will actually push up. Arcades retreating back to B, finds the bomb carrier, but trades are decent. Lurks has gotten far enough forward to where there really won't be an opportunity to use any streaks here for the side of Amit Brooklyn. He's just too much of a factor. And, well, Rex will find him inside of the mid connector. And that'll be enough now for Caps to a 1v3.
Oh, and the stun is able to connect, just not able to find the gun fight. They're onto Lurks. As Lore able to extend their search and destroy a little bit longer. They prepare for the aggressive play over towards B. The fact that if you're home at Brooklyn, you wanted to have that round basically be perfect. You could have planted it safe on the backside of Rock, played it safe with your cruise missile for the first check, but instead of playing it to the front side of Office, and at least to Arcades finding that kill. And the isolation onto Felony to put them in the numbers advantage. Extend this S&D a little longer.
Yep. Arcades finding some safety up top in the hallways. Amit Brooklyn not even bothering with the challenge. Fellow will be seen on the cross in the patio. Down low, Cap's in a little bit of trouble here. Help is on the way, though, and that will be in the form of Craze. First blood tallied.
Oh, the cruise missile got invested. You were thinking that it was going to be an aggressive play over towards B, but you at least have all the info now. No one bites. So on the setup. Now Dylan gains all the info. Can he get out?
Not able to find freedom. Fellow, no response there either. So all of a sudden, things starting to trend back to Lore Gaming. Craze, not going to get away. Okay, how about this? Lore Gaming still surviving. 5-4 the count. Still 2 streaks for Rex to play with.
No, he invested the Hellstorm there.
Hellstorm there, yeah, RC though, sorry.
He still has the RC. But that was basically like the safety net. I don't understand why he decided to call it after your teammates find the first blood. You know that they were aggressive through the middle side of the hallways. So all you were trying to do was use that for information, but the information leads to absolutely nothing. Now you put the momentum on the side of Lore. As Omen go back on the defense, Lurk ends that round on 5 in a row. This is a round that's basically much needed right here for Omen. You don't want to go to a round 11 when you had so much of an advantage.
Cap's first blood. Finds the second as well as Craze dropped. Back and forth they go, though, through connector until Dylan has the final say. And very quickly, it has Mercules in a 1v2 right over the top of the A site. Bomb is down for the time being, but Amit Brooklyn are backing up and playing this together.
Yeah, the ARs are just going to play that buddy system. Play for the trade. Knowing who you're going up against. Potentially Mercules is going to try to work this pinch. We're just going to have a standoff. No one wants to make a mistake. Omen know how important this round is. Now with 40 seconds, you got to start moving up towards the objective.
Yeah. Well, they've cleared the space that they need to get this bomb and try to get it planted. Mercules still holding on to the power position, and now he's taking a couple of shots. He saw a body dead, laying prone, thought it was a real person. But that's enough to actually scare Amit Brooklyn from planning immediately. They're going to have to re-clear up the top hallway. Mercules has now seen it, but caught with the knife out. Amit Brooklyn find the kill. It's not as clean as they would have liked, but they find the win regardless, 6-4.
Yeah, they get the W there. Thankfully, Capsule is still Capsule in it at the big moments. Able to find an opening double. Shuts down all that pressure at that site. And then the 2v1, just some premature shots there from Mercules. We need better trigger discipline there, because you just went and checked B site. Obviously, there's dead bodies all around that A bomb, but if we just stand true to just a simple shoulder, peek out, no one's sticking on that plant, and it makes it a whole lot easier for you to break them down, because once you put down a couple shots, they know your position. They hit the rotation to catch you off guard. And Mercules almost pulls that one out to force a round 11, but Omen Brooklyn make the adjustments, go up 2-0 in the series.
Good stuff. Tight series, though. Just a couple of things here and there. I think in particular, it's just this Amit Brooklyn runaway, thanks to Dylan Rex largely, was just too much to overcome. Even if the Hellstorm was a little bit botched and the RC wasn't necessarily needed, it just, the patterns and trends that we started to see built by Amit Brooklyn, first bloods on RCDs in particular, It just looked like Lord Gaming couldn't get their game plan going in the first 30 seconds like they had in the first 4 rounds. You know, trying to force these quick gunfights, trying to overwhelm in certain parts of the map. A couple of challenges you saw from Lurks in particular where he was just making sure that, hey, this is my first blood. You know, just challenging very aggressively. And that's always going to be kind of a staple of his gameplay. But once Emmett Brooklyn gave a little bit of respect to that, you can kind of see how things went in the first blood tally. I mean, 6-4 was the first blood count, and a lot of it started to come late for the side of Emmett Brooklyn.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about the post-plant scenarios for Lore, because they had one bomb site where they planted at A, 4v4, instantly get broken down. One time they planted at B, 4v4, and instantly get broken down. Like, those setups need to be a lot better. But Emmett Brooklyn, the fact that they just gave up both of those bomb sites and retaked it the way that they did, it all started with that first kill. They worked their way through that B site, are able to realize, okay, they have no trophy systems, let's just bombard our way through the front side. Effective trades for the first couple, but then Kraze flies on in, finds a double, puts them in the numbers advantage. And the same thing could be said at A. Opening first blood on RCD's just simply getting caught as the island player trying to watch that overextension. Yeah. Allows Emmett Brooklyn the slow approach on trying to just retake over towards that A site, making sure no one was trying to be a playmaker, work a deep route. And those are those rounds there you're going to look back at and just be like, okay, we changed some up here. If you don't die in this situation, and we play this spot, and we could have potentially been able to close out that S&D, but now they're down 0-2 into that series. On the opposite side of the Bravo team, 6F Carolina. Wait, they're up 1-0 here, Alan. All right. Yeah. They're trying to show some fight.
Map 1 score, I saw 6F Carolina tweet a second ago. 250-213 on the Hacienda hardpoint in favor of 6F. So, again, massive. They need it. Have to have it. And now in the search and destroy on protocol, finding the first round win there. With Mock and Fame getting 4 kills. I'll tell you what, it's one of those things, like, you give Fame enough time, he's going to be a shooter. He's going to be involved. He's not going to be someone who just rolls over and dies. Like, he's a really solid player.
Like we've said that about his entire career, too, in the CDL. Yeah. Like, he's 100%. Always been, like, their X factor, and then every time Fame went off, it usually led to a lot of success. With that LAG roster when he was on it. But Pioneers so far in this round just backed them down with their stuns, instantly able to get the bomb down in towards bunker. 4v4 retake on the cards here for Carolina.
Late trophy as well being placed after a couple of defensive nades were already tossed. Whoa,
big
Gunless.
Win.
Not a win that you would assume. Gunless was looking right at it, but couldn't get the aim high enough. Wad's able to find the first blood. Exceed. Responds with one onto Fame. Front door largely where this retake is coming from. Mock just kind of ironing an angle. Oh, and Hixie just gets surprised from behind. Neum turns that into 2. Wads gets the final. And the retake good for 6F.
And that setup right there was abysmal right there from the Pioneers. Like, the fact that we give up Zip, we stack our way over towards Spiral side, and the angle that Hixie decided to watch was just a close slide from Spiral. The only thing your teammates can give you that comms is if they cross, but at that point it's too late. Just way too late for Hixie to try to react. An easy retake there for 6F Carolina as they just break down in towards that site.
Well, clean start here for 6F. Confusion on the side of the Pioneers there after what looked to be a pretty easy read to what was happening. Nades now over the top for 6F. Trophy system down to try to keep this play through the middle safe. As the offense will get essentially full control here. Super's watching from the window, but he's being shot at, and Neum with the bomb is going to extend the play a little bit further towards the B sidewalk.
Oh, but on the opposite side, Fame, a big one-on-one win there for his seed. Tries to find a second onto Hixie, but has that player absolutely one shot. You're going to send in Neum, try to find this kill. He's also the bomb carrier. Numbers advantage in favor of 6F Carolina. You probably want to work this objective, but now that it's 2v2, yeah, you got to continue to play kills.
Oh, Mock finds one for free down low inside a boat. Super backs him off, but there's a player up top waiting for him. What's happening? 6F Carolina is making Pioneers look absolutely lost on this map.
It's all about knowing the personnel, too. Like the fact that they know that Exceed loves to be aggressive basically every single round. Fame right back on the backside of tower is able to isolate the one-on-one. Start off the trade fights. Neum was still staying active through the middle map, even with the bomb in hand. Was able to beat finishing touches on that round. It's now 6F go up 3-0 in this S&D. Pioneers, keep in mind, they just lost their last series in a Game 4 versus Team War. They need this win because it makes everything a lot more scary.
Oh, mercy. Neum, not bad to find one there, but he had help, and that was Wads who fell immediately. So, numbers advantage for Pioneers once again. Working on the plan at A. Super. Down low, gunless with him. Exceed, going to rewrap this all the way up top. Mock, aware that this could possibly be in play, but doesn't get a read on it. He'll be found for free, and Fame is stuck.
Yeah, just an easy play there for Exceed to know that I could come up behind enemy lines, and finally Pioneers are able to put run round on the board. But remember, guys, this is going to be on the Bravo stream. If you want to see how this one ends out, make sure you just hop on over towards that side. Back in the Alpha we go, though, where Omid Brooklyn are currently up 2-0 in this series. Lord need to find some fight. And Protocol Control, all of last stage, this was their best friend.
Yeah, exactly it was. I mean, that lore team, I think they lost 2 controls in the entire season, didn't they?
Yeah.
Something like that. Craze, though. Off to the races, 3-1. First tick being depleted at A. Capital gets to work on the opening spawn trap, only finds the first. Fellow, SMG in hand. Good timing, good read under Mercules. We'll head up the zip. Shot at. And says, I'd like to have whatever you're sending me. Runs down over to Abe's direction, finds him for free, and now all of a sudden, this Lore Gaming team is trapped.
Yeah, they were just thinking, all right, Felony just zipped up towards top 3. He's going to be in our windows. But he instantly just jumps on out, and now Felony's looking like he's 18 again with this SMG in hand. Finally, he is taken care of. Now Lore only have 30 seconds to work up this progression over towards A. Thankfully for them, though, they have a lot of map control. An unfortunate team kill on the side of Capsule allows that first segment to be locked.
A Fellow saves a life right there. That will get Capsule around the back and into a spot where he could spawn trap. Second tick of progress, not fully locked on A yet either, as Lurks is getting to work doing the exact same thing in Brooklyn. But someone's got to get to the zone, and they finally will. Second tick locked, third on the way. Life lead, pretty marginal. Just 1 life in favor of Lore Gaming. They're going to get the extra 60 seconds here, as Mitt Brooklyn are trying to still win back the middle of the map, and it's not until Capsule finds 2 that they can do so.
And now the last player accounted for is going to be Abe. That now leads to a clean 4 dead. All of your left analog sticks, just hold them forward. Now you just want to take space away from them. Craze already being a nuisance towards top 3. Team shots good enough. Nade good enough for that second kill. Now all you want to do is just simply finesse with your life. Force them to waste a lot of time trying to locate where you are.
Well, 14 plays 11. And the middle of the map is still the primary battleground here for both these two teams. Off spawn, and Mitt Brooklyn continue to just flood their reinforcements over towards the B field. Kind of allowing Lore Gaming to have some space to work with. Saying, you got to come to our zone. We'll fight you up here. Abe lots of damage. Follows up. Fellow for the trade. 9 plays 7, 30 seconds on the clock, and now pressure starts to mount for Lore to get on the zone.
Yeah, we can't afford to play trades in this scenario. 25 seconds to go. Already players from Omen Brooklyn pushing to your spawn. Craze lines up a freebie for the first. Finesse, finesse, finesse on 3 in a row. Now the players off the respawn have to focus him, but Felony eliminates not 1, but 2 players with the slide, slippery slide. No more respawns on the side of Lore Gaming. This is going to be around Omen.
Yep. Not bad, though, from Lore. I mean, it looked dire for some of the openings of this control. They still find 3 ticks of progress. Won't be anything more beyond that, but getting a full capture on A is not the worst thing we've ever seen. So it kind of sets the bar at a pretty middle ground location here for Mitt to get on their way. But Craze, definitely the winner, I would say, throughout this opener.
And just being a nuisance in their base. The fact that he's able to fly on in, find 3 through top mid, and instantly shut down that play. Allows that clock to keep on ticking. Lore to not really have a lot more opportunities. And they basically got that done in a 3v4 because Dylan Rex another slow start into the respawn. Doesn't matter though, you know he's always going to be finishing strong.
Raised down low. No, shut down by Lurks. And this is where Lurks loves to play. down low, and then he'll immediately try to find a way to get up to the zip line, which is exactly what he's doing now. Shut down by Fellow. Craze also off his second life, finds a follow-up. That will allow the Smith Brooklyn team to start moving forward. Onto the A zone they go, and Capsule has got top grandma control.
Yep, Capsule, it's your turn. Then I have a little bit of fun. Only able to take down one. Felony there for the trades in the perfect spot at the right time. Now he's influencing the response for them to be trapped towards the backside of tower. This guy does not stop putting in hours on the game. He knows all the little things that you need to know. First segment locked at A. And Craze, it's now your turn to have fun.
Well, they get off the zone for a moment. Rex is trying to extend his life, and
Get through the window.
just barely gets in the window. Lurks for a double, though. Clears out 10. But now Rex, he's giving away his position. Stun goes his way. It'll keep him in place for a time, as Lore Gaming are getting to work on the spawn trap. Rex is the only one through.
Damn, Dylan, I guess he decided to play for a spawn kill for one player because 3 of his teammates do fall. 3-for-1 split. Yeah, we got to get back to that objective and try to at least help our teammates in the base because you are doing currently absolutely nothing for them.
Yeah.
At least you're going to be able to hop on the A point, but that point is too late. 20 seconds to go. Omit need a couple kills to get out of the base. They're able to find 3, but instantly the reinforcements are here for Lore.
Yep. And Brooklyn had to find a way to crack through this. First blood is good on the Mercules. Craze has a chance to stop the clock at B, and will take it. Not finished initially by Lurks, but that little pop-up after the slide allows the kill to come through. And now it's just down to Fellow. Mercules finds him backside sidewalk, and it'll just be 1 tick of progress for Mid Brooklyn. So advantage goes to Lore Gaming through the first 2.
Yeah, we need to put more focus on the objective. I know it's very difficult because you had multiple opportunities where there was a lot of players roaming into the races in their spawn. This for being one of those instances. But T-Fel is able to line up 2. Blanks catches another play off the respawn in the aid. But it's just like, this opportunity right here should open up that A point. They only got 1 segment on the round, but it's complete blasphemy to me. When you had multiple players roaming their spawn. Dylan Rex in that situation just needs to find himself a way to be more impactful in that kind of play. When your teammates are getting trapped, we need either to hop the point to draw them out or wrap back and help our teammates out. At that point, it was too late. Tie game at 1.
Lore Gaming going to find some freedom here for Lurks. Almost 2 free. Has Rex tagged up. Follow-up is good. Plus a couple of kills around the back leads to an early stoppage of the clock at A. Lurks tagged up topside ledge. Oh, surprise touch by Craze. That's where he'll drop. But still, first tick of progress is going to be freely secured as Arcades will grab it and we'll stay at an even life count.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn are more focused on working this overextension, trying to send a couple SMG players to beat Lucius in their spawn. Dylan Rex still cannot find his consistency in this game, and that's already 3 dead. Abe with the movement to find the 4th kill onto Fellow. Second segment about to be locked. It's a double stack. Omen Brooklyn are realistically not going to have an opportunity to stop this unless an aid is able to connect.
No, it's just from here, it's just too much safety for Mercules. Abe gets shut down topside Grandmas, but there's the extra 60 seconds. 2 minutes of clock to work with and a 2-life advantage. With a couple of exit kills, they could quickly transition this over to B, and it looks like that's exactly what they will do. Raise up top in a key position through Zip. We will see Abe at range. Shots are good to take him off the zone, but he does get dealt with in the same breath.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Craze. Great shots with that Jackal in hand to find that 2-piece. Now alleviate some pressure for his teammates to get on out. So a minute and 40 to work with. If you are Lore, just got to take your time because you already know. Now I'm swanning on his back right corner. Yes, someone's in my base. But now with 2 players falling, it's on Dylan. Just slow them down.
Yeah, Dylan's had kind of a stinker here, 5 and 13. Flip side, Lurks is taken over again, 21 and 12. There's just something about this map mode combination that just vibes with him. Arcades, help from Mercules, shutting down the play through 10. Life starting to amount to a pretty healthy margin here. And that's enough with those eliminations from Lurks to jump onto the B zone.
Yeah, now Craze has to get himself back into the play. He's the only player still out. Tries to find an angle through top mid. At least finds the first kill, but instantly going to be traded. Now Lore. Lock in that first segment. Just need a next wave of kills to basically guarantee the round, but everyone falls around Mercules. He's stuck. He's stuck, cannot do anything. That's a clean 4 dead. Omen Brooklyn take the map away.
Yeah. They needed that badly. 10 plays 9. Still a life advantage here for Lord Gaming, but Rex starting to heat things up just a touch. Shut down by Lurks. Low HP. Over Chows just a touch on the fellow. 7v6 now, though. Time, still plenty left to work with if you're Lord Gaming. Grace playing down low into P4. The rest of his teammates largely set up around the B zone. Here we go.
You can see how safe that Felony is playing. He's making sure he's watching the overextension through the backside of tower, but Abe already worked his way through bottom. Grandma's finds that kill onto Craze. 6v5. 18 seconds to go. Dylan just flies on down. Finds that one, but no more respawns remaining for Omit.
5v3. Capsule gotta be the hero. Oh, and he gets shut down. Clock will stop at 11 seconds. Craze up top. Caught by surprise. Lurks with the kill. Just down to Rex, and he's just gonna forfeit his life as best as he can. There we go. Finally outside the bounds of the map. So 2 more ticks of progress get added onto the B zone, which mathematically means that this is going to be 2 straight offenses here.
Yeah, I don't really like the initial play call right there from Omen on that defensive strat to send 2 players on their overextension. If the 2 players that are roaming around that mid-map area fall, you're basically allowing segments to get away from you for free. Once they allowed Lord to extend the time that early, so much time for them to work with for just 1 push there at that B point. They were obviously outslaying. Lurk was being a nuisance behind enemy lines. And he's just having one of those takeover maps here with Dylan Rex on the opposing end, just still having a slow start.
All right, here we go. The Brooklyn need to work with something new here on offense. Lurk's trying to get through, shut down. A little bit of team fodder coming out. Abe in position, though. 1 player on to A. Mercury's working on this spawn pressure with Abe. And again, admit Brooklyn just kind of just not really dealing with the pressure at all. It's just they cannot lock down these players, top 10.
Oh, they just keep on losing track of players, and Mercury's is now making them pay for it. It's his turn to be a nuisance, to try to get lost behind enemy lines. Capsule is able to sneak it off, though. A re-pinch is good enough to take down Abe, but he's also able to find a kill in that process. That's just going to continuously just slow down the approach.
Yeah, Lurks is just, this map is just his, man. Anytime I see a protocol in the mix, I would be afraid of that guy. Good kills coming through here, though, for a bit Brooklyn. We'll get him out of the spawn trap for now. First tick will be finished on A, second on the way. But Lurks, once again, off spawn, finding more kills. RCD's already top zip. Doesn't fully dissuade the play on A. Follow-up from Rex. Shots to Abe are good as well. Second tick's going to get locked in. Maybe more to come with the stack.
Yeah, this is fantastic play so far from Omit. To maintain the mid-map, to disregard the top trips flank. And has put himself in position to potentially add an extra minute to the game clock. But Craze, it's now on you to try to get something done. Teammates unfortunately take that first kill away from you, but now 25 seconds. You got to get out of your base.
Yeah. Varsity is trying to contest. Rex is trying to find him.
Big win.
Eventually will. Deals with it. And we'll get to work on this third tick. 14 plays 14. Up top, Abe. Nice position for him to be in. Down low doesn't get the better of Caps. Mercury's also in trouble over towards the lab side of the map, but doesn't even have time to get over to A. That stun may not allow him a chance to peek, and no, extra 60 seconds has been added. Now it just comes down to how do you transition if you're at Brooklyn, because you got Lord Game members all over your setup.
Yeah, this is just because no one is filling that left lane. They just keep on sprinting forward. Like, it's very difficult when no one is watching that overextension, no one wrapping back when you're spawning over towards heli. You're just forced to every single time. If you don't win the gunfights from the front, or even if you do, you're instantly going to get shot in towards your back end. 11v7 in lives remaining. Omen Brooklyn only have a couple opportunities at this. They find the Ninja 2, make it 3 kills. Safety net now is going to be Mercury's.
Yep. He's going to be able to find his first. Follow up onto Rex with damage. Steps away.
What?
Fellow doesn't even turn around to look for him. And that's going to be straight eliminations now, leading to no more respawns from it, Brooklyn. Lurks behind one on sidewalk. This should be as free as you've ever seen. And Admit Brooklyn have seen their lifeline essentially be exhausted here.
Yeah, this map is over. Lord just had too many players getting lost behind enemy lines. Based off the scoreboard, you're thinking, all right, it has to be a majority of Lurks and Mercules just being so damn annoying, flanking us every single time. But everyone from Lore were taking those routes. We saw RCDs flanking through top 6. They realized, okay, Omen are not going to watch this angle. We're going to keep on putting ourselves in a better position. We can allow this A capture to get away with us, and the exit kills are all going to be free after that. Just right there, the teamwork from Omen Brooklyn was just simply not the best there on that control.
Yeah. And there is something to be said about trying to deal with Lurks when he's putting up performances like that. I mean, he's just a different level when it comes to protocol control. You allow this guy to go do whatever he wants, he's going to do stuff like that. Just flat out. His ability to play off of his own information, his own kind of play style is just, it's so fluid, man. It definitely goes to show that he's got what it takes to play at the next level, I think, for a lot of people. It just comes down to, like, you know, not a lot of teams at this moment, I feel like, need another superstar SMG. I mean, there's going to be some, but, I mean, those are the teams that aren't making changes with American-based players, right? But I think it's just one of those situations where, like, he's just got to bide his time and I think just, you know, learn to be the best teammate possible, right?
Yeah.
You know, get reps with the big dogs, play CDL8s wherever you can, get to know those guys. Because his stock and his future is very promising when you see things like this.
Yeah, especially if he keeps his confidence, man. Like, that's the biggest thing for all these impactful SMGs so far in the season, either if you're going to be in Challengers or if you're going to be called up to the big leagues. You see what Neptune is doing. He has kept his confidence coming from Challengers. He's making the same exact plays. This is what you bring him in for. Like, and now the only thing that scares me with Lurk is, like, if he potentially gets the calls up because of the way that he's playing, just with him being so young, going into an environment that you're not used to, that'll throw you off. Your gameplay would probably change a little bit, but just continue to grow as the player you currently are because you got that raw talent. You have your timings down on point. It's just about taking it to that next level of, like, finessing your life a little bit more, realizing when and when not I can chow, how impactful I am in a certain position that I'm in. But he has it. He has that raw talent, and he shows it.
Not the greatest map from Rex, 16 to 24, bottom damage in the lobby. Had a hard time getting things going in the first 2 rounds. Again, that's just another byproduct of the Lurks effect.
Yep.
When he's running around in your spawn, it's just you can never get your ARs in position. So pretty revealing stuff. 20 of the 34 kills for Lurks were on offense. That's another stat line that just goes to show that he's getting it done, even on the more difficult of sides. And that's now gets us to a map 4, where we've got a Vault hardpoint. I will say, kind of reflecting back to the Skyline, you know, Lore were making good decisions when it came to rotation. It just came down to one P3 to P4 rotation that Emmett Brooklyn were able to dominate to give themselves that late lead.
Yeah, so that's one thing you have to make sure you're accounting for on a map like Vault, because that P3 to P4 rotation is the biggest thing that you need to focus on. Obviously, the guns are a lot more hot. The SMGs have came to play alongside RC, who's had a phenomenal map, number 1, with that AR in hand on a map like Skyline, where you usually don't see him putting up numbers like that, but still a long series ahead of us, my friends.
Very well could be. We're going to head off to just a brief break. When we come back, we'll have that Vault hardpoint ready for you. Don't go far. More Challengers right after this. back, everybody. We've got ourselves a series here after a couple of tight maps. Lord Gaming finally get a win on the protocol control, sending us into a vault hardpoint. Emit Brooklyn, it was a close opening hardpoint, but again, it was one rotation. That's all it really was. One rotation that was the difference maker between really what was a 50-50 game. That P3 to P4, they followed it up with a good rotation to the final P2 where they closed out the game 250 to just around 200. And so now the question marks will be on a little bit more widespread map. Can Lord Gaming keep track of how fast Emit Brooklyn want to play the map?
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big thing that they have to account for, but I'm also just trying to stabilize Dylan Rex, because so far in both the respawns, they've basically been able to shut down his AR on the opposing end. On a map like Vault, you need your ARs to be on point. Hopefully, Arcades is able to continue his hot streak based off of what we saw in map number 1. But Omid Brooklyn up 2-1 in the series, looking to close it out. Early gunfights in towards P1. Trades go back and forth. Dylan trying to make a two-piece happen, but at least sets up his free teammate for Capsule on this pitch.
He does get spun around, though, so he can't take down more than just the one. Ray is waiting for Tommy to play through U-Haul. Finds one inside the hard point, tries to follow up to another, but Abe gets the trade. Not bad at all here for Lord Gaming. Dealing with a lot of pressure on the map that Emit Brooklyn to try to throw their way. And now Emit Brooklyn have to take a bit of a pause as they're coming out a little bit too staggered.
Yeah, they don't want to give up all this time as well here at P1. Arcades, yeah, gets a little bit too aggressive there, and that leads to an easy break on the cards for Omid. Thankfully, we still have those back gold spawns. It'll allow you to reinforce your way of still contested here for the spawns here at the new hard point. Capsule with the double. Potentially has another one on his hands versus Arcades. The stun able to connect. Rotation won by Lore. Now they can run up the score.
Arcades gunning again in the hard point. 5-1 start. Really heads up play behind P2. Finding himself a couple of eliminations. Leads to his teammates spawning close. Little pinch set up here from Lurks. Finds himself too. That will clear out the play from the front. Leading to Mercules knowing that he's got to respond to the play around the backside of P2, but gets caught by surprise. Did not expect that Capsule was already inside the hard point. Now things will flip, allowing him at Brooklyn to get in.
Oh, Homer Brooklyn, but they get in, but not for long. You still have players all through the front, bombarding them with nades. And that's good enough to lead to another clean 4 dead. Omid Brooklyn forced to now make a decision. Are we going to cut our losses and think about that rotation over towards New? Abe already finds one slipping. Effective trades is going to be Capsule. That final junk time is going to turn into a one-on-one unless Craze is going to set up this pinch for it. They're going to be delayed off the rotation to New, but you can already see Capsule takes a lot of space over towards out. You got to play your life.
Yeah, he knows they know he's here, though. Arcades is trying to bide his time. Slides in, but Capsule, slides right into his centering. So that will lock down the left side of the minimap in favor of Emit Brooklyn. No one in the hard point for now. Everyone's still worried about just playing for the kills for the time being, and Fellow off this pitch can clear off this long streak. Yeah, even a little slide away. Pistol out, not able to beat Abe, but enough space for Emit Brooklyn to get into the hard point for a little bit.
Yeah, but now they can't really play for this hill time because 2 players do fall on their side. You can make sure you maintain art. Try to reinforce your way through middle. Capsule, another phenomenal start to this hard point. It is currently a 30-point difference. You don't want to give this time for free, though. You still have players ready to contest in the middle of the map. 2 go in favor of Omid Brooklyn. Last player simply just going to jump over if you are Lore. They have the rotations over towards New. They got to make this one count.
Yep, 8 seconds until the new hard point will open up. Craze will spawn up top at Art. Fellow watching square. Well done. Covering all their bases right now is Emit Brooklyn playing the macro game. Just trying to get themselves set up for the money hard point coming up next. But kills go the way of Lore Gaming on this rotation. Everyone will still spawn up, though, for Emit Brooklyn. Just comes down to dealing with this hit around the back.
And Dylan Ricks knows the pressure's going to be on him. Finds the preview for the first. Still wants to be that player with contact on the cross. Securing the back is more important. I don't know how Lurks just find himself in that position. He finds 2. Back spawn's now secure for Lore, and Omid Brooklyn, they were not expecting this.
No, that's too easy. From the front, one could get in for Emit Brooklyn, but I mean, there is still, wait, they still haven't dealt with this. Craze and Rex.
Oh!
Caps around the back. I mean, they just played their lives. Lord Gaming, I thought for sure we're going to flush him out. Not the case whatsoever, and Emit Brooklyn get blessed with a late break.
Yeah, that's a good time to walk away with potentially as well. Capsule is only going to win one of those 2 gunfights. The final 7 seconds going to go back in favor of Lore, but Omid Brooklyn now know the adjustments they need to make on the second half of the game. You have everyone focused towards the front, though. No one making sure those back spawns were even going to be contested. You're initially going to be able to get them off the time for now, but Omid Brooklyn, you need to hop in.
Finding some good time here in the opening parts of this second P1. Lord Gaming looking to largely play through balcony and the front doors. Setting up a pinch with Lurks, though, over through long street. He's been seen.
Whew.
And he will be dealt with. 3 for 1, the exchange. Last one to find is Mercules, and he's up top on the balcony. Capsule not worried about that at the time. There's enough players to just fully cover everything. Finally, there's a shutdown inside the hard point, and now it just comes down to the break attempt.
Yeah, Mercury's trying to set up on this pinch. They have a lot of top cat control. Omid Brooklyn, no, we just got to try to stay down and soak up as much time as we possibly can. Because Lord the entire time have been blocking those spawns for P2, so Omid Brooklyn have been in a position to at least get this game a little bit closer to the scoreboard. Lose the rotation over towards New, but already have players in a position to contest it.
He's off 4 in a row. Starting to heat up just a touch. Ooh, forcing things from the front doors. Finds himself a small corner to hide in.
Oh,
but Abe
man.
deals with all 3 break members from Amit Brooklyn, and Fellow gets found at mid-map. So now Abe can push forward, set the tone, bump the hard point, find a couple of free kills, and really make sure Amit Brooklyn never get a concentrated look at this break.
Yeah, they haven't located him yet. He's able to find his second kill in this entire fight. Alleviates the pressure. Only gives Omid Brooklyn one more crack at trying to find a break here. Thankfully, it's going to work out. A 3-for-1 trade. Lurks the last player in the point. You're able to walk away with the final 15 seconds. You're forcing Lower Gaming early off the rotations to New. Crazy's hands going to be full because he's the player currently trying to hold down Arc.
But it's a clean finish on the scrap time for Amit Brooklyn. Plus, you're still holding on to the favored side of the map in the corner. Crazy can't finish off the kill that was in front of him. So now Amit Brooklyn kind of scrambling backwards to make sure they hold on to this side of the map. And in the meantime, Lower Gaming will keep building on their lead. About a 50-point game here. Possibly to grow for more, but uh-oh, spawn flip.
Spawns.
Do they recognize this? They will, but might be a little bit too late. Rex is in trouble, and he will be dealt with as the spawns will move and exchange hands.
Yeah, he's just going to jump on out of Art. He knows that the pressure was going to be on him. He tried to at least assist his teammates. Overt still at that P3. Now Lower are in the heavy driving seat here to try to close out this game. You don't want to allow them to get a lot of time here off P3, but maintain these spawns for that P4.
Win from Abe in the middle of the map. Yeah, good follow-up onto Crazy as well. Nice opportunity
God.
here for Lower Gaming to really just put this map out of reach. If they can hold on to a full 60 coming up at New, they're going to have to force Amit Brooklyn to play off the overextension. Abe has already gotten a read on this. Good wins, though, from Amit Brooklyn, both over through the old time as well on the extension. So a chance to get themselves set up for a break, but Merc's in their way.
Yeah, New Hill pops. Crazy at least already the aggressive.
What?
Right through the front door. Is able to find a double. What looks to be Lore. Freshly set up off the rotation. Instantly gets broken down. Now Omid Brooklyn, an opportunity to take the lead. Potentially with all this time, basically tied the game on up. And finding every single kill in the feed. Not letting anyone slip on by this time around. And this is the perfect situation you want to be in if you are Omid.
That's egregious. I mean, Craze through the front door. I mean, everything was covered. Now he's on 4 in a row, and his teammates have wiped the floor. What could have been like a 200 to 100 point game in favor of Lord Gaming now is going to turn into pretty menial terms here. With the last 10 seconds looking guaranteed for Amit Brooklyn, it'll be about a 10-point game as we head back to P1 again.
Yeah, and Crazy's on 5 in a row, already early off the rotation towards New. On a single play in towards the hard point, but the snap good enough onto Abe to find himself on 6 in a row. Teammates now trying to work the outskirts. Dylan Rex is going to fall. Craze tries to go for the ego chow. He's also going to fall. And now Lore with all those kills. Yeah, let's just hop on in.
Yeah, they're going to get a full wipe of their own. Back and forth. Heavy swings for both of these two teams to this point. Abe just trying to guard the front door. Varsity's trying to guard up top at Catwalk. Stuns, nades going his direction. Capsule giving him a workout. Exchange over the hard point, allowing a chance for Amit Brooklyn to maybe look favorable on some time, but Arcity's working on that. Help from Abe. Just leaves Rex by himself. He gets dealt with. Last player is up top, and that's Craze, and he's going to find himself too. Okay, so reduces the numbers, but Amit Brooklyn, we'll get into the time. Pretty Lore Gaming will get into the time as Dylan Rex unfortunately hits the panic melee and deals with his teammate.
Yeah, and this entire time, this is now 2 or 3 P1s that we have been through, where Omid Brooklyn Even when they find a couple kills, they're not able to flip out Lore because of how fundamentally sound they're playing. Just consistently keeping a player towards the back end, securing those back spawns. Makes it easier off the rotation, but Craze again, this time not through the front door, through the side, is able to find another double and instantly leads to a break.
And a flip of the spawns. Yeah, Lore Gaming need to look at their hold setups because that is just two different money hills that have been broken way too easily on the first attempt. Craze on 3 in a row again. Arcades finds the shutdown, but also gets dealt with in his own right. Fellow watching over to the middle of the map. Keeps the spawns close for Mid Brooklyn, who are finding stray kills all over the front side of the hard point. Rex is also pushing forward beyond that first elimination, and there's just not a solid look here for Lore Gaming. They have to try to hit from the back, but Fellow is aware of that. Craze right there with them. And they will combine for the kills to essentially get the full 60 off their break.
Yeah, Lore's just got to take a deep breath there, Alan, because they were just going one by one, trying to break into that hard point. Crossfire is just way too strong on the side of Omid Brooklyn. A lot of them have a slim lead. Now that we're here at this P3, Lore going to take it right on back, and now with those kills going down, we know we can't give up all this time. We got to contest this.
Yeah. Nice shots from Rex. I want to say there was also a Hellstorm earned by Capsidal in that last life. Yep, sure is. And he's going to get to work on the pinch through mid. Good look at Abe, but can't center onto him, so Abe will win that gunfight. 30 seconds still to play for here at P3, but the bigger question mark here is what does Lore Gaming have for us on rotation, because they badly need to break through the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's what they're banking on. If you're home in Brooklyn, you have them right where you want them, all in front of you. No one trying to hit a route to work that overextension, trying to flip these spawns. And both teams are already over that 190-point mark. These gunfights off the rip are going to be the biggest ones, and Lurk, combined with his teammates on the B Street, able to find 3 kills. Spawns now flip. Omid Brooklyn, you got to haul ass. You got to go across the map.
You do have something in the form of the Hellstorm to possibly help you on this rotation. Capital inside of Art. Dealt with by Abe. Big gunfight win there. Lore Gaming breaching on the 250 mark. Can win it on this hard point. Craze has gotten to the front door, but he's been seen. He needs help. It's Hapsidal who's trying to assist. Stunned up. Abe still deals with one. That's a massive elimination. Mercury's around the back. Trying just to hang on to his life as the spawns get blocked.
Whoa.
Rex wins the gunfight. 235, 209. Break attempt starting to amass. They need to find a way to get in.
Yeah, this is it right here. Omid Brooklyn need to work through any single doorway that they can find. Arcades already finds the first kill. Capsidal, it's your turn to shine. Give me another double. He has been unbelievable. Almost finds the 3. You got to send in Dylan Rex, so that remaining junk time allows Omid Brooklyn another opportunity to keep themselves in this game. But this is now where you got to invest that cruise. You got to call it in now. It takes so damn long to get blown up.
Yeah, you absolutely do, and they're not going for it. Rex is trying to push his way in. Fellow, good shutdown, keeps the hard point open. 57 seconds on this hard point. Both teams can win it here. Lore Gaming 2 kills, gets them in. Cap stuck on the top catwalk. We're going to go to 5.
Man, what a hard point, man. What an absolute bang out of a hard point. Basically similar to the scoreline that we saw in map number 1, but Lore Gaming just more effective when they needed to be. They dominated over towards that P2, at least initially from that P1 to P2 rotation, by simply not allowing Omid to flip those spawns. Even though they were instantly held with a full 60 through P2. The fact that they get a lot of time there at P3 and time those kills to perfection at the ending of that hard point. 2-1 through the right side, the overextension play out of Lurk to win the one-on-one, instantly spawns Omid out. And that allows them to close out the game, man. Lore just a little bit better in hardpoint. Obviously didn't show it in map number 1, but they forced another game 5, man, here on the Alpha stream.
Yeah, a couple of just really bad breaks that were let go by Lore Gaming. Otherwise, this game could have been like a 250 to 120 type game. So, wow. Big little bounce back, though, I would say in particular. Getting that late break to P4, that late rotation to P4. And that's enough for Lurks to kind of flip the spawns around and give them the advantage that they need. I would say in particular a couple of big wins from Abe there at the end as well, just to make sure that Omid Brooklyn never really got the setup that they wanted to for that final break.
Yeah, that was massive plays. Even mid-stun, he was still finding a one-on-one gunfight, just clutching up for his team. Now Omid Brooklyn. Probably we're expecting to get this done through every single one of those respawns. But now they rely on another search and destroy. Are they going to be going to a map like Hacienda? Wait, no, wrong series. Not Hacienda, Skyline. Okay, they have reps on this, and Lord do as well. They clutched up in the Game 5 yesterday versus Luxury. A lot of rounds, though, that they let slip. This is one of those maps where they let a 2v4 get away, a 1v2 that they realistically should have not given up. But you just have to be prepared for the aggression that Lure are going to throw at you, because the way that Lurks and the way that Abe are playing, we know how confident they are with those SMGs. They've been putting it on in the respawn. 4K damage almost for both of those players. And a map like Scotland, you best believe they're going to look at this one and think, okay, we can have a field day as well here.
Yeah, this very well may be like a 7-minute round of, or 7-minute map of search and destroy if these two teams decide just to run it down, which both have been prone to do in the past. But we'll see. It's been a tight one. Again, this is essentially a battle for first at the moment. Update: 6F Carolina won their series
Damn, what?
against KC Pioneers.
Pioneers. What are we doing? Like,
Dude.
I thought that was one of the powerhouse teams, Alan. You said this is one of the top 4. And they don't look like no top 4 going 0-2 today.
Yeah. That's unreal. I'd be calling me surprised, legitimately. That is not one that I would have suspected.
Distro Gaming also won their second series versus Luxury, so they're tied up at 2-2.
Damn,
I'm
bro.
not gonna lie, it's real mixy. It's gonna be real mixy these last couple of days of the Elite.
So we're gonna have what?
2-2.
We got 2 teams at 1-3. What happened to the YFP game versus Team War? I think YFP lost. So they'll be
still going
2-2.
on. 1-1.
Still
1-1
going
right
on?
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Pinnacle is pretty much down and out. Pending they lost to Amit, which I assume they did. And then
they did
you've
3-0.
got 6F and KC Pioneers tied at 1-3. The head-to-head tiebreaker would currently go to 6F if they're the two that end up tied, which very well may be the case. Who did they play to finish off? 6F plays Pinnacle. Wow. And KC Pioneers play YFP. So there would be a 3-way tiebreaker at 2-3 if the results go the way that KC and 6F need them to.
Oh, man, so that means you need maps to go your way. Thankfully, 6F Carolina were able to pull off a 3-0. That map win percentage plays a big part. You have multiple teams that are tied on up. And also, one more result that I'm looking at, Alan, is Roy Spartans are currently down 2-1 to Cabal GG. This is a team that was looking for the bounce back today. We saw them earlier versus Zestro, and they were able to handle that with ease in a clean 3-0. But you were thinking we needed 2-0 day to give ourselves a great chance at playoffs. Currently down 2-1 versus Cabal. Yeah, we got to try to fight back there.
Wow. So there's a look at that standings as they stand at the moment with the updated results as we can best see them. So, yeah, that matchup between Royal Spartans and Cabal would be massive.
Yeah.
As Royal Spartans will finish off their series next week versus Lore Gaming, whereas Cabal will play Luxury and Exotics, and it will essentially be a win-and-in situation for either of those two teams. But wow, not at all what I would have expected. Of course, the battle we're looking at right now is Amit Brooklyn versus Lore Gaming. This is going to be essentially a battle for the top-seeded Group A. The other front, Amit is good. Team War should be good regardless of the result here. But the YFP situation, again, with them having to play up against KC Pioneers, we very well may have a 3-way tie at 2-3 between YFP, Pioneers, and 6F Carolina. That would be nuts.
Yeah, we just got an update, too, on another score check. Team War win map number 3 on the Control versus YFP. So they're currently up 2-1 in that series. So potentially in Group B, we're going to have 2 teams at 4-0. 1 team sitting at 2-2. And the rest of these guys sitting at 1-3 or 0-4. Man, these final couple of days of the Elite, they're always the best, Alan. When people have a lot to play with, all right, we win and we're in, we lose and we're out, or we need somebody else to win for us. So we saw that in the last days for Cabal. But for the Pioneers roster, that's truly the team that is like just letting me down. I thought that they were without question one of the top teams going into Safes too.
Could have been. I think just based on the players that are there, but, you know, that's COD for you.
Yeah.
We're going to do a quick break. When we come back, Map 5 will be here for Amit Brooklyn versus Lore Gaming. Don't go far. there, friends. We've got one more map of COD tonight, and it's starting to build up to be quite a banger. Tight maps all the way across this series from start to finish between Omit, Brooklyn, and Lord Gaming gets us to what should be kind of a head-bashing map number 5. We'll be curious, I think, just to kind of see if anyone's got anything cooked up, or is this just going to be 20-second rounds just kind of mad dashing at each other to see who's better team today?
I think we might see a couple 35-second rounds, Alan. You know what I'm saying? Like a couple slow approaches through top hallway. But just the SMGs on both sides, between Craze and Capsule, Lurks and Abe on the other. You best believe they're looking for these gunfights pretty early into these rounds, as we're already into the map number 5, basically a battle for the number 1 seed here. Is Lore going to be the team early on the attack? Going to throw your stuns, going to throw your nades, knowing that there's no trophy sims to work with, but NA side is open.
Craze trying to get aggressive top side of the bedroom, shut down by Mercules. That's a first blood for the offense. RCD's working on a long route. Oh, this will work out nicely. And, well, did we just freeze out?
I think so. I don't know.
Hopefully that was just an observer issue. And we'll hopefully be able to fix that very soon.
Yeah. Pray to God, because that looked like a free round right there for Lore. They finally get their first blood on the Craze, getting super aggressive through top hallway. Takedown finally with the great route right there out of Varsities to make it into a 4v2. That was basically a round that was going to be locked and loaded. So once we know what's going on, we will let you guys know. Obviously, we're lost in that aspect, but
yep,
my opinion, Lore should be up 1-0.
Should be. It just comes down to, was that just an observer crash or not?
Yeah.
The only thing. It looked like it, but again, what do I know? I just work here. Yeah. Not much to say. It's just one round where Craze gets caught trying to be too aggressive. RCDs responds and finds an opening through B. So 4v2, that's all we have. We'll try to figure out what happened in the round and what happens from here. We're just going to step away, make sure everything's all set. We'll come back into it. Welcome back there, friends. We are jumping back into the mix, and the results will stand from that first round. 1-0 up is Lord Gaming. It was just our observer who crashed, so we will hopefully be able to kind of amend the scoreboard to reflect that. But the big news is Lord Gaming will just need to get to 5. I bet we'll obviously need to get to 6. We'll continue on from what is the essential round number 2.
Alrighty, so now it's Omit's opportunity to make some impactful plays on their attack. Early aggressive from Lore. We know that's what they're most likely going to do. Just forcing to play the mind games to slow down the gameplay here from Omit Brooklyn as David's still contesting here at the site, but Craze flies on in and finds the first.
Yeah, that's a bold setup for Lord Gaming. I mean, just kind of raw dogging a aggressive A defense with no trophy systems. They just get really ripped apart. Hercules going to be caught from behind, and that will be enough for a quick round for Omit Brooklyn. Yeah, that was a bold setup for Lord Gaming. Not having a trophy system, they had 2 players playing super far forward on that bomb site.
Yeah, and it makes it difficult now because stuns and nades are obviously hitting. A lot of information is already being gained on the side of Omit. And I'm assuming once Craze is able to get the indication someone is half health, he just flies on in, finds the kill, capsule effective, or the second kill immediately. And we're all tied up at 1. Does Lore go back on the attack? They just read the early aggression from Omit Brooklyn through top hallway. Do they decide to go back to that play again?
Nades cooked, all of it going over towards the middle of the map. And Brooklyn, heavy stack in through Jim and top catwalk here. RC's not going to get a look at it as he's playing down low. If he does decide to peek, it'll be late. And actually, the timing of this peek is going to work out nicely as Lord Gaming will see that they have full control now of the high ground as Omit Brooklyn have moved their defense.
Yeah, you already have a player working his way up through underground and Mercules. Everybody else trying to attack through mid hallway. Stun is going to connect. Omit Brooklyn have gotten a read. Okay, they're not going to be at A. Most likely trying to attack over towards B. But them just taking space here is playing mind games versus Omit.
Yeah, it really is. They both teams literally just eluding one another. But Omit Brooklyn are essentially allowing this to happen. They're allowing this to be planted, and they're going to play for a 4-man retake. The question mark will be, when does Mercules pop up, and do they have an answer for it? Because he can ruin this entire post-plant retake.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy that they're waiting for. Abe is giving the info. Abe is going to fall short, but now Mercules needs to make up for it. On the pinch, good enough for the first, but your life is more valuable. 25 seconds.
Yeah, does well. Gets away, resets. Ray's going to try to hop for the defuse. Shut down by RCDs. Lurks right there with him. Fellow now for a 1v3. Not a lot of time to make it happen. And yeah, Lord Gaming will successfully win this post plant. Really nice stuff. Really good out of Mercules to play that timing well through elevator.
Yeah, and it all starts with like the initial play call. Okay, we're going to back them down, throw our consistent nades at A to think that we're going that way. But then once they invest a couple stuns through that top hole, where you see what it does to the whole mid setup, everyone backs on out. They were prepared for the push to come in towards that B site. But then the rotation good enough there for Lore. On the rat back to just get the bomb down, play the numbers, allow Mercules to be the impactful player on the round. And just simply not allow Omit Brooklyn any opportunities to even think about that defuse. Score is now 2-1.
Yeah. Gonna go quickly.
Oh, no.
That must have been a stick on the Lurks. And so that will pretty much foil all of Lord Gaming's attempt at playing aggressively through A. Looking for high ground control. Arceus is actually just going to push through. Gets caught, though, Fellow. I don't know how he predicts that, but he does. And now Mercules will try to follow up in this 2v4. That's not going to work either.
Yeah, he spotted there. Omit Brooklyn successful on that first team kill that comes in. They realize, okay, that's one of their more aggressive ARs. Now in the man advantage, someone has to try to make up for it. I thought Arceus caught great timing through mid-hallway, but the slide good enough for Felony to win that one-on-one. Then in the 2v4, everyone else is just forced to try to make up for it in the numbers. All drop. All tied up at 2 apiece.
Yep. Very back and forth to this point. All offenses. First Bloods have also been relatively even. As we're going to get a 4-man hit from the defensive at Brooklyn with trophy system and support over towards A. Abe will read that Rex is playing close on the table. Guns nade still being exchanged. Abe holding his ground nicely, though. It's just the timing of this peak. If he decides to even commit to it, it's going to be everything.
Oh, yeah. Arsenis is forced to back on down with only 5 HP. Craze knows he's weak. Let me send him in for the first blood. Not going to slow down. Give me number 2. Another instant 4v2 round here for Omit. Lurk trying to make up for it on the repinch. Mercury's wins the big one-on-one. Now, Lurk, all you got to do is win a one-on-one. We got a 2v2 on our hands, but not going to be able to kill. Just going to get out.
Yeah, smart play here from Emmett Brooklyn. Lord Gaming in a world of hurt here trying to recover this bomb with 35 seconds on the clock. And there's no knowledge or information on where this Emmett Brooklyn defense has moved to. They're just playing contact. That's all it is. Lots of freedom here inside the kitchen, but this is going to be the next problem. How do you actually collect and plant? I think the longer this takes, yeah, the more that Lord Gaming are going to be aware that this is going to be a defense playing from the offensive side of the map. Nice shots onto the first. Decent on the second as well, but there would have been a very quick follow-up even if you won that gunfight. Emmett Brooklyn taking an edge now, 3-2.
Yep. Big round right there for Omit. First defense of the entire map. It all starts with this young man, Craze. Staying as confident as ever. Listening to the comms from his teammates. So I have Arsenis absolutely one shot on the bottom side of bedroom. Just flies on in, finds that opening first blood, and then you still know that there was pressure on the backside of bar. Just instantly goes for the challenge to the second player. The deciding factor on the round there for Omit. With a slight advantage by 1 round.
Yep. The streaks to be noteworthy of as well. Rex and Craze both on 3 in a row. Working for potential RCXDs. Fellow, going to get information that Mercules is playing on piano stairs. Lurks has gotten over towards Hot Tub. Could be spot, or probably just underneath Hot Tub inside of vents. Mercules gets either good damage or good information. That might be enough to free him up to try to hit her out.
He just doesn't want to get caught. He's just going to play it super patient. He was able to give him more information, and that's all going to fall into the hands of Arsenis. He spots at least 2 players crossing off to A site. Now he's sending Lurks on his repinch. The timing, though, is going to come into play because Felony's watching that angle.
Yeah. Caps on the close cross. Lurks has started to move closer towards the bookcase inside of wardrobe, and now he's on his way out. But he's been seen. This whole flank has been dealt with. Great go to the middle of the map, favoring that of Emmett Brooklyn as well. He lurks by himself and just gets caught. That's good enough for Brooklyn to extend their lead now, 4-2 up. And Lord Gaming need to put together a response right here.
Yeah, I love this approach so far from Emmett Brooklyn on the map. You know who you're playing against. You know that Abe and Lurk most likely just want to make some plays happen. So just slowing down these rounds and picking them apart has been the recipe for success. As they go up 4-2 in the S&D. Couple rounds in a row. Dylan ending that round on 5 in a row. But if you're Lore, I'm not really relying on any more of these individual plays. Let's just hit something together as a team.
Yeah, I think that's the right switch up. And, well, this time it's a little bit of team shouting over towards Dylan Rex at piano. That'll lead to a nice, easy first blood. Fellow and Caps, though, both playing through vents. The only issue is Mercules has backed all the way up to patio. Oh, and Caps kind of weaving in between defenders. He'll be caught.
Oh!
Fellow gets 2, though.
Whoa!
Fellow gets 3 somehow. Frontside bedroom, rips off the player, backside patio, deals with the trade, and another through the middle of the map, and now Arsenis left the 1v2. He's got Craze in Jim, but Fellow working on the ace is the first one up, and that's the kill he'll find immediately.
Oh, that timing was insane for Felony to chase him, but Craze is not giving up on the gunfight. He knows I have an SMG going up against the AR. And lets Arsenis know you're not going to get away from me, buddy. But the fact that Felony just makes that play, goes through bottom bedroom, and is able to line up 3 in a 2v4, that might have been the round right there to secure the entire map. What a play out of the vet.
Unreal stuff from Fellow, legitimately. And now I think if you're at Brooklyn, why not you just run it down? You've got a huge advantage. See if you can just catch him off guard. So many rounds to play with. Nades over the top. No immediate instigation towards A. This is a very similar offensive setup they had last time. Fellow's going to read that there's already players topside bedroom. First blood is good. Craze finds a second. Now we got a 4v2.
And that's the perfect adjustment again. You know that Lore Gaming, every strategy that they have thrown at you has not worked out. So they're saying, all right, screw this slow and steady stuff. Let's just try to hit something. And they read it to perfection. The double kill on both SMG players through top hallway. Instant 4v2. Arcety's trying to make up for it, but Omen aren't giving up nothing for free.
No, nothing. Merc also not going to find the angle he needed to get his free kill. Now it's still 1v4. I'm not planted yet, but it's on the way. And Mercules is going for the full rewrap back to his spawn. Going to put a lot of pressure on the time to make this play happen. Craze will be right here waiting for him. First kill is good. Also finds an SMG to work with. Rex is the next one up top. Seen on the cross. Just throwing shoulders. Mercules knows he can't go that direction anymore, so has to change it up once again. Clearing corners very swiftly. 22 seconds though on the clock, and now he's been seen. Follow-up is good, and Amit Brooklyn will take map number 5 and hold on to the first seed in the group.
Oh, man, that is a perfect search and destroy right there on Skyline. You know your opponent. You know they want to make plays. You know they want to be in the mix in the first 5 to 10 seconds. But just slowing down the game right there was the perfect recipe to shutting down Lore. This is where they found a lot of success yesterday in their series on Skyline, was those gunfights going down in the first 5-10 seconds. But this time with Omen Brooklyn, they said, all right, we saw you play that yesterday. We're not going to have that same stuff today. And then even when those rounds start to get out of hand, when Fennelly just absolutely game breaks them from top plat at bottom red with Pine 3, just that final round there, I love the play call from Omen, because you know, like, these guys' strategies have not been working. They're going to chalk it up in the air. Someone's going to try to make a play, and just playing it patient as they did to catch both of the aggressive SMG players just basically secures the round and secures the map, and now secures the series. Potentially the #1 seed is locked up for Omen Brooklyn, but that was a back and forth battle. Omen get the better of him today.
Yeah. You see it there on the screen, about as tight as it gets except for that map number 5. And so Lord Gaming will drop the 2-2 in the group. Puts them into, again, right in the midst of all of the other teams inside of their group that are all floating at 2-2 or 1-3 right now. There is no one who doesn't have a win in this group, which is surprising to say the least. So that will conclude the action here for our first week of the round robin. There's going to be more action next week, of course. The final stretch of the round robin will occur on Wednesday, and then we'll get our first action of playoff action on Thursday with 3 matches instead of just your normal 2. And a couple of the key matchups are going to be waiting for us in that round robin. The YFP versus KCP game is what's kind of catching my eye. We've also got the Royal Spartans versus Lord Gaming. That one could be pivotal towards trying to establish who makes it into playoffs. And here's a look over at the standings. Again, there's that mix of 2-2 and 1-3 squads. The only one who's outside the conversation is Amit Brooklyn. They play Distro Gaming. So everyone else has a head-to-head matchup that can essentially be a win-and-you're-in situation for those particular head-to-heads.
Man, if you're the Royal Spartans, you were really hoping that you could have went 2-0 today. Because for 4 teams to be tied at 2-2, well, actually 3 teams still would have been tied because Cabal wouldn't have got that W. Yeah. But now they have a tall ladder to climb because next week their matchup going up against Lore Gaming. Obviously, Lore need the win to guarantee their spot on in, but Royal Spartans need the W to even have a chance at making it in towards the top 4. Group A is really, really tight. On the opposite side for Group B, Team War and YFP are currently still in their series. We are awaiting that result. See if Team War are going to go 4-0 or YFP are going to respond and go 3-1. But for the Pioneers, still, the team I want to talk about, how the hell are you 1-3? There's a bunch of matches where you obviously feel like you're the better team. I'm expecting to be one of the top dogs. But to have a day where you go 0-2 and obviously day number 2, this is a crucial moment where, like you said, their next matchup versus YFP next week is going to be massive.
Yeah, if, the results of that YFP game, if Team War win it, there's a very real possibility that we have 3 teams at 2-3 right there. So, tiebreaker situations always seem to occur. This one might be one of the craziest we've seen because it looked like, at the beginning of the season, we may have a clear-cut top 4, but maybe not. Maybe not as much as we would have thought so. So with that kind of gets us to the end of our first week of action here in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. We've got Minor 2 this weekend, starting tomorrow in the CDL. You're definitely not going to want to miss that because we're going to have some upsets there based on how teams got seeded into the bracket. Of course, that also means that next week we'll be back with Round 5 of the Round Robin on Wednesday. Playoff action starting on Thursday. Same time, same place, friends. We'll catch you next week. Bye-bye.